Untamed, an age-gap second-chance cowboy romance. By Jessica L. Fox. Google Play auto-narrated audiobook. Chapter 1. Lauren.
8 seconds. That's all it took for my world to change forever. I pressed my hands against the metal bleachers, feeling the vibrations of 2,000 pounds of pure fury beneath the cowboy clinging to its back. The bull they called Black Bart twisted and bucked, a tornado of muscle and rage, determined to throw the man who dared ride him. "He's gonna get killed," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the roar of the crowd. Grandpa Billy patted my knee with his weathered hand, his face creased with concern but also something else. Pride maybe. Or recognition. "That's Clint Walker, darlin'. Best bull rider in Texas. He knows what he's doing." I wanted to believe him. But watching that massive animal spin and buck, seeing the cowboy's body whip like a rag doll, I couldn't breathe. My fingers dug into my palms as the seconds ticked by with agonizing slowness. 5 seconds. 6. Black Bart launched into the air, all 4 hooves leaving the ground, and when he came down he twisted sideways with vicious intent. The cowboy stayed on, his left hand gripping the bull rope while his right arm swung for balance, spurring with each jump exactly as he should. 7 seconds. The bull spun hard to the left, and for a moment, just a heartbeat, the cowboy's head turned toward the stands. Toward our section. Toward me. Our eyes met. Even from this distance, even with everything happening around us, I felt it like an electric shock. His eyes were impossibly blue beneath his black cowboy hat, and in that fraction of a second, the world narrowed to just the two of us. The crowd noise faded. The danger seemed to pause. Then the buzzer sounded. 8 seconds. The bullfighters rushed in immediately, drawing Black Bart's attention while the cowboy released his grip and launched himself sideways off the bull's back. He landed hard on his feet, stumbled once, then caught his balance. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, people jumping to their feet all around us. But I couldn't move. I sat there, hands still gripping the bleachers, heart pounding against my ribs like it was trying to escape. The cowboy bent to retrieve his hat from where it had flown off during the dismount, dusted it against his thigh, and placed it back on his head. Then he turned directly toward our section and smiled, a devastating, confident smile that made my stomach flip, and tipped his hat. At me. "Oh dear." "Well, well," Billy said with a chuckle, the sound warm and knowing. "Looks like someone made an impression." "He was just being polite," I managed, but my voice came out breathless and unconvincing. Billy's eyes twinkled as he pushed himself to his feet, with the slight wince he always tried to hide. At 77, he still moved like a man who refused to let age slow him down, though his left leg had never been quite right since his accident. The limp was a permanent reminder of his own rodeo days, the reason he went to therapy every week. But he moved with determination, as he gestured for me to follow. "Come on. I want to introduce you to something." "Grandpa, no." But he was already making his way down the bleachers, and I had no choice but to follow, my legs feeling oddly unsteady on the metal steps. By the time we reached the fence line, the cowboy had finished talking with someone official-looking, and was heading in our direction. Up close, he was even more striking than I'd thought. Tall and lean, with the kind of confident stride that came from a man who knew exactly who he was. His shirt was dusty from the ride, his jeans worn in all the right places, and when he pulled off his hat as he approached us, I noticed his dark hair was slightly damp with sweat. "Billy Lands," he said warmly, extending his hand to my grandfather. "Good to see you, sir." "Clint." Billy shook his hand firmly, the gesture of 2 men who respected each other. "Hell of a ride. Black Bart's mean as they come." He earned his reputation honestly. Clint's voice was deep and smooth, with just a hint of Texas drawl that made my insides do something I wasn't prepared to analyze. Then those blue eyes turned to me, and I forgot how to form coherent thoughts. "And who's this?" "This is my granddaughter, Lauren," Billy said, and I could hear the affection in his voice. "Lauren, meet Clint Walker." I extended my hand automatically, trying to remember how to be a normal human being. "Nice to meet you." His hand enveloped mine, warm and calloused and strong, and the touch sent a jolt of awareness straight through me. The pleasure's mine. He held my hand just a fraction longer than necessary, his thumb brushing across my knuckles in a way that felt entirely deliberate. First rodeo? Is it that obvious? I managed to pull my hand back, immediately missing the warmth of his touch. Just a guess. His smile widened, revealing a dimple in his left cheek that should have been illegal. Most folks who've been to a few don't look quite so terrified during the ride. That's because most folks have more sense than to climb on something that wants to kill them. The words came out sharper than I intended, fueled by the residual fear still coursing through my veins. But instead of being offended, Clint threw his head back and laughed, a genuine full-bodied sound that made something warm unfurl in my chest. Fair point, he conceded, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Though Black Bart and I have an understanding. He tries to kill me, I try not to let him. It's worked out so far. So far being the operative phrase, I muttered, tucking a strand of blonde hair behind my ear, and immediately wishing I hadn't, when his eyes followed the movement. Billy chuckled, shaking his head. You'll have to forgive Lauren. She's got a practical streak a mile wide. Gets it from her mother. Nothing wrong with being practical, Clint said, but he was looking at me like I was the most interesting thing he'd seen all day. Beautiful and smart? That's a dangerous combination. I felt heat rise in my cheeks and looked away, unable to hold that intense gaze. I should probably get back to my seat. The next event. Lauren. My mother's voice cut through the crowd noise like a knife. I turned to see her pushing through the people near the fence, her expression tight with worry and something else. Disapproval. Oh no. There you are. Ruth Wells reached us, her eyes flicking from me to Clint and back again. We need to go. Your father's not feeling well. It was a lie. I could tell by the way her jaw tensed, the way her fingers clutched her purse a little too tightly. Dad, Frank Wells, the most stoic doctor in 3 counties, was probably waiting in the truck, wondering what was taking so long, completely healthy and oblivious to the excuse being made on his behalf. Of course. I forced a smile, trying to ignore the disappointment that settled in my stomach. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Walker. Clint, he corrected gently. And the pleasure was all mine, Lauren. The way he said my name made my knees feel weak. As Mom ushered me away, her hand firm on my elbow, I risked one glance back. Clint was still standing there, watching me go, his hat in his hands and that smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Walker boy, Mom said as we made our way to the parking lot, her tone clipped. I should have known. We barely spoke to him for 2 minutes, I protested. 2 minutes too long. She stopped abruptly, turning to face me with an intensity that made me take a step back. Lauren, you need to understand something. That family, those bull riders, they're dangerous. Do you know what happened to his mother's father? Killed on the circuit. Trampled to death. Rachel Walker has had to live with that her entire life. That was an accident. And accidents happen all the time in that world. Her voice cracked slightly, and I saw the fear beneath the anger. Fear I recognized because I'd grown up with it, watched it shape every decision my family made. Your grandfather nearly died in that arena. One wrong move, 1 second of bad luck, and we would have lost him. I won't let you get involved with someone who courts death for sport. Mom, I'm not getting involved with anyone. We just met. But even as I said the words, I knew they rang hollow. Because in those 8 seconds, something had shifted. Something had changed. Back in the truck, sandwiched between my parents with Billy in the back, I stared out the window as the rodeo grounds disappeared behind us. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out, expecting a text from my best friend Brittany. Instead, I stared at an unknown number and a message that made my heart skip. This is Clint. The cowboy who nearly got himself killed today. Want to grab coffee tomorrow? I glanced at Billy in the rearview mirror. He caught my eye and gave me the smallest wink, and I realized he must have given Clint my number. Mom was saying something about stopping for dinner, Dad was agreeing, and I was sitting there with my phone in my hands, reading and rereading 7 simple words that felt like they held the weight of the world. Want to grab coffee tomorrow? I thought about the way Clint had looked at me. The way my entire body had responded to a simple handshake. The way 8 seconds on a bull had felt like a lifetime, and meeting him afterward had felt like coming home to somewhere I'd never been. I thought about my mother's fear, my family's trauma, and all the very logical reasons to say no. Then I thought about those blue eyes and that smile, and how I'd felt more alive in the past hour than I had in my entire 19 years. My fingers trembled slightly as I typed my response. Coffee sounds perfect. I hit send before I could change my mind, my heart hammering as I watched the message deliver. Whatever happened next, whatever this was, I was stepping off the edge into something unknown. 8 seconds had changed everything. And somehow, I knew there was no going back.
Chapter 2. Clint.
The blonde in the third row made me forget the bull beneath me for half a second. In bull riding, half a second can kill you. I didn't care. Black Bart was doing his damnedest to throw me into next week, spinning and bucking with the kind of fury that had earned him his reputation. But for just a heartbeat, my focus shifted from the 2,000 pounds of muscle and rage beneath me to the girl gripping the bleachers like they were the only thing keeping her anchored to earth. Green eyes wide with fear. Blonde hair catching the arena lights. Hands white-knuckled on the metal. Beautiful and terrified. That half-second of distraction nearly got me killed. Black Bart took advantage, launching into a spin that could have ended badly. But years of muscle memory kicked in, and I managed to stay on until the buzzer. 8 seconds never felt longer. After I dismounted and retrieved my hat, I couldn't help myself. I looked right at her and tipped my hat, watching the color rise in her cheeks even from across the arena. Then Billy Lands appeared at the fence line, with a knowing look that told me I was in trouble. And when Billy introduced her as his granddaughter Lauren, when I took her hand and felt that spark of recognition, I knew for certain I was done for. Now, standing outside the coffee shop on Main Street, I checked my phone for the 3rd time. She'd said yes to coffee. She texted back last night with an address and a time. But there was a part of me, the part that knew I had no business pursuing a 19-year-old college student with her whole life ahead of her, that half expected her not to show. Then I saw her walking up the sidewalk, and my heart did something it had never done before for anyone. She wore jeans and a simple green top that matched her eyes, her blonde hair loose around her shoulders. No makeup that I could tell, just natural beauty and a nervous smile as she approached. "You came," I said, stating the obvious like an idiot. "You sound surprised." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture I was already learning meant she was nervous. "Figured you might have second thoughts about coffee with the guy who nearly got himself killed in front of you yesterday. Well, you're still alive today, so that's promising." There was that quick wit, that spark I'd seen yesterday. Though the day's young. I laughed and opened the door for her. "I promise to avoid any bulls during breakfast." "That's a low bar you're setting for yourself." The coffee shop was one of those small-town places where everyone knew everyone, which meant walking in with Lauren Wells on a Sunday morning was going to generate talk. I could already feel the curious glances, see old Mrs. Patterson at the corner table lean over to whisper something to her friend. Let them talk. We ordered black coffee for me, some complicated latte thing for her, and found a booth in the back. The morning sun streamed through the window, catching the gold in her hair, and I had to resist the urge to reach across the table and touch it. "So," she said, wrapping her hands around her mug like she needed something to hold on to. "Billy says you're the best bull rider in Texas." Billy's biased and prone to exaggeration. Are you telling me my grandfather lies? I'm saying he's got a generous definition of best. I took a sip of coffee, watching her over the rim of my cup. "What else did Billy tell you about me?" "That you're dangerous." She said it lightly, but I caught the edge beneath the words. Though I think he meant the bulls, not you specifically. Smart man. Though I suppose it depends on who you ask. What would your mother say? The question caught me off guard. Most people didn't go straight for the family dynamics on a first date. My mother would say, "I'm going to give her gray hair and an early grave if I don't quit the circuit soon." And are you going to quit? I leaned back against the booth, studying her. She wasn't making small talk. She genuinely wanted to know, probably because of Billy's accident, because her family understood the cost of rodeo better than most. Eventually, I said honestly. I'm writing to keep a promise I made to my grandfather before he died. 3 years on the circuit. I've got about 6 months left. What happens after 6 months? I go back to running the ranch full-time. Focus on the business side instead of the dying for sport side. Your ranch. She tilted her head, curious. What kind of ranch? Cattle, mostly. Some horses. Oil. Oil. They found it on our land about 5 years ago. Changed everything overnight. I shrugged, uncomfortable talking about money. Means I can afford to do the rodeo thing without worrying about prize money. I donate all my winnings anyway. Her eyebrows rose. All of them? Rodeo safety organizations. Medical research. Seemed right, given what I'm asking my family to watch me do every weekend. I rotated my coffee cup, feeling the weight of her attention. My grandfather died on the circuit. Trampled. My mother's father. She's never gotten over it, and here I am doing the same damn thing that killed him. Then why do it? It was the question everyone asked, the one I'd answered 100 times. But somehow, with her green eyes steady on mine, I wanted to give her the real answer. Because I promised him. On his deathbed, I promised I'd ride for him. 3 years. Win or lose, ride or die, I'd do it for both of us. I met her gaze. Probably sounds stupid to you. No. Her voice was soft. It sounds like love. Something in my chest tightened. Yeah. I guess it is. We fell into easier conversation after that. She told me about her community health major, how she wanted to work in underserved rural areas, bring better healthcare access to small towns like this one. Her eyes lit up when she talked about it, her whole face transforming with passion and purpose. I told her about the ranch, about my brother Phil and his Special Olympics competitions, about the herd I was building, and the legacy I wanted to create. Not the rodeo legacy, the real one, the one that would last after I hung up my rope. Hours passed like minutes. Coffee turned into breakfast, turned into lunch. We moved from the booth to a walk through town, ending up on a bench by the old courthouse, still talking like we'd known each other for years instead of hours. Can I ask you something? She turned to face me on the bench, tucking one leg under her. Shoot. Why did you text me? You don't even know me. I could have played it safe. Could have said something smooth about wanting to get to know her, about being intrigued. But something about Lauren made me want to be honest. Because when our eyes met yesterday, during that ride, I forgot where I was. Forgot about the bull, forgot about the danger, forgot about everything except you. I held her gaze. And that's never happened to me before. She blushed, that beautiful pink spreading across her cheeks. That's a pretty line. It's the truth. Scout's honor. Were you a scout? Hell no. But the sentiment stands. She laughed, and the sound did something dangerous to my heart. I should probably go. My parents will wonder where I've been all day. I stood and offered her my hand, pulling her to her feet. But I didn't let go right away, my thumb brushing across her knuckles the way I'd wanted to since yesterday. Can I see you again? I don't know if that's a good idea. Probably not, I agreed. But I'm asking anyway. She bit her lip, and I watched the internal debate play across her expressive face. Fear warring with something else. Something that looked a lot like what I was feeling. My family's not going to like this, she said quietly. I know. You're 8 years older than me. I know that too. And you ride bulls for fun. Wouldn't say it's fun, exactly. Clint. My name on her lips sounded like a prayer and a warning all at once. This is complicated. Most good things are. I lifted my other hand, almost touching her face but stopping just short, giving her the choice. But I'm not asking for complicated right now. I'm just asking for another coffee. Maybe dinner. Maybe a chance. She leaned into my almost touch, closing the distance I'd left. One more date. I'll take it. I walked her to her car, watching her drive away with a feeling in my chest I couldn't quite name. Relief. Anticipation. Something like hope and terror mixed together. She's special, that one. I turned to find Billy leaning against the courthouse wall, arms crossed, watching me with those knowing eyes. Billy. Didn't see you there. Wasn't hiding. He pushed off the wall, walking over with that pronounced limp that never quite went away. Saw you two at the coffee shop. Figured you'd end up here, eventually. This courthouse was where her grandmother and I had our first real conversation, years ago. History repeating itself. Maybe. He looked at me seriously, the humor fading from his weathered face. You're a good man, Clint. I know that. Known you since you were barely older than Phil. But that girl in there. She's my heart walking around outside my body. And her family's been through enough fear to last 10 lifetimes. I know. Do you? Billy stepped closer. Ruth watches Lauren like a hawk because she watched me nearly die in that arena. Frank's quiet about it, but he still has nightmares about the call saying I might not make it. And Lauren? She grew up with that fear. It shaped her. I'm not going to hurt her. Not intentionally, no. But hurt comes in a lot of forms. He put a hand on my shoulder, grip firm. You're about to climb on another bull next weekend. And the one after that. And every weekend, until you've kept your promise to Clay. Every time you do, you're asking her to watch you risk your life. Asking her to carry that fear her family's been carrying for years. Then what do you want me to do? Walk away. I want you to be careful. With her heart. With your life. His eyes held mine. Because if something happens to you, it won't just be your mama who's destroyed. It'll be that girl too. And she deserves better than learning to fear the same thing that already haunts this family. He released my shoulder and stepped back. I like you, son. Always have. But you make sure you know what you're asking of her before you get in too deep. Fair? Fair. Billy nodded and headed back toward his truck, leaving me standing alone with his words echoing in my head. The smart thing would be to back off. Let her go back to college, meet someone her own age, someone who didn't court death every weekend. Someone safe. But when I closed my eyes, all I could see was her face. The way she'd looked at me in the coffee shop when I talked about my promise to my grandfather. The way she'd said it sounded like love. Hours later, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, Billy's warning still turning over in my mind. The ranch house was quiet, just the sound of the wind outside my window and the occasional creak of old wood settling. 12:47 a.m. I should be sleeping. Had an early morning ahead, horses to tend to, a full day of ranch work. But all I could think about was green eyes and blonde hair, and the way she'd leaned into my almost touch. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, knowing it was a mistake even as I unlocked the screen. Every logical bone in my body said to leave it alone. Let it go. One coffee, like we'd agreed, and then wish her well and walk away. Instead I typed, can't sleep. Keep thinking about you. I hit send before I could second-guess myself, then stared at the screen in the darkness. It was almost 1 a.m. She was probably asleep. She wouldn't. 3 dots appeared. My heart did something stupid in my chest. Me too. Night, Cowboy. I smiled in the darkness, despite Billy's warning, despite the complications, despite knowing I was in way over my head. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough.
Chapter 3. Lauren.
The text came at 11:47 p.m. on Friday night. Can't sleep. Keep thinking about you. Meet me somewhere? I stared at my phone screen in the darkness of my bedroom, my heart doing something erratic against my ribs. It had been 5 days since our coffee date that turned into an all-day affair. 5 days of constant texting, late-night phone calls that lasted until dawn, and this growing feeling in my chest that felt both wonderful and terrifying. My logical brain, the one that had gotten me straight A's and a scholarship to college, said this was a terrible idea. It was almost midnight. My parents were asleep down the hall. I'd never snuck out in my life. Good girls didn't do things like this. But the part of me that had watched Clint Walker tip his hat at me, the part that felt electricity when we touched, the part that was slowly coming alive after 19 years of being careful and safe and good, that part was already reaching for my shoes. Where? I typed back, my fingers trembling slightly. 3 dots appeared immediately. There's a hilltop about 10 minutes from your house. Overlooks the valley. I'll send you the directions. I promise it's safe. Another text followed with a pin drop and simple directions. Only if you want to. No pressure. Just. I really want to see you. I bit my lip, weighing the decision. This was reckless. Impulsive. Everything I wasn't supposed to be. Give me 15 minutes. I changed quickly, trading my sleep shirt for jeans and a simple top, moving as quietly as possible. The house was silent except for the familiar sounds, the hum of the refrigerator downstairs, my father's soft snoring from my parents' room, the creak of old wood settling. I left a note on my bed just in case, couldn't sleep. Went for a drive. Back soon. Not technically a lie. My truck started with what felt like a thunderous roar in the quiet night. I held my breath, waiting for a light to flip on in the house, but nothing moved. Slowly, I pulled out of the driveway and onto the empty road, following the directions on my phone. The hilltop was exactly where he said it would be, accessible by a dirt road that wound up through scrub brush and mesquite trees. As I crested the top, I saw his truck already parked and my stomach did a nervous flip. Clint was leaning against the tailgate, looking up at the stars, and when he heard my truck approach, he turned with a smile that made everything feel worth it. You came, he said as I climbed out, his voice warm in the cool night air. You sound surprised. Hoped maybe. But you strike me as someone who thinks things through. This, he gestured between us, isn't exactly thinking things through. No, I agreed, walking toward him. It's really not. We can leave if you want. I can follow you back. He ran a hand through his dark hair, looking almost nervous, which was somehow endearing on a man who rode bulls for fun. I couldn't stop thinking about you. Needed to see you. I couldn't stop thinking about you either. The admission felt dangerous and freeing all at once. He smiled, and the moonlight caught the blue of his eyes. Come here. I want to show you something. He climbed into the bed of his truck, which I now noticed had blankets and pillows arranged like a makeshift nest. He'd planned this. My heart squeezed at the sweetness of it. I climbed up after him, and when I settled against the pillows, the view took my breath away. The valley spread out below us, dotted with lights from distant houses and ranches. Above, the stars were so bright they looked close enough to touch. Oh, I breathed. Yeah. He settled beside me, close enough that I could feel the warmth of him, but not quite touching. Found this spot when I was 16. Come here when I need to think. We lay there in comfortable silence for a moment, both looking up at the sky. Then he turned on his side, propping himself up on one elbow to look at me. Tell me something nobody knows about you, he said. That's a dangerous question. I like danger, remember? I thought about it, fidgeting with the edge of the blanket. When I was little, maybe 7 or 8, I wanted to be a rodeo clown like Billy. I thought they were so brave, saving people like that. What changed? His accident happened when I was 9. The memory was still sharp, even a decade later. I remember my mother getting the call. The way she screamed. We rushed to the hospital and I saw him lying there, broken and bleeding, and I thought he was going to die. And it was all because he was trying to save someone from getting hurt worse. But he didn't die. No. But something in my mother did. She's never been the same since. And I learned that bravery has a cost. That sometimes the people we love pay the price for our courage. Clint was quiet for a moment. Is that why you're studying community health? Instead of something that might put you in danger? Partly. I want to help people. But I also want my family to sleep at night without nightmares about getting a call that I've been hurt or killed. I looked at him. Your turn. Tell me something nobody knows. I'm terrified, he said simply. Of what? Of wanting you this much. His honesty was disarming. I've never felt like this about anyone. And you're 19, about to start college with your whole life ahead of you. You should be dating guys your own age, going to parties, having fun. Not sneaking out at midnight to meet a 27-year-old cowboy who makes his living risking his life. Maybe I don't want fun. Maybe I want this. I gestured between us. Do you even know what this is? No, I admitted. But I want to find out. He reached out slowly, giving me time to pull away, and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. His fingers lingered on my cheek, and I found myself leaning into his touch. I want to kiss you, he said, his voice low and honest. But I need you to know what you're getting into, if we do this. My life is complicated. Dangerous. And your family has every right to hate the idea of us. I know. And you're still here. I'm still here. Kiss me, I whispered, the words barely audible. He leaned in slowly, his hand moving to cup the back of my neck, his thumb brushing my jaw. My eyes started to flutter closed as the space between us disappeared, my heart pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. And then I couldn't breathe. It hit me like a freight train, sudden and overwhelming. My chest tightened, my lungs forgetting how to work. The stars above us seemed to spin, and I jerked back, gasping for air that wouldn't come. Lauren! Clint's voice shifted immediately from desire to concern. Hey, look at me. What's wrong? I can't, I pressed a hand to my chest, panic flooding through me. I can't breathe. Okay. His hands were on my shoulders, steady and warm. You're having a panic attack. I've got you. Just listen to my voice. But the panic was too strong. Memories flooding back, Billy in the hospital bed, Mom screaming, the smell of antiseptic and fear, years of nightmares about losing people I loved. Lauren. Clint's voice was firm but gentle. Look at me. Right here. He took my hand and placed it on his chest, over his heart. Feel that? I'm here. I'm real. You're safe. I'm sorry, I gasped. I'm so sorry. Don't apologize. Just breathe with me. In for 4. Hold for 4. Out for 4. He demonstrated, his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm beneath my palm. Can you feel it? I focused on the solid warmth of him, the steady beat of his heart, the calm in his voice. Slowly, painfully, my breathing started to sync with his. That's it. You're doing great. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. It took several minutes, but gradually the panic receded, leaving me shaky and embarrassed and wanting to disappear into the truck bed. I'm sorry, I said again, unable to meet his eyes. I ruined everything. Hey. He tilted my chin up gently, forcing me to look at him. You didn't ruin anything. Do you want to tell me what that was about? The words came tumbling out, all my fears about disappointing my family, about falling for someone who risked his life every weekend, about watching him die the way we almost lost Billy. The terror of loving someone I could lose. He listened to all of it without interrupting, his hand still holding mine, his thumb tracing circles on my wrist. When I finally ran out of words, he was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I can't promise I'll never get hurt. That would be a lie. But I can promise I'll be as careful as possible. And I can promise that I'll never push you into something you're not ready for. What if I'm never ready? Then we'll figure it out together. But Lauren? He waited until I met his eyes. I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait as long as you need. We'll go slow. Whatever you need to feel safe. I don't feel safe with you, I whispered. His face fell slightly, and I realized how that sounded. No, I struggled to find the words. I feel too much with you. Everything's too big, too intense. You make me want to be brave when I've spent my whole life being careful. That doesn't feel safe. But maybe. I took a shaky breath. Maybe that's the point. He smiled, soft and understanding. Maybe it is. We lay there together as the stars wheeled overhead and the night deepened around us. He told me about his grandfather, about the promise he'd made and why he was still keeping it. I told him about college starting soon, about my dreams of bringing healthcare to rural communities that needed it most. The sky was starting to lighten in the east when I realized we'd been talking for hours. The sunrise, I said, sitting up. Oh my goodness, I've been gone all night. I should get you home before your parents wake up. He helped me climb down from the truck bed, his hand lingering in mine. At my truck, he turned to face me. Will you see me again? Yes. The word came without hesitation, despite everything. Even after tonight? After the panic attack. Especially after tonight. I squeezed his hand. But we should keep it quiet. My family, they're not ready for this. And honestly, neither am I. But I want to try. Our secret, he agreed. For now. For now, I echoed. He lifted my hand to his lips and kissed my knuckles, a gesture so old-fashioned and sweet it made my heart ache. Text me when you get home safe? I will. I drove down the hill as the sun painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, my mind spinning with everything that had happened. The panic attack had been embarrassing, but Clint's reaction, the patience, the understanding, the willingness to wait, had told me more about who he was than any words could have. I was falling for him. Maybe, had already fallen. And that was the most terrifying thing of all.
Chapter 4. Clint.
I texted her 3 times Saturday morning before she finally responded. I'm fine. Just embarrassed. Don't be. Want to see you today. The 3 dots appeared and disappeared twice before her reply came through. I don't know if that's a good idea. I stared at my phone, standing in the barn with a pitchfork in one hand and my heart doing something stupid in my chest. Last night had been perfect, until it wasn't, and now she was pulling away. Can't say I blamed her. Panic attacks weren't exactly romantic. But the thing was, I couldn't stop thinking about the way she'd looked at me before the fear hit. The way she'd whispered, "Kiss me," like it was both a plea and a promise. Coffee. 1 hour. Same place as Sunday. Please. This time, the response came faster. Okay. She was already at the coffee shop when I arrived, sitting in the same corner booth we'd claimed days ago. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and she looked tired, like maybe she hadn't slept any better than I had. I slid into the seat across from her, and she immediately started fidgeting with her coffee cup. I'm sorry about last night, she said before I could say anything. I completely ruined. Stop. I reached across the table and stilled her hands with mine. You didn't ruin anything. You had a panic attack. That's not something to apologize for. But we were going to kiss, and she pulled her hands back, wrapping them around her cup like she needed something to hold on to. I freaked out. Like a child. Like someone with anxiety, I corrected. There's a difference. You told me last night about Billy's accident, about your family's fear. That's not something you just get over. She looked up at me, her green eyes searching my face like she was trying to figure out if I was serious or just being polite. Most guys would have run. I'm not most guys. No. A small smile played at her lips. You're the guy who rides bulls for fun. Told you, it's not exactly fun. I leaned back against the booth. But it's what I promised my grandfather I'd do. 3 years on the circuit. I've got about 6 months left. Tell me about him. Your grandfather. So I did. Told her about Clint Walker, about how he'd raised my mother after her own mother died young. How he taught me to ride, to rope, to understand cattle and land and what it meant to be a rancher. How he'd loved the rodeo circuit, lived for the adrenaline and the glory. He died when I was 23, I said. Trampled at a rodeo in Oklahoma. Bull got him down and didn't stop. By the time they got the animal off him, I shook my head. He was gone before the ambulance arrived. Lauren's hand found mine across the table. I'm so sorry. My mother's never recovered. Rachel watches me ride every weekend with the same terror in her eyes. She begs me to quit. But I made a promise. Why 3 years? It's what he asked for. 3 years of living his dream for both of us. Doesn't matter if I win or lose, just that I ride. I turned my hand over, lacing my fingers through hers. I donate all the winnings. Every cent. To rodeo safety organizations, medical research, anything that might make the sport safer for the next guy. That's why you do it. For him. Started that way. But somewhere along the line, it became about proving something to myself. That I could keep a promise. That I could honor someone's memory, even when it scared the people I love. She was quiet for a moment, her thumb tracing circles on my wrist. My mother has nightmares. About the day Billy got hurt. She screams sometimes in her sleep, and my father has to wake her up and remind her that Billy survived. How old were you? 9. Old enough to remember everything. The phone call. The drive to the hospital. Seeing him in that bed, broken and bleeding. She pulled her hand back, wrapping both arms around herself. I learned that day that loving someone brave means living with fear. Is that what you think I am? Brave? Reckless, she said, but there was no heat in it. Stubborn. Maybe a little bit brave. I smiled despite myself. I'll take it. We ordered lunch, and the conversation shifted to easier topics. She told me about her community health major, about wanting to work in rural areas where healthcare access was limited. I told her about Phil, about his spina bifida and his Special Olympics medals, and how he was the bravest person I knew. He's 20, I said. Wheelchair user since birth. But he doesn't let it define him. He's got goals, plans, his own life. I just try to support him however I can. That's why you went to business school? To make sure you could provide for him? Partly. The oil discovery helped. Means I can focus on the ranch and still make sure Phil has everything he needs. I leaned forward. But I didn't drag you here to talk about my family all afternoon. I wanted to make sure you're okay. Really okay. I am. She met my eyes. Last night was a lot. I don't usually panic like that. I have techniques, ways to manage the anxiety. But with you, everything feels bigger. More intense. Good intense or bad intense? Terrifying intense. She smiled, soft and a little sad. I'm not used to feeling this much. Me neither, darlin'. The endearment slipped out naturally, and I watched pink bloom across her cheeks. She ducked her head, that shy smile making my chest tight. We left the coffee shop and walked through the small park downtown, finding a bench under an old oak tree. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, painting patterns of light and shadow across her face. Can I ask you something? She said, turning to face me on the bench. Anything. What happens when your 3 years are up? In 6 months, when you've kept your promise? I go back to the ranch, full-time. Focus on building something that lasts, instead of chasing 8 seconds of glory. I reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, letting my fingers linger. Build a life, instead of living someone else's dream. And until then, I ride every weekend. And I hope that a certain blonde college student might be willing to give me a chance despite the danger. My family will hate it. I know. My mother will make both our lives difficult. Probably. And I'm still going to panic sometimes. About losing you. About watching you get hurt. I know that too. I cupped her cheek, making her look at me. But here's what I'm thinking. We keep this quiet for now. Give your family time. Let them see that I'm serious about you. That I'm not some reckless cowboy, just looking for a good time. Are you? Serious about me? Lauren, I haven't been able to think straight since I saw you in those stands. You've got me sneaking out at midnight and talking about feelings and planning coffee dates when I should be focused on the next ride. I smiled. Yeah, I'm serious. She leaned into my touch, her eyes searching mine. This is crazy. Little bit. We barely know each other. We've got time to fix that. I'm 19. You're 27. The age gap doesn't matter to me if it doesn't matter to you. She bit her lip, and I could see her working through all the logical reasons this was a bad idea. All the fears, all the complications, all the ways this could go wrong. Then she said, "How long do you think we can keep this secret?" As long as we need to. My parents are going to find out eventually. Let them. But in the meantime, let's just be us. No family drama, no outside pressure. Just you and me figuring this out. She nodded slowly. Okay. Our secret. Our secret, I agreed. The sun was starting to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. I knew I should take her home. Knew we were pushing our luck spending all day together. But I couldn't bring myself to move. Clint. Yeah, darling. About last night. When I pulled away from the kiss. You don't have to explain. I want to. She took a breath. It wasn't because I didn't want to kiss you. It was because I wanted it too much. And that scared me more than anything. I understood. The wanting. The fear of how much it already mattered. Come here, I said softly. She shifted closer on the bench, and I wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her against my side. She fit perfectly, her head resting just below my chin. We'll go slow, I promised. As slow as you need. There's no rush. Thank you. We sat there as the light faded, neither of us in a hurry to break the peace. Eventually, I walked her to her truck, and we stood in the parking lot with the last rays of sunlight disappearing behind the buildings. I should go, she said, but she didn't move. Probably should. I didn't step back either. She looked up at me, and I could see the question in her eyes. The same one from last night, but gentler now. Less urgent. More sure. I leaned down slowly, giving her every chance to pull away. She didn't. Our first real kiss was nothing like the almost kiss from the hilltop. This was soft and sweet and careful, my lips barely brushing hers. Testing. Asking. When she sighed against my mouth and leaned into me, I deepened the kiss just slightly, keeping it gentle, keeping it safe. When we finally pulled apart, her eyes were bright and her cheeks were flushed, and she looked absolutely beautiful in the fading light. Okay, she breathed. That was worth waiting for. I smiled against her forehead. Get home safe. Text me when you're there. I will. I watched her drive away, my heart doing that stupid thing again where it felt too big for my chest. 6 months, I reminded myself. 6 months, until I could walk away from the circuit and build something real with her. 6 months felt like forever. My phone buzzed with a text from Phil. Where are you? Mom's asking questions. I climbed into my truck, already typing a response. Headed home. Tell her I was checking on some cattle. You're a terrible liar. But I'll cover for you. This better be worth it. I thought about Lauren's smile, the way she'd whispered, "Kiss me" last night, and the way she'd actually let me kiss her tonight. Thought about the feeling in my chest that I was pretty sure was me falling in love with a girl I'd known less than a week. It is, I typed back. She's worth everything.
Chapter 5. Lauren.
Brittany's text came on a Tuesday morning. Can we meet? Need to talk. It's important. I stared at my phone, a knot forming in my stomach. Brittany and I had been best friends since elementary school, and I could count on one hand the number of times she texted me something that cryptic. Whatever this was, it wasn't good. Of course. Coffee shop at noon? Perfect. Thank you. I spent the next few hours trying to focus on anything else, helping Mom organize the office files, attempting to read ahead for my fall classes, even reorganizing my closet, but my mind kept circling back to that text. The formality of it. The lack of her usual emoji-filled enthusiasm. When I arrived at the coffee shop, Brittany was already there, hunched over a barely touched latte in the corner booth. She looked up when I approached and my heart clenched. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her face pale, and she'd pulled her dark hair into a messy bun that screamed she hadn't slept. "Hey," I said softly, sliding into the seat across from her. "Hey." Her voice cracked, and she immediately looked down at her cup. I reached across the table and covered her hand with mine. "Whatever it is, we'll figure it out. I promise." She let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. "I don't think you can promise that. Not this time. Try me." Brittany took a shaky breath, her fingers fidgeting with the coffee sleeve. "I'm pregnant." The words hung in the air between us, and for a moment all I could hear was the hiss of the espresso machine and the murmur of other conversations around us. My brain stuttered, trying to process. "How far along?" I asked, shifting immediately into practical mode, because that's what I did when emotions felt too big. 8 weeks maybe. I just took the test yesterday, but I've missed 2 periods. I kept telling myself it was stress or something, but... She shook her head. I knew. Deep down, I knew. I did the mental math. 8 weeks meant conception was in early May. "The party," I said quietly. "At Jessica's house." Brittany nodded, tears spilling over. I didn't want to say anything. I thought maybe if I didn't talk about it, it would somehow not be real. But it happened, Lauren. And now I'm pregnant, and I don't know what to do. My chest tightened with a complicated mix of anger and heartbreak. The party had been in early May, right before finals. Brittany had gone with a group of friends while I stayed home to study. She'd mentioned feeling sick the next day, but I'd assumed she meant hungover. She'd never said anything else. Never told me. "Oh, Brittany." I squeezed her hand. "I'm so sorry. Does anyone else know?" "Just you. I can't tell my parents. They'll be so disappointed. And the guy," her voice broke. "He doesn't even remember. I saw him at the grocery store last week, and he acted like nothing happened. Like I'm nobody." I wanted to ask questions. Wanted to understand exactly what had happened that night. But looking at the devastation on my best friend's face, I realized the specifics didn't matter right now. What mattered was that she was pregnant, she was scared, and she needed help. "Okay," I said, my mind already working through the options. "Let's take this one step at a time. Have you thought about what you want to do?" "I can't keep it." The words came out fast and certain. "I'm 19, Lauren. I start community college in the fall. I have plans. And every time I think about being pregnant, all I can see is that night and..." She pressed a hand to her mouth, fighting back sobs. "It's okay. You don't have to explain." I pulled out my phone, already opening a notes app. "What about, have you considered adoption?" She looked up, hope flickering in her eyes. "Is that possible?" "I mean, I know it is, but I don't know how any of that works." "I don't know all the details either, but I can research it. There are agencies, support services, counseling. We'll figure it out together." "You really don't hate me?" "What?" "Brittany, no. Why would I hate you?" "Because I didn't tell you. About what happened. I couldn't talk about it. Couldn't even think about it. I moved around to her side of the booth and pulled her into a hug. She collapsed against me, crying in earnest now, and I held her while she shook. Around us, the coffee shop continued its normal rhythm, oblivious to the fact that my best friend's entire world had just imploded. "I don't hate you," I whispered. "I love you. And we're going to get through this." We stayed at the coffee shop for another hour, talking through options and making lists of questions we needed answered. By the time we left, Brittany looked marginally less terrified, though the fear was still there in her eyes. "Thank you," she said as we stood by our cars. "For not judging me."
Never.
I hugged her again. "Call me later." "I will." I drove home on autopilot, my mind spinning. 8 weeks pregnant. Brittany wanted to choose adoption. She needed help navigating the system, finding resources, making sure she had support. And then I thought of Clint. He'd mentioned he donated all his rodeo winnings to various causes. He clearly knew how to navigate complicated systems, how to find the right resources. He'd been nothing but kind and generous in the short time I'd known him. Would it be weird to ask for help? We'd only been seeing each other for a couple of weeks. This was a huge thing to bring to someone so early in a relationship. But Brittany needed help. And if there was even a chance Clint could point us in the right direction. I pulled out my phone before I could second-guess myself. "Can I see you today? Something came up and I could really use your help." His response came within seconds. "Of course. I'm at the ranch. Want to come here?" On my way. The drive to Circle C Ranch took 20 minutes. I'd been there once before, when Clint had shown me around the property last week. But pulling up to the main house now, with everything weighing on me, felt different. He was waiting on the porch, and the moment he saw my face, he was down the steps and pulling me into his arms. "What's wrong?" His voice was gentle but concerned. I let myself lean into him for just a moment, drawing strength from the solid warmth of him. Then I pulled back and took a breath. "It's not about me. It's about my best friend Brittany." I fidgeted with my keys, trying to find the right words. "She just told me she's pregnant. 8 weeks. And she wants to pursue adoption, but neither of us have any idea where to start, or what resources are available, or how any of that even works." Clint was quiet for a moment, his blue eyes steady on mine. "That's a lot for both of you to process. I know it's probably weird that I'm asking you. We haven't known each other very long, and this is such a personal thing, but you mentioned knowing about different organizations and resources, and I just thought maybe." "Lauren." He cupped my face gently, making me look at him. "Take a breath." I did, realizing I'd been rambling. "You did the right thing coming to me," he said. "I can help. There are excellent adoption agencies in Texas. I know people who specialize in this kind of support. I can make some calls, put together information for her." "Really? Really?" He smiled, soft and reassuring. "Give me until tomorrow. I'll have a whole folder of resources for her, agencies, counselors, support groups, everything she might need." Relief flooded through me so suddenly that tears pricked my eyes. "Thank you. You have no idea how much this means. She's important to you. That makes her important to me." The simplicity of the statement undid me. I threw my arms around his neck, holding him tight. "You're a really good person, you know that? Just doing what anyone should do." His arms came around my waist, solid and safe. "How are you holding up with all this?" "I'm okay. Worried about her. Angry at the situation. But mostly just wanting to help however I can." "That's because you have a generous heart, darlin'." He pressed a kiss to my forehead. "Come on. Let's go inside. I'll make some calls now, get the ball rolling." We spent the next few hours at his kitchen table, while he worked the phone with impressive efficiency. He called adoption agencies, spoke with counselors, even reached out to a lawyer friend who specialized in adoption law. With each call, he took notes, asked detailed questions, and compiled a comprehensive list of resources. I watched him work, my heart doing that thing again where it felt too full for my chest. This man who barely knew Brittany was spending his afternoon making sure she had every possible option and support system available. He didn't ask intrusive questions. Didn't judge. Just helped. Okay, he said finally, sliding a thick folder across the table to me. This has contact information for 5 highly rated adoption agencies in Texas. 3 of them specialize in open adoptions, if that's something she's interested in. I've also included information on counseling services, both for her and for the adoptive family. And this, he tapped a business card, is my lawyer friend Mark. He does adoption law, and he's willing to do a free consultation with her to explain the process. I stared at the folder, overwhelmed. Clint, this is incredible. How did you do all this so fast? Made some calls. Called in a few favors. He shrugged like it was nothing. Money helps too, if I'm being honest. But mostly people want to help when you explain the situation. Still, this is beyond anything I expected. I looked up at him. You really would help her? Even though you barely know her? She's important to you. That makes her important to me, he repeated. Then he reached across the table and took my hand. Besides, what kind of man would I be if I couldn't help someone who needed it? A lot of men wouldn't do this. Then a lot of men are idiots. I laughed despite the emotional weight of the day. Thank you. Seriously. Brittany's going to be so relieved. Tell her to call Mark whenever she's ready. No pressure. And if she needs anything else, rides to appointments, someone to come with her to meetings, whatever, you let me know. I stared at him across the table, this man who rode bulls and ran a ranch and donated all his prize money, and was currently offering to help a girl he'd never met navigate one of the hardest decisions of her life. What? He asked, a small smile playing at his lips. I think I'm falling for you, I admitted. And it's terrifying. His smile widened. Good terrifying or bad terrifying? Both. I squeezed his hand. Definitely both. He stood and pulled me up with him, wrapping me in his arms again. I rested my cheek against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. We'll figure it out together, he said quietly. The terrifying parts and everything else. Promise? Promise. Later, driving home with the folder of resources on my passenger seat, I thought about how much can change in just a few weeks. A month ago, I'd never heard of Clint Walker. Now he was the person I called when things fell apart. The one who showed up and helped without question. I pulled out my phone at a red light and texted Brittany, got resources. Amazing ones. Can I come over tonight? Her response was immediate, please. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. You'll never have to find out, I typed back. As I drove through town toward Brittany's house, I realized that's what love was, wasn't it? Showing up. Helping. Being there even when things were hard and complicated and scary. Clint had shown me that today. And maybe, just maybe, I was brave enough to let myself love someone who showed up like that.
Chapter 6. Clint.
I'd faced down bulls named Hell's Fury and Devil's Backbone. I'd ridden in front of thousands of screaming fans. I'd broken bones and gotten back on. But pulling up to the Wells family home on a Sunday afternoon in mid-July, that scared me more than any 8 seconds ever had. You're sure about this? I asked Lauren, as I parked my truck in front of the modest 2-story house. White paint, blue shutters, roses blooming along the front porch. Everything neat and proper, just like her family probably expected her life to be. Before she met a cowboy who made his living risking his neck. I'm sure. She reached over and squeezed my hand. They need to see you're not just some reckless rodeo cowboy. Sweetheart, I am a rodeo cowboy. You're so much more than that. Her green eyes held that stubborn look I was learning meant she wouldn't be swayed. You help people like Brittany. You donate your winnings. You're kind and thoughtful and 8 years older than you, I finished quietly. Dating their daughter, who they've been protecting her whole life. She bit her lip, that nervous habit that made me want to kiss her. We'd shared one sweet goodbye kiss after our talk in the park, but nothing like what I really wanted. Nothing like the kiss I'd been dreaming about since I saw her in that arena. Billy will be here, she said. And he likes you. Billy warned me to be careful with you. He warns everyone about everything. It's his thing. She opened her door before I could come around. Come on, Cowboy. Time to face the family. I grabbed the flowers I'd brought for her mama and the bottle of whiskey for her daddy. Old-fashioned maybe, but that's how I was raised. You came to someone's home for dinner. You brought something. Billy answered the door, his weathered face breaking into a grin. Right on time. That's good. Ruth's been watching the clock. That's not ominous at all, I muttered. Heard that. Billy clapped me on the shoulder. Don't worry, son. I'll run interference if it gets too tense. The house smelled like pot roast and fresh bread. My stomach growled despite my nerves. Through the hallway, I could see into the dining room where the table was already set. Everything looked perfect. Coordinated. Like a magazine spread. Mama, Daddy, Lauren called out. Clint's here. Ruth Wells appeared first, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She was an older version of Lauren, same blonde hair, same green eyes, but harder somehow. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Clint. How nice of you to come. She took the flowers with the kind of politeness that felt like ice. These are lovely. Thank you for having me, ma'am. Frank Wells emerged from what looked like a home office, still wearing his reading glasses. He was younger than I'd expected, closer to my age than to Lauren's really. A reminder of exactly how young she was. Dr. Wells. I offered my hand, and the whiskey. Sir. His handshake was firm, his gaze assessing. Clint. He glanced at the bottle. Good choice. Thank you. Dinner's ready, Ruth announced. Everyone, to the table. The meal started off quiet. Too quiet. The kind of silence that made every clink of silverware sound like a gunshot. Billy tried to fill the gaps with stories about the ranch, but even his folksy charm couldn't quite cut through the tension. So Clint, Ruth finally said, setting down her fork with deliberate precision. Lauren tells us you ride bulls professionally. Yes, ma'am. Been doing it since I was 18. That's quite dangerous, isn't it? It can be, I admitted. But I'm careful. I've trained my whole life for this. Being careful doesn't always matter. Her voice went sharp. Accidents happen. People get hurt. People die. Mama, Lauren said softly. No, it's all right. I met Ruth's eyes directly. You're right. It's dangerous. My mother lost her father to the rodeo. I know what that fear feels like. That seemed to surprise her. Frank leaned forward slightly, his first real show of interest. Then why do you keep doing it? Ruth asked. How could I explain the promise I'd made to a dying man? The way Grandpa Clay's last words had shaped my whole life. The guilt and honor and weight of being the one who survived when he didn't. I made a promise to someone, I said finally. To honor a legacy. But I'm also smart about it. I donate all my winnings to rodeo safety programs and medical research. Trying to make the sport safer for the next generation. Very noble, Ruth said, but her tone suggested she found it anything but. And you're 27. Yes, ma'am. Lauren just turned 19. I'm aware of that. I felt Lauren tense beside me. Which is why we're taking things slow. Getting to know each other. She's in school, focused on her future. A future that doesn't involve waiting by a hospital bed, wondering if someone she loves is going to live or die. The words hung in the air like smoke. Ruth, Frank said quietly. It was the first thing he'd said since we sat down, but it carried weight. It's a fair question, I said. And I can't promise I'll never get hurt. But I can promise I'll do everything in my power to come home safe. And I can promise that I care about your daughter more than I've cared about anyone in a long time. Care isn't love, Ruth said. No, ma'am. But it's a start. Billy cleared his throat. The roast is delicious, Ruth. You've outdone yourself. The conversation shifted after that, but the tension remained. Ruth asked pointed questions about my plans, my income, my future. Frank mostly observed, those doctor's eyes taking in everything. Billy tried to redirect whenever things got too heated. And Lauren sat beside me, her hand finding mine under the table, giving me strength even as her family tried to pull us apart. By the time dinner ended, I felt like I'd been through a harder ride than any bull could give me. Thank you for dinner, Mrs. Wells, I said as Ruth began clearing plates. Everything was wonderful. Lauren, why don't you show Clint the garden before he leaves? Billy suggested. You've been going on about those roses. God bless that old man. That would be nice, Lauren said quickly. We escaped out the back door, into the evening air. The sun was setting, painting everything gold and amber. And there, along the fence line, roses bloomed in every color, red and pink and yellow and white. Your mama's got a gift with these, I said, rushing my fingers over a deep red bloom. She says they're finicky. That they need constant attention or they'll die. I turned to look at her. Is that supposed to be a metaphor? Maybe. She smiled, but it was sad around the edges. That was awful. I'm so sorry. Don't apologize for your family being worried about you. They love you. They want you safe. They want me in a cage. Darling. I'm serious, Clint. They've been like this my whole life. Overprotective, controlling. Billy's accident traumatized them, and they've been afraid of everything ever since. I reached out and tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. Can't say I blame them. You're pretty special. She leaned into my touch. That doesn't make it less frustrating. We stood there among the roses, the golden light fading to purple. I could hear the murmur of voices from inside the house. Soon they'd come looking for us. Soon this moment would end. But for now, it was just us. I've been wanting to kiss you properly since that sunrise, I said quietly. Her breath caught. Properly. The way I've been thinking about since the moment I saw you in that arena. Clint. If that's not what you want, tell me now. Instead of answering, she rose up on her toes and pressed her lips to mine. The world went quiet. Her lips were soft and warm, tasting like the sweet tea we'd had with dinner. I slid my hands into her hair, angling her head to deepen the kiss. She made a small sound in the back of her throat that sent heat racing through me. This was what I'd been waiting for. She kissed like she did everything else, carefully at first, then with growing confidence. Her hands fisted in my shirt, pulling me closer. I backed her gently against the fence, surrounded by the scent of roses and summer and her. Clint, she breathed against my mouth. I know. We should. I know. But neither of us pulled away. Her fingers traced up my neck into my hair. I kissed her jaw, her throat, that spot behind her ear that made her gasp. She arched into me, and I wanted nothing more than to stay in this garden forever. A loud, deliberate throat clearing shattered the moment. We broke apart to find Ruth standing on the back porch, arms crossed, face like thunder. Lauren's face went scarlet. Mama. I think it's time for Clint to leave, Ruth said coldly. Yes, ma'am. I straightened, trying to slow my racing heart. I looked down at Lauren, whose embarrassment was giving way to defiance. Thank you for inviting me. I'll walk you out, Lauren said. You'll stay here, Ruth countered. Billy appeared behind Ruth, shaking his head slightly. Frank was there too, unreadable as always. Good night, Lauren. I touched her cheek once, letting my thumb brush her bottom lip. See you soon. Soon, she promised. I walked past her family, feeling their eyes on my back. Billy gave me a small nod. Frank remained silent. and Ruth looked like she wanted to lock her daughter in a tower. I made it to my truck, started the engine, and was pulling away when I saw Lauren in the rearview mirror, standing in the doorway. Even from here, I could see her arguing with her mother. My phone buzzed before I'd even reached the main road. "Lauren, I'm sorry about that." "Me, don't be. That kiss was worth it." "Lauren, my mother is furious." "Me, I figured." The three dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. "Lauren, she's going to try to stop us from seeing each other." "Me, is that what you want?" "Lauren, no. But I don't know what to do." I pulled over, needing to think. Needing to say this right. "Me, I'm not going to come between you and your family, darling. If you want to take a step back, I'll understand." "Lauren, and if I don't want to?" "Me, then we figure it out together." The three dots took longer this time. "Lauren, together. I like that." "Me, get some rest. We'll talk tomorrow." "Lauren, good night, Cowboy." I sat there in my truck on the side of the road, roses still perfuming my shirt where Lauren had pressed against me. I could still taste her on my lips. I was in so much trouble. Because that kiss. That perfect rose-scented golden light kiss. That was the kind of kiss that changed everything. My phone rang. "Billy." "She's giving Lauren an earful," he said without preamble. "Frank's mediating, but Ruth's pretty worked up. I shouldn't have kissed her. Boy, that kiss was going to happen eventually. Better here than somewhere less supervised." He chuckled. Though Ruth's timing was impeccable. "She hates me. She's scared. There's a difference." Billy sighed. "Lauren's all they have. They've protected her so hard, they forgot to teach her how to protect herself. To make her own choices. And now, I'm the choice they don't approve of. You're the choice that terrifies them. That's not the same thing." I leaned my head back against the seat. "What do I do?" "You keep being exactly who you are. Honest. Honorable. Patient. And you let Lauren fight her own battles. She needs to learn how. I don't want to cause problems for her. Too late for that. But problems don't mean it's wrong. Sometimes the best things in life come with a little difficulty." We said our goodbyes, and I drove home, my mind full of roses and kisses and the look on Ruth's face. The house was dark when I got there, except for the living room. Phil was watching TV, doing some kind of upper body workout with resistance bands. "How'd it go?" he asked. "Her mama caught us kissing in the garden." He burst out laughing. "Oh man. You're in for it now. Thanks for the support." "What?" "I'm serious. You just declared war, brother. Might as well commit to the battle." I grabbed a beer from the fridge and dropped onto the couch. "I really like her, Phil." "I know. You've been walking around like someone hit you with a brick." He put down the bands. "Is she worth it? Worth fighting her family? Worth the complications?" I thought about her smile. Her laugh. The way she looked at me like I was more than just a rodeo cowboy. The way she kissed me in a garden full of roses. "Yeah," I said. "She is." "Then buckle up. It's going to be a hell of a ride." He had no idea how right he was. Later, as I lay in bed, my phone buzzed one more time. "Lauren, my mom just told me something after you left. I'll tell you tomorrow, but it's not good." My stomach dropped. "Me, are you okay?" "Lauren, I will be. Good night, Clint." I stared at that message for a long time, worry coiling in my chest. Tomorrow, I'd find out what Ruth had said. Tomorrow, I'd face whatever came next. But tonight I'd fall asleep with the memory of Lauren's lips on mine and the scent of roses in my hair. Some things were worth fighting for. And Lauren Wells was at the top of that list.
Chapter 7. Lauren.
That boy is going to get himself killed. And he'll break your heart before he does. Mama's words from Sunday night had been echoing in my head all week. Every time my phone buzzed with a text from Clint. Every time I caught myself smiling at nothing. Every time I remembered that kiss in the garden. Oh dear. That kiss. I touched my fingers to my lips, remembering the way he'd tasted like sweet tea in summer heat. The way his hands had felt in my hair. The way the whole world had narrowed down to just us and the roses and... Lauren. Mama's voice cut through my thoughts. Can you come to the living room, please? Your father and I need to talk to you. My stomach dropped. The formal tone. The use of your father and I instead of me and Dad. The careful, measured way she said, talk to you instead of talk with you. This was it. The conversation I'd been dreading since Sunday. I set down my community health textbook. I'd been trying to get a head start on fall semester readings, and made my way downstairs. My hands were already trembling slightly. I pressed them against my jeans, trying to steady myself. They were sitting on the couch, a united front. Mama's spine was rigid, her hands folded in her lap with that white-knuckled grip that meant she was holding back strong emotion. Daddy sat beside her, his doctor face on, calm, professional, observant. Billy stood by the window, his weathered face sad. Sit down, sweetheart, Daddy said, gesturing to the armchair across from them. I sat. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. We've been talking, Mama began. Her voice was tight, controlled. About you and Clint Walker. Okay. My own voice came out smaller than I intended. We forbid you to see him. The words hit me like a physical blow. I blinked, certain I'd misheard. What? You heard me. Mama's green eyes, so much like mine, were hard. We're forbidding you from seeing him anymore. You can't do that. I looked at Daddy, hoping for support. He remained silent, his jaw tight. I'm 19 years old. I'm an adult. You're our daughter, Mama said. Living under our roof. And we're telling you that this relationship ends now. Why? My analytical mind kicked in, even as panic fluttered in my chest. Give me one good reason why. I'll give you several, Mama snapped. He's 8 years older than you. He risks his life for entertainment. He has no stable future. And he's going to break your heart when he gets himself killed, just like... She cut herself off, but we all knew what she was going to say. Just like Grandpa Billy almost did, I finished quietly. Billy shifted by the window. Ruth. No. Mama's voice cracked. You almost died. I watched you lying in that hospital bed, broken and bleeding, and I swore I would never let anyone I love go through that again. She turned back to me, and I saw tears in her eyes now. I can't watch you go through what I went through. I can't. My throat tightened. Mama. He's too dangerous, she continued, the tears spilling over now. Too reckless. You're throwing away your future for a man who won't live long enough to give you one. That's not fair, I said, my own voice shaking. Clint is careful. He's smart about his riding. He donates all his winnings to safety programs because he knows the risks. Then he should quit. Mama's voice rose. If he knows the risks, if he cares about you at all, he should quit. He made a promise to his grandfather. I was standing now, though I didn't remember getting up. Just like you made a promise to yourself after Billy's accident. We all carry our trauma differently. Don't you dare psychoanalyze this, Mama said sharply. This isn't about trauma. This is about you making smart choices for your future. My future? Something hot and angry was rising in my chest. Or the future you want for me? Lauren, Daddy started, but I cut him off. No. You've been controlling my whole life. Where I go, who I see, what I do. Always worried, always afraid, always protecting me from every possible danger. I was shaking now, but with anger, not fear. You've kept me in a cage my whole life because of what happened to Billy. But I'm not living in that cage anymore. You're being dramatic, Mama said. Am I? I looked at her, really looked at her. Name one risk you've let me take. One adventure you've allowed. One time you've trusted me to make my own choices about my own life. She opened her mouth, then closed it. That's what I thought. I turned to include Daddy in my gaze. I love you both. I know you're scared. I know Billy's accident traumatized you. But I can't live my life afraid of what might happen. He's too old for you, Daddy said finally. His first real contribution to this conversation. You're barely out of high school, Lauren. He's 27. He's lived a whole life you haven't even started yet. So? The word came out sharper than I intended. You and Mama got together when you were young too. That was different, Mama said. How? Because you approved of it? Because your father wasn't risking his life for a living. No, he just works with infectious diseases and medical emergencies every day. I crossed my arms. That's perfectly safe, right? That's not the same thing, Daddy said quietly. I'm helping people. What Clint does? He helps people too, I interrupted. He donates every penny he wins to make the sport safer. He's trying to change things from the inside. And he's not just a bull rider, Daddy. He has an MBA. He runs a successful ranch. He's smart and kind and you're in love with him, Mama said flatly. The words hung in the air. I hadn't said it out loud yet. Not to Clint, not even fully to myself. But standing there, facing my parents' united disapproval, I knew it was true. Yes, I said. I love him. Mama made a small, wounded sound. And I'm going to keep seeing him, I continued. My voice was stronger now, more sure. Whether you forbid it or not. If you choose him over us, Mama started. I'm not choosing him over you. I fought to keep my voice steady. I'm choosing me. My life. My right to make my own decisions, even if they scare you. Billy finally spoke from his position by the window. Ruth, maybe we should? Stay out of this, Dad. Mama's voice was icy. This is your fault, you know. Introducing them. Encouraging this. I introduced two people, Billy said quietly. What they do with that is their choice. She's 19. I was 17 when my daddy died in the rodeo, Billy said. 18 when I became a bullfighter myself, despite my mama's tears. 20 when I met your mother and decided to quit after my contract was up. He looked at me with those kind, sad eyes. We all gotta make our own mistakes, Ruth. Learn from our own pain. I won't stand by and watch her get hurt, Mama said. Then you'll have to look away, I said softly. Because I'm seeing Clint. And I'm not asking your permission. The silence that followed was deafening. Daddy stood, his face unreadable. I think we all need to cool down. Lauren, go to your room. We'll discuss this later when everyone's calmer. There's nothing to discuss, I said. I'm an adult. I'm making my own choices. And I choose Clint. I walked out before they could see me crying. I was lying on my bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to stop shaking, when I heard the soft knock on my door. Go away, I called out. The door opened anyway. Daddy stepped in, closing it quietly behind him. I said go away. I heard you. He sat on the edge of my bed, the way he used to when I was little and had a nightmare. But I'm your father. Sometimes I don't listen. Despite everything, I almost smiled. We sat in silence for a moment. Outside, I could hear Mama's raised voice downstairs, Billy's lower rumble in response. You're really in love with him? Daddy asked finally. I nodded, not trusting my voice. How do you know? How do you know anything? I turned to look at him. How did you know with Mama? He was quiet for a long moment. I knew because I couldn't imagine my life without her in it. Because she made me want to be better. Because when she smiled, everything else just fell away. Then you know, I whispered. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Lauren, I'm your father. My job is to protect you. I don't need protection from Clint. Maybe not. He met my eyes. But what about from heartbreak? From loss? From the very real possibility that you'll fall deeper and deeper in love with a man whose lifestyle could take him from you at any moment? That could happen to anyone, I said. You could get in a car accident tomorrow. Mama could develop cancer. Life doesn't come with guarantees, Daddy. No. But some risks are more calculated than others. And some things are worth the risk. I sat up, facing him directly. Isn't that what you taught me? That being a doctor means calculated risks every day. That sometimes you have to trust your instincts even when the data isn't perfect? That's different. Is it? I challenged. Or is it only different because this time it's your daughter making the choice? He was quiet for a long time. Then, what if he gets hurt? What if you lose him? Then I'll be devastated. My voice cracked. And I'll grieve and I'll hurt, and eventually I'll heal. But at least I'll have loved him. At least I'll have lived, instead of hiding in fear of what might happen.
You sound very certain.
I am. And I was. Despite my trembling hands and racing heart, I was completely certain. I love him, Daddy. And he's worth fighting for. Even if that means fighting you and Mama. He studied me for a long moment, his doctor's eyes seeing everything. Then he sighed and his expression shifted, from doctor to father, from worry to something like understanding. Your mother isn't going to accept this easily. I know. She's terrified of losing you. Of watching you go through what she went through with Billy. I know that too. I reached out and took his hand. But I can't live her fear, Daddy. I have to live my own life. He was quiet for a moment, then nodded slowly. You're right. You can't live someone else's fear. He squeezed my fingers. As your father, I'm terrified. As a doctor, I understand the risks better than most. But as someone who loves you. He paused, choosing his words carefully. I'd rather see you brave and hurt than safe and empty. My throat tightened. Really? I've watched you these past few weeks. You've been more alive than I've ever seen you. More yourself. His voice was gentle. That cowboy of yours? He doesn't make you reckless. He makes you brave. There's a difference. Mama doesn't see it that way. Your mother sees what almost killed her father. Give her time. He touched my cheek. But Lauren? You have my blessing. Even though it terrifies me. Even though I'll worry every single time he rides. His eyes met mine. When did you get so brave? I met a cowboy, I said softly. This time he did smile. Then his face grew serious again. I can't promise I'll convince your mother. And I can't promise I won't worry every time he climbs on a bull. But I can promise to support your choice. Even when it scares me. That's all I'm asking. He stood, then bent down to kiss my forehead. He better treat you right. Or he'll have to answer to me. As both your father and your doctor. He will, I promised.
He does.
After he left, I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and called Clint. He answered on the first ring. Hey darlin'. Was just thinking about you. And just like that, the tears I'd been holding back spilled over. Lauren? What's wrong? My parents, I managed through the tears. They told me I can't see you anymore. There was a pause. When he spoke again, his voice was careful. And what did you say? I told them I'm 19, not 9. That I love you. And that I'm going to keep seeing you, whether they approve or not. Another pause. Longer this time. You told them you love me? I froze. Oh dear. I hadn't meant to say it like that. Hadn't meant to tell him for the first time over the phone, while I was crying and emotional and... Lauren, breathe, he said gently. It's okay. Just breathe. I took a shaky breath. Then another. Did you mean it? He asked. Yes. My voice was barely a whisper. I meant it. Good. I could hear the smile in his voice now. Because I love you too. Have for a while now. Was just waiting for the right moment to say it. More tears, but different ones now. Happy ones. Really? Really? His voice was warm, solid, sure. And as for your parents? I respect that you stood up for us. But I also respect that they're scared. They love you. They want you safe. They want to control me. Maybe. Or maybe they just don't know how to stop being terrified yet. He paused. What do you want to do? What do you mean? I mean, I'm not going anywhere. I'm in this with you, whatever you decide. But if you need time to work things out with your family. No. I was certain about this too. I'm not choosing between you and them. I'm just choosing me. Choosing my own life. And you're part of that life now. Darlin', you're gonna make me fall even harder for you. Despite everything, I smiled. Is that possible? Apparently. He was quiet for a moment. So what do we do now? We keep going, I said. I'm not losing you because they're scared. You sure? It's not going to be easy. Nothing worth having ever is. I wiped my eyes. Billy told me that once. Said life's too short to live it afraid. Smart man. The smartest. I took a deep breath, feeling steadier now. I should go. Mama's probably going to want round 2. Call me if you need me. Day or night, Lauren. I'm here. I know. And I did. That was the thing about Clint. I knew deep in my bones that he meant what he said. I love you. I love you too, darlin'. We're gonna be okay. After we hung up, I lay back on my bed, my phone clutched to my chest. Downstairs, I could still hear Mama's voice, upset and angry and scared. But for the first time in my life, I wasn't backing down. Wasn't trying to smooth things over, or make everyone else comfortable, at the expense of my own happiness. I was choosing me. Choosing love. Choosing the risk of heartbreak over the certainty of regret. And maybe, just maybe, that was the bravest thing I'd ever done. My phone buzzed with a text. Clint, by the way, you standing up to your parents for us? That's the most attractive thing I've ever heard. Me. Clint, get some rest. Tomorrow, we'll figure out our next move together. Me, together. I like the sound of that. Clint, me too, darlin'. Me too. I fell asleep with my phone in my hand and a smile on my face, despite everything. Because I'd done it. I'd fought for what I wanted. I'd chosen love over fear. And somehow, that felt like the beginning of everything.
Chapter 8. Clint.
The best part of summer. Watching Lauren Wells fall in love with my life. The weeks after her family confrontation blurred together, in the best way possible. Stolen moments. Secret dates. Her laughter echoing across the ranch, as she learned what it meant to live outside the careful boundaries her parents had drawn around her whole life. I've never ridden a horse before, she'd admitted that first morning she came to the ranch, eyeing my mare Ruby with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Then we'll start slow, I'd promised. And we had. Now, 3 weeks later, she sat easy in the saddle as we checked the fence line in the north pasture. The late July sun beat down on us, but she didn't complain. Just pushed her hair back under the hat I'd given her, and kept riding. How many head of cattle do you have? She asked, watching a group grazing near the tree line. About 500 right now. Planning to expand the bull breeding program next year. She looked over at me, green eyes curious. Why bulls, specifically? Better stock means safer rides, I said. Bulls that are athletic but not unpredictably violent. Ones that give riders a fair shot at those 8 seconds without being straight-up killers. You're trying to make the sport safer. Trying to make sure fewer kids end up like my grandfather. I adjusted my hat. Or like Billy. She was quiet for a moment, then, "That's why you donate all your winnings, isn't it? It's not just about the money. It's about changing things." "Can't change the past," I said. "But maybe I can make the future a little less deadly." She rode closer, leaning over to kiss my cheek. "You're a good man, Clint Walker. Just a man who knows what it's like to lose someone to 8 seconds of bad luck." Tuesday morning, I picked up Brittany for her appointment at the adoption agency. Lauren had asked if I'd take her since she had a shift at the health clinic, and honestly, I was happy to help. Brittany was showing now at 12 weeks, just a slight curve to her belly, but enough that loose shirts weren't hiding it anymore. "Thank you for doing this," she said as we drove into town. "I know it's weird, some guy you barely know, driving me to pick out parents for my baby." "You're important to Lauren," I said. "That makes you important to me. Still, it's above and beyond." She looked out the window. "Has Lauren told you about what happened? She said you'd been through something difficult. Didn't give me details. Figured that was your story to tell if you wanted to." Brittany nodded. "Most people want to know everything. Want all the gory details so they can feel shocked or sympathetic or whatever. I don't need the details to know you're being incredibly brave." Her voice was thick when she spoke again. "She's lucky to have found you. I'm the lucky one, darling. Trust me." At the agency, we met with Sarah, the counselor working Brittany's case. She'd narrowed it down to 3 families. Each one had a portfolio, photos, letters, information about their lives. I sat quietly while Brittany looked through them, but I watched her face. Saw when something resonated. Saw when it didn't. "This one," she finally said, touching a folder. "A couple from Austin. Mid-30s. He was a teacher, she was a nurse. They had a golden retriever named Scout, and a house with a big backyard. They'd been trying for years, been through 3 rounds of IVF. They want an open adoption," Sarah said. "Pictures, updates, maybe visits once or twice a year if everyone's comfortable." "That's what I want," Brittany said softly. "I want to know she's okay. That she's loved. But I can't." Her voice broke. "I can't raise her. Not like this. Not when every time I look at her, I'll remember." She didn't finish. Didn't have to. "You're giving her a life," I said quietly. "A good life, with people who want her so badly they're willing to share her with you. That takes more courage than most people have." On the drive back, Brittany was quiet for a long time. Then, "Can I ask you something?" "Shoot." "Why bull riding? When you have all this?" She gestured vaguely. "The ranch, the money, a whole life waiting for you. Why keep risking it?" It was the question everyone asked. The one I'd been asking myself more and more lately. "I made a promise to my grandfather," I said finally. "He died before he could see his dream come true. Before he could make it to the national finals. I told him I'd do it for him." "And have you made it to the finals?" "3 times. "Then haven't you kept your promise?" I didn't have an answer for that. Thursday night was the rodeo in Abilene. Lauren insisted on coming, even though I knew watching me ride scared her to death. I found her in the stands afterward, her face pale but smiling. "You okay?" I asked, climbing up to sit beside her. My heart still racing, but yeah. She grabbed my hand. "You were amazing. Terrifying, but amazing." 8 seconds, I said. "That's all it takes." 8 seconds for my entire life to flash before my eyes, you mean? I kissed her temple. "I'm careful, darling. I promise." "I know. Doesn't make it easier to watch." She leaned against my shoulder. "But I'm not asking you to quit. I know what it means to you." "What if I want to quit?" The words surprised me as much as they surprised her. She pulled back to look at me. "Do you?" "I don't know." And that was the truth. Lately, every time I climb on, I'm not thinking about Grandpa Clay. I'm thinking about you. About coming home to you. About having a life with you that's longer than 8 seconds at a time. Clint. I'm not deciding anything right now, I said quickly. Just thinking. That's all. She kissed me then, soft and sweet. I'm not going anywhere. Whatever you decide, whenever you decide it. I'm here. Saturday afternoon, Phil had Lauren laughing so hard she nearly fell out of her chair. I'm serious, he was saying. That's actually what happened. Clint tried to impress a girl in high school by rescuing her cat from a tree. Got stuck up there himself. Fire department had to bring a ladder. That's not how it happened, I protested from where I was working on fixing the porch railing. That's exactly how it happened, Phil shot back. I have photos. Lauren was wiping tears from her eyes. Please tell me you'll show me these photos. Absolutely not. Absolutely yes, Phil grinned. In fact, I have a whole album. Clint's greatest hits. Want to see? More than anything. I threw my work gloves at him. He caught them easily, laughing. Watching them together did something to my chest. Phil was careful about who he let in, who he trusted. He'd been burned before by people who saw the wheelchair before they saw him. But with Lauren, he was just himself. Teasing, sharp, funny. And she got him. Didn't treat him like he was fragile. Didn't make a fuss. Just rolled with his humor and gave as good as she got. Hey, she said later when Phil had gone inside to grab drinks. Can I ask you something? Always. Does Phil play basketball? I saw a hoop in the barn. Adapted basketball, yeah. He's pretty good. Why? I played in high school. Point guard. She bit her lip in that way that meant she was nervous about something. Would it be okay if I asked him to shoot around sometime? I promise I won't be weird about it. I pulled her close, kissed the top of her head. You couldn't be weird about it if you tried, darling. And he'd love it. Yeah. Yeah. Later, I watched them in the driveway. Phil's adaptive basketball setup allowing him to play from his chair. Lauren was good, real good, but she wasn't patronizing about it. Didn't let him win. Made him work for every shot. And Phil was grinning ear to ear. She's a keeper, Bo said, walking up beside me. I know. Your mama warming up to her yet? Slowly. Very slowly. Mama had been complicated about the whole thing. Worried about me getting hurt. Worried about Lauren getting hurt. Worried about everything. She'll come around, Bo said. Once she sees what I see. And what's that? You're happier than I've seen you in years. Maybe ever. He clapped me on the shoulder. That girl's good for you, son. The nights were the best part. After Phil went to bed, after the ranch work was done, Lauren and I would sit on the porch swing and just be. Talking about everything and nothing. Making plans for her birthday in a few weeks. Discussing her fall classes. Arguing about whether Star Wars or Star Trek was better. She was wrong, obviously. Star Wars, hands down. And sometimes we didn't talk at all. Just kissed until we were both breathless and aching. We should stop, she'd whisper, even as her fingers tangled in my hair. Probably, I'd agree, kissing down her neck. Clint. I know, darling. I know. I wanted her. Gosh, I wanted her. But I also wanted to do this right. Wanted her to be sure. Wanted it to be special, not rushed, not stolen in the dark on a porch swing. Your birthday's coming up, I said one night, pulling back to look at her. Her lips were swollen from kissing, her eyes dark. 3 weeks. What do you want? You, she said simply. Just you. You've got me. I traced her cheek with my thumb. But I want to do something special. Something that's just for us. You don't have to. I want to. I kissed her forehead, her nose, her lips. Let me surprise you. Okay. She smiled. But nothing crazy. I'm not a fancy restaurant kind of girl. Noted. The last week of July, I called in a favor. Sadie, Lauren's roommate-to-be, was moving into the dorms early for orientation. I got her number from Lauren's phone when she was in the shower and called her up. "You're the bull rider boyfriend," Sadie said when she answered. "That's me. And you want my help surprising Lauren for her birthday?" "I need access to her dorm room. Just for a few hours. And I need you to make sure she's out that night." There was a pause. Then, "I'm listening." I told her my plan. She was quiet for a long moment. "Okay, that's actually really sweet," she finally said. "I'm in. But if you break her heart, I have 3 older brothers and they all know how to hide a body." "Understood." "Good. Text me the details." "You're falling for her. You know that, right?" Phil's voice cut through my thoughts. I was watching Lauren help Brittany into her car after another agency visit, both of them laughing about something. "Already fell, little brother. So what are you gonna do about it?" I looked at him. "What do you mean?" "I mean, are you gonna keep riding bulls and hoping you don't get killed? Or are you gonna figure out what matters more, a promise to a dead man or a future with a woman who's very much alive? It's not that simple. Isn't it?" Phil wheeled closer. "Grandpa Clay would want you happy, Clint. Not dead. Not living your whole life for his dream." "How do you know what he'd want?" "Because I know you. And I know you've been using that promise as an excuse not to want things for yourself. Not to build a real life." He paused. "But now you've got someone worth wanting. Worth fighting for. Worth maybe letting go of the past for." I didn't say anything. Couldn't. "Just think about it," Phil said. "Before you lose her trying to hold on to a ghost." Lauren left late Sunday night, heading back to her parents' house to pack for college. She'd be moving into the dorms in 2 weeks, starting her fall semester. Her birthday was in between. "I'll miss you," she said, wrapped in my arms by her car. "I'll see you in a few days." "I know. But still." She looked up at me. "These weeks have been the best of my life." "Mine too, darling. Even with my crazy family drama." "Especially with your crazy family drama." I kissed her. "You stood up for us. For yourself. That's seriously impressive." She laughed. "Only you would think family drama is attractive. I'm into you. The standing up for yourself part is just a bonus." She kissed me one more time, then pulled away. 2 weeks. Then I'll be at school, and we'll have to figure out the whole long-distance thing. We'll make it work. Promise?" "Promise." I watched her drive away, tail lights disappearing into the dark. Then I pulled out my phone and called Sadie. "Let's talk details," I said when she answered. "I want Lauren's birthday to be perfect." "You really love her, don't you?" I looked up at the stars, thought about Phil's words. About promises to the dead versus promises to the living. "Yeah," I said. "I really do." "Good," Sadie said. "Then let's make some magic happen."
Chapter 9. Lauren.
My 20th birthday fell on a Thursday, which meant I was expecting exactly nothing. Mama still wasn't speaking to me beyond bare necessities. Daddy was trying to play peacemaker, but even he seemed sad and distant. Brittany had texted happy birthday wishes from her doctor's appointment. And Clint? Well, Clint had been strangely quiet all week. I tried not to read into it. He was busy with the ranch. With helping Brittany. With his own life. We'd spent nearly every day together for the past month, stolen moments and secret dates. Maybe he just needed some space. Or maybe he'd realized what everyone kept telling him, that I was too young, too sheltered, too much trouble. "You're overthinking again," Sadie said from her bed. We'd moved into the dorms early for orientation week. "I can literally see the worry spiraling in your eyes." "I'm not overthinking." "You absolutely are." She sat up, grinning. "Hey, I just remembered. I promised to help set up for the welcome event tonight." Can I borrow your key? I left mine in the activities office. I tossed her my key without really thinking about it. Sure. You're the best roommate ever. She was out the door before I could respond, moving faster than I'd ever seen her move. That should have been my first clue. I spent the next few hours trying to focus on my community health textbook and failing miserably. The words blurred together. My phone sat silent on my desk, mocking me. Finally, around 6, it buzzed. Sadie, hey. Can you meet me at the room? Need help carrying something. Me, on my way. I trudged across campus, my mood somewhere between resigned and pitiful. 20 years old. Alone on my birthday. My boyfriend hadn't even texted me. Ex-boyfriend? No. He wouldn't just disappear without talking to me. Would he? I was so lost in my spiraling thoughts that I almost walked past my dorm building. When I unlocked the door and pushed it open, I froze. The room had been transformed. Fairy lights were strung along the ceiling, casting everything in a soft golden glow. Candles flickered on every surface, battery-powered thankfully since we weren't supposed to have real flames. The air smelled like vanilla and something else, something that reminded me of the ranch. My desk had been pushed against the wall and covered with a tablecloth. On it sat containers of what looked like my favorite takeout, Thai food from that place near my parents' house, the one I'd mentioned once in passing. There was a small bouquet of wildflowers in a mason jar. And a photo I'd never seen before, in a simple frame. It was from that first rodeo. Me in the stands, looking terrified and mesmerized all at once. And Clint on the bull mid-ride, looking right at me with that same devastating smile. Surprise, darlin'. I spun around. Clint stood in the doorway, holding my room key. He was dressed nicer than usual, dark jeans, a button-down shirt that made his blue eyes even more striking. His hair was still slightly damp, like he'd showered right before coming here. And he looked nervous. You, my voice came out as a whisper. You did all this? Had some help. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Sadie's a good accomplice. I thought you forgot. Forgot? He crossed the room in 3 strides, cupping my face in his hands. Sweetheart, I've been planning this for weeks. There's no way I was forgetting your birthday. Tears pricked my eyes. I'm going to cry. Please don't. I'll panic. But he was smiling, that soft smile I'd come to crave more than air. Happy tears, I managed. I promise. He kissed my forehead, then my nose, then finally my lips. Soft. Sweet. Perfect. Are you hungry? He asked. Starving, actually. We sat on my bed. Sadie's was pushed against the wall to make more space, and ate pad thai while he told me about coordinating everything with Sadie. How she'd smuggled in the decorations yesterday. How he'd spent the afternoon cooking at the ranch, before realizing he should probably just order my actual favorite food, instead of attempting to make it himself. Though Phil insists my attempt at Thai food wasn't that bad, he said. He's lying, but I appreciate the support. I laughed, actually laughed, and it felt like the first real breath I'd taken all week. You tried to cook Thai food? I tried to do something special. The cooking part was a disaster. He grinned. Hence the takeout. This is special. I gestured around the transformed room. This is perfect. Yeah. Yeah. We talked about everything and nothing. He told me about the ranch, about how Phil had been working with a new adaptive sports coach. I told him about orientation, about my classes starting next week, about how terrified and excited I was all at once. You're going to do amazing, he said. You're the smartest person I know. I'm not. Lauren. He set down his food, his eyes serious. You are. You're brilliant and compassionate and so damn brave. Don't let anyone, including yourself, tell you different. The way he looked at me, like I was something precious and strong all at once, made my chest ache. Dance with me, I said suddenly. He blinked. What? Dance with me. You went to all this trouble to make the room romantic. We should dance. Darling, there's no music. I grabbed my phone, pulling up my favorite playlist. A soft country song filled the small space, all steel guitar and heartache and hope. Problem solved. He stood, offering me his hand with an exaggerated bow. May I have this dance, Miss Wells? I took his hand, letting him pull me close. We swayed in the small space between our beds, my head resting on his chest, his arms wrapped around me like he was afraid to let go. Thank you, I whispered. For what? For this. For seeing me. For not giving up when my family made everything difficult. Lauren. He tilted my chin up, forcing me to meet his eyes. I'm not going anywhere. You understand? Your family can disapprove all they want. But I'm in this. I'm in you. And I'm not walking away. The intensity in his voice, in his eyes, stole my breath. Clint. I've been wanting to do this since the moment I saw you, he said, his voice rougher now. Not just kiss you. Though believe me, I've been wanting that too. But this. Hold you. Have you look at me like I'm worth something. Like I'm more than just some cowboy who's good at staying on a bull for 8 seconds. You are more, I said fiercely. You're so much more. And then I kissed him. Not the gentle kisses we'd shared before. Not the careful, testing kisses in the garden or on the ranch. This was everything I'd been holding back. Every fear and hope and desperate want wrapped into one moment. He made a sound in the back of his throat, surprise or desire, I wasn't sure, and then his hands were in my hair, angling my head to deepen the kiss. His lips moved against mine with an urgency that matched my own, like we'd both been waiting for this, building to this, since that first electric moment in the arena.
Lauren, he breathed against my mouth. We should.
Don't. I pulled him closer, my fingers tangling in his shirt. Don't think. Don't stop. Please. You're killing me, darling. Good. He laughed, but it sounded pained. His hands moved to my waist, pulling me flush against him. I could feel his heart hammering against my chest, matching the frantic rhythm of my own. We stumbled backward, I wasn't even sure who moved first, until my knees hit the bed. I sat, pulling him down with me. His weight settled over me, solid and warm and right. Tell me to stop, he said, even as he kissed down my neck, finding that spot behind my ear that made me gasp. Tell me this is too fast, and I'll stop. What if I don't want you to stop? He pulled back, his eyes searching mine. In the fairy light glow, he looked almost otherworldly. Beautiful and rough and completely mine. Because once we do this, darling, I'm never letting you go. You understand? This isn't just. I know. I reached up, tracing his jaw with my fingers. I know what this means. Do you? Because I need you to understand that this is it for me. You're it for me. I'm falling in, he stopped, shook his head. Hell, I'm already gone. I've been gone since you smiled at me over coffee, and told me about wanting to help people who slip through the cracks of the healthcare system. My breath caught. Clint? I'm just saying, this matters. You matter. So if you're not ready, if you need more time, I can wait. I'll wait as long as you need. I looked at this man, this beautiful, complicated, generous man who transformed my dorm room and remembered my favorite food, and looked at me like I was the answer to every question he'd ever had. I don't want to wait, I whispered. Are you sure? He whispered. I've never been more sure of anything, I breathed. Something shifted in his expression. The restraint he'd been holding onto, the careful distance he'd been maintaining, shattered. Then come here, he said, his voice low and full of promise. And I did. Later, I'd lost track of time completely. We lay tangled together in the soft glow of the fairy lights. The candles had dimmed. My favorite song had played through twice. And I felt like an entirely different person than the girl who'd walked into this room an hour ago. You okay? Clint's voice rumbled against my ear where I was tucked against his chest. More than okay. I traced lazy patterns on his shirt. That was. Yeah. Very articulate, cowboy. He laughed, the sound vibrating through both of us. Give me a break. You've turned my brain to mush. Good to know I have that effect on you. Darlin', you have every effect on me. He pressed a kiss to the top of my head. You wreck me in the best way possible. I tilted my head up to look at him. His hair was messed up from my hands, his shirt wrinkled, his expression completely open and vulnerable. Best birthday ever, I whispered. Yeah. Definitely yeah. He kissed me again, slow and sweet this time. Reverent, like I was something precious he was afraid of breaking. I should probably go soon, he said against my lips. Before Sadie comes back and finds me here. She knew about this. She helped plan it. She helped plan the romantic surprise. Pretty sure finding me still here crosses a line. I laughed, but it turned into a yawn. You should sleep, he said, brushing hair back from my face. Big day tomorrow. Orientation stuff. I don't want you to leave. I know, sweetheart. But I don't want to cause you more problems with your family. If someone sees my truck here all night. I don't care. He studied me for a long moment, his thumb tracing circles on my hip.
You sure about that?
Was I? My family was already furious with me. Ruth wasn't speaking to me. And if someone saw Clint's truck parked outside the dorms all night. But looking at him, at the man who'd planned this perfect evening, and looked at me like I hung the moon, and had just made me feel things I didn't even have words for yet. I'm sure, I said. His smile was slow and devastating. Then I'm not going anywhere. He pulled me closer, wrapping the blanket around both of us. I felt his heartbeat slow, felt his breathing even out. Felt completely safe and completely reckless all at once. Lauren. His voice was soft, sleepy. Happy birthday, darlin'. I smiled against his chest. Best one ever. And as I drifted off to sleep, wrapped in fairy lights in his arms, I thought that maybe, just maybe, fighting for this, for him, for us, was worth whatever consequences tomorrow might bring. Because some things were worth the risk. And Clint Walker? He was worth everything.
Chapter 10. Clint.
I woke up to golden light filtering through cheap curtains, and the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen sleeping in my arms. Lauren's hair was spread across the pillow, catching the morning sun. Her face was peaceful, completely relaxed in a way I'd never seen it when she was awake. No worry lines between her brows. No tension in her jaw. Just perfect, quiet contentment. I'd never felt more complete in my entire life. My truck was still parked outside her dorm. Visible. Obvious. Probably already noticed by half the campus. I should care about that. Should worry about the consequences. Should probably sneak out before anyone saw and connected the dots. Instead, I pulled her closer and pressed a kiss to her forehead. She stirred, making a small sleepy sound that did dangerous things to my heart. Morning, darlin'. Her eyes fluttered open, taking a moment to focus. Then she smiled, slow and genuine and so full of joy it stole my breath. Hi, she whispered. Hi yourself. She stretched, cat-like, then seemed to realize we were both still fully clothed and laughed. We fell asleep. We did. I was so sure we'd stay up all night talking. We were pretty tired. I brushed a strand of hair from her face. Best sleep I've had in weeks. Me too. She traced her fingers along my jaw, her touch gentle. You stayed. Course I stayed. I said I wasn't going anywhere. I know, but... She bit her lip. Thank you. For last night. For all of it. For making my birthday perfect. Sweetheart, thank you for letting me. I kissed her softly. For trusting me with this. With you. She kissed me back, deeper this time, and for a while we just existed in that perfect bubble. Morning light. Tangled together. No past, no future, just us. Then her stomach growled. We both laughed, the sound breaking the spell but not ruining it. There might be leftover Thai food, she said. Cold pad Thai for breakfast. Living the dream, says the man who tried to cook Thai food and failed. Phil told you about that. He sent me pictures. The kitchen looked like a war zone. I groaned. Traitor. I'm cutting him out of the will. No, you're not. She sat up, reaching for her phone on the nightstand. You love him too much. Unfortunately true. I watched her check her phone, saw her expression shift from happy to concerned. What's wrong? 17 missed calls from my mom. And? She scrolled through her texts, her face going pale. Oh no. I sat up. Lauren. Someone saw your truck here last night. Her voice was small. Mrs. Henderson from church. She texted my mom at 6 this morning. Of course she did. It's okay. No, it's not. Lauren was reading through messages now, her hands starting to shake slightly. She's furious. Saying I've embarrassed the family. That I'm throwing away my future. She stopped, tears welling in her eyes. I took the phone gently from her hands and set it aside. Look at me. She did, those green eyes full of worry and hurt. This is my fault, I said. I should have left last night. Should have thought about how it would look. No. Her voice was fierce. Don't do that. Don't apologize for staying when I asked you to. When I wanted you here. Your family. My family needs to understand that I'm not a child anymore. She took a shaky breath. I'm 20 years old. I made a choice. And I don't regret it. Pride swelled in my chest. You sure about that? Positive. She grabbed her phone back. I need to call her. Want me to leave? Give you privacy? Absolutely not. You're part of this. She hit the call button, put it on speaker, and reached for my hand. Ruth answered on the first ring. Lauren Marie Wells, you have exactly 1 minute to explain yourself before I drive down there and drag you home. I felt Lauren's hand tighten around mine, but her voice was steady. Hello, Mama. Did you get my text about having a nice birthday? Don't you dare be flippant with me. Mrs. Henderson saw his truck outside your dorm all night. All night, Lauren. Do you understand what you've done? What people will say? I understand that I spent my birthday with someone I care about. You spent the night with a man. Unmarried. What were you thinking? Lauren's jaw set in that stubborn way I was learning meant she wouldn't back down. I was thinking that I'm an adult. That I make my own choices. And that Clint makes me happy. Happy. Ruth's laugh was sharp. You won't be happy when he gets himself killed on some bull and leaves you devastated. You won't be happy when everyone in town is talking about how Ruth and Frank Wells' daughter has no morals, no sense. Mama. Lauren's voice cracked. Stop. Please just stop. I won't stop. You need to hear this. That boy is dangerous. He's too old for you, he has no stable future, and he's going to break your heart. I'm trying to protect you. I don't need protection from Clint. The words burst out of Lauren. I need you to trust me. To see that I'm capable of making my own decisions about my own life. There was silence on the other end. Then Ruth's voice came back, colder than before. If you continue this relationship, you're on your own. No more help with tuition. No more family dinners. No more. Ruth. Frank's voice in the background. Quiet but firm. That's enough. No, Frank. She needs to understand. I said that's enough. More silence. Then Frank came on the line. Lauren, are you there? I'm here, Daddy. Is Clint with you? I squeezed her hand. Yes, sir. I'm here. Good. Frank sighed. Lauren, your mother is upset. We both are. Not because we don't trust you, but because we're scared. Scared of you getting hurt. Scared of losing you the way Billy almost lost his life. I know, Daddy. But you can't live my life for me. No. We can't. Another sigh. Your mother and I need to talk. But Lauren, we love you, Don't forget that. The call ended. Lauren let out a breath she'd been holding, her whole body shaking now. I pulled her into my arms, holding her while she fought back tears. I'm proud of you, I said into her hair. You stood up for yourself. For us. They're going to cut me off. Maybe. Maybe not. Your dad seemed more reasonable. Mama meant what she said. She pulled back to look at me. About the tuition. About everything. Then we'll figure it out. I cupped her face in my hands. You've got scholarships, right? And you can get student loans. I can help. No. She shook her head. I'm not taking money from you. Lauren. I mean it, Clint. If I do this, if I stand up to them, it has to be on my own. I can't just trade one person controlling my life for another. I wanted to argue. Wanted to tell her that I had more money than I knew what to do with, that helping her wouldn't be controlling her, that I'd do anything to make her life easier. But I understood what she was saying. This was about her independence. Her strength. Okay, I said. But if you need help, you'll ask. Not just from me. From Billy, from the financial aid office, from wherever. You won't try to do everything alone. I promise. We sat there for a moment, the weight of what had just happened settling over us. College starts next week, Lauren said quietly. Long distance. Family drama. All of it. She looked up at me. Maybe we should take a break. Make things easier? Everything in me rebelled against that idea. Not a chance. I kissed her fiercely. I just told you I love you. I meant it. We're fighting for this. She blinked. You said what? Oh. Oh no. I'd almost said it last night. In the heat of the moment, the words had been right there, but I'd stopped myself. Figured it was too soon, too intense, too much. But just now, talking about fighting for us, the words had slipped out so naturally I hadn't even realized I'd said them until she was staring at me with wide eyes. I started. Say it again. Her eyes were wide, hopeful. Please. Well, in for a penny. I love you, I said. Clear. Certain. Terrifying. I'm in love with you, Lauren Wells. Have been since you looked at me over coffee and talked about helping people who fall through the cracks. Maybe even before that. And I know it's fast, and I know it's crazy, but it's true. She was crying now, but smiling through it. I love you too. Yeah. I think I have since that first smile in the arena. She laughed wetly. When you nearly got yourself killed, and then tipped your hat at me like it was nothing. That was pure showboating. I was trying to impress you. It worked. I kissed her again, slower this time. Savoring it. Memorizing the way she tasted like morning, and happiness and hope. So we're doing this? I asked against her lips. Fighting for us. Despite your family, despite the distance, despite everything. We're doing this. She wrapped her arms around my neck. I choose you. I choose us. Good. I stood, pulling her up with me. Because I'm not giving you up. Not for anything. Her phone buzzed. Another text. We both looked at it. Billy, heard about the Henderson situation. Your mama's pretty worked up. Might want to lay low for a few days. But for what it's worth, I'm proud of you, kiddo. Takes courage to choose your own path. Lauren showed me the text, fresh tears in her eyes. See, I said. You've got people in your corner. I've got you. Always, darlin'. Always. I left an hour later, after making sure she ate something and had a plan for the day. She had orientation meetings to attend, paperwork to finish before fall semester started. Normal college kid stuff. Except nothing about this felt normal. I was in love. Completely, ridiculously in love with a 19-year-old girl who turned my whole world upside down in the space of 2 months. My truck started on the second try, needed to get that looked at, and I pulled out of the parking lot. In my rearview mirror, I could see Lauren standing in the doorway of her building, watching me leave. I lifted my hand in a wave. She waved back. 3.5 hours back to the ranch. 3.5 hours to figure out how we were going to make this work when she was at school and I was home. How we were going to deal with her family's disapproval. How we were going to build a life together when everything was stacked against us. My phone rang. "Phil. You better be calling to tell me you survived," he said without preamble. I survived. And I'm in love with her. Silence. Then well damn. You don't do anything halfway, do you? Apparently not. Does she know? I told her this morning. And she loves me too. Of course she does. You're disgustingly perfect for each other. Phil paused. So what now? Now we figure it out. I merged onto the highway. She starts school next week. We'll be 3.5 hours apart. Her family's threatening to cut her off. Small-town gossip is already starting. And I've got rodeos every weekend through October. That's a lot of obstacles. Yeah. You gonna let that stop you? I thought about Lauren's smile. Her courage. The way she'd stood up to her mother and chosen us despite everything. Not a chance, I said. Good. Because you deserve to be happy, Clint. You've spent 3 years living for a dead man's dream. Maybe it's time to start living for yourself. Maybe it is. And for what it's worth, I like her. She's good for you. She's everything. The words came out raw, honest. I didn't even know I was looking for this, Phil. For her. But now that I've found it, you're not letting go. No, I'm not. We talked for another 30 minutes, Phil filling me in on ranch business, me telling him about the birthday surprise. It was easy. Comfortable. The way brothers should be. By the time I pulled into the ranch driveway, the sun was high in the sky, and I had 17 missed calls from my mother. That wasn't going to be a fun conversation. But as I walked into the house and saw Phil grinning at me from the kitchen table, I realized something. For the first time in 3 years, I wasn't thinking about Grandpa Clay. Wasn't worried about fulfilling his dream or honoring his memory. I was thinking about my future. About Lauren. About building something real and lasting and ours. Maybe Phil was right. Maybe it was time to start living for myself. My phone buzzed. Lauren, just finished my meeting. Missing you already. Is it weird that I can still smell your cologne on my pillow? Me, not weird. I can still taste your smile. Lauren, that's the cheesiest thing you've ever said. Me, you love it. Lauren, I love you. 3 simple words. But they changed everything. Me, I love you too, darling. See you next weekend? Lauren, absolutely. Drive safe. Me, always. I set my phone down and looked at Phil. Well, I said. College starts next week. This is going to be interesting. That's one word for it. He wheeled closer. For what it's worth, I think she's worth the fight. She is. I grabbed a beer from the fridge. She absolutely is. And as I stood there in my kitchen, thinking about a blonde girl with green eyes who'd stolen my heart in 8 seconds, I knew one thing for certain. Whatever obstacles came our way, whatever her family threw at us, whatever challenges the universe decided to test us with, we'd face them together. Because that's what you did when you found something worth fighting for. You fought.
Chapter 11. Lauren.
The dorm room smelled like fresh paint and industrial cleaner. I set down my last box, taking in the space that would be home for the next 9 months. One side was already claimed, posters half hung, fairy lights draped across the headboard, a chaos of textbooks and athletic gear scattered across the desk. My roommate's side. Sadie Chen, according to the housing assignment. The girl who'd somehow coordinated with Clint to surprise me on my birthday 2 weeks ago, giving him her key even though we'd never met, just because he'd explained the situation and she'd thought it was romantic. I texted her a thank you the next day. She'd responded with a string of heart emojis and can't wait to meet you for real. The door burst open before I could unpack another box. Finally, a girl with dark hair and a high ponytail practically bounced into the room, arms full of textbooks. You're here. I'm Sadie. Obviously. We're going to be best friends, I can feel it. She dumped the books on her desk with zero ceremony, then turned to me with a grin that was impossible not to return. So, birthday surprise guy. Details. Now, is he as hot in person as he sounded on the phone? I felt my cheeks heat. You helped make that happen. Thank you. It was perfect. I could tell from his voice he was worth it. She flopped onto her bed, studying me with sharp, observant eyes. But seriously, long distance is going to suck. 3.5 hours? 3.5 hours, I confirmed, already feeling the ache of it. My parents did 4 years of long distance during college, Sadie said. Survived it. Got married. Still disgustingly happy 25 years later. So don't look so tragic. You'll figure it out. Before I could respond, someone knocked on the open door. A guy with dark hair and an athletic build, clearly related to Sadie but with different features, stood in the doorway holding a box of sports equipment. Your half of the room is a disaster, he said to Sadie. How do you even function? Chaos is my natural state. Sadie turned to me. Lauren, this is Bo. My younger brother. He has been insufferable since he made the basketball team. Like suddenly being good at throwing a ball into a hoop makes him better than us. Bo rolled his eyes but smiled. Sadie texted me to check on you. I was just making sure you two were settled in. I haven't gone to orientation yet, I admitted. Later this afternoon. It's 3 hours of, here's where the library is, like we can't figure that out ourselves. He shifted the box in his arms. But they feed you, so there's that. Mediocre pizza, Sadie clarified. Don't get excited. I found myself smiling despite the homesickness already settling into my chest. I'll manage. Bo set down his box. If you need anything, or if my sister drives you crazy, I am in Randolph Hall. He paused, glancing at me with an easy friendliness. See you around, Lauren? I heard that. Sadie threw a pillow at him, which he caught easily before disappearing into the hallway. After he left, she turned back to me. Okay, so back to the important stuff. Tell me everything about birthday surprise guy. Name. Age. Why he's 3.5 hours away. And most importantly, when am I meeting him? I pulled out my phone, showing her Clint's contact photo, him in his rodeo gear, that devastating smile. Sadie whistled low. Okay, I get it now. You are ruined for other men. That smile should be illegal. His name is Clint, I said, feeling that familiar warmth in my chest. He is 24. And he is 3.5 hours away, because he is a bull rider who works on a ranch. A bull rider. Sadie's eyes widened. Like professional rodeo? That is either the most romantic thing I have ever heard, or the most terrifying.
Both, I admitted.
My grandfather almost died at a rodeo. My mom is not supportive. But you love him anyway. It was not a question. I nodded. Then we will make this work, Sadie said with the confidence of someone who had known me for 5 minutes and had already decided we were friends. You will see him on weekends. I will cover for you when you need to leave early on Fridays. And I will personally murder anyone who tries to flirt with you in the meantime. I appreciate that, I said, laughing despite the ache in my chest. My phone buzzed. Clint's name flashed on the screen. Clint, Phil finally stopped talking. Pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice. How's move-in? Me, met my roommate. She's a lot. In the best way. Her younger brother seems nice too. Clint, younger brother, huh? Should I be worried? Me, definitely not. He's not you. Clint, damn right he's not. Miss you already, darlin'. Me, miss you too, cowboy. There's that smile, Sadie said, watching me. See? FaceTime and texting. You've got this. I hoped she was right. The first week of classes was exactly as overwhelming as I'd expected. Between anatomy lectures, community health seminars, and trying to navigate a campus that still felt too big, I barely had time to breathe. But Sadie kept me grounded, dragging me to study groups and making sure I actually ate lunch instead of just surviving on vending machine snacks. Bo kept showing up too, at the dining hall, at the student union, at the orientation events we were still technically required to attend. He was friendly in that easy way some people had, always ready with a joke or an offer to help carry something. By Thursday afternoon, I'd met half his friend group, loud, fun people who seemed to know everyone on campus already. They welcomed me without question, probably because Sadie vouched for me, and suddenly I had more of a social life than I'd had in all of high school. My phone buzzed while we were at lunch in the dining hall. Billy's name flashed on the screen. Billy, how's college treating you, kiddo? Remember to eat real food, not just coffee and stress. I smiled, typing back quickly. Me, I'm eating. Sadie makes sure of it. How are you? Billy, good. Therapy went well today. Talked about letting go of worry. Made me think of you and that cowboy of yours. You two doing okay? Me, we're figuring it out. Miss him though. Billy, that's the price of something worth having. But you're strong, Lauren. Stronger than you think. I stared at the message for a moment, blinking back tears. Billy always knew exactly what to say. Your grandfather? Sadie asked, watching me over her sandwich. Yeah. Just checking in. That's sweet. She paused, then took another bite. This dining hall food is terrible, by the way. We need to find better options. I grinned. Agreed. By Thursday night, I'd established a routine. Morning classes in anatomy and public health fundamentals, lunch with Sadie and whatever members of Bo's friend group were around, afternoon study sessions in the library where I could focus without distraction. Evening video calls with Clint that made the distance feel manageable. My parents hadn't called. Not once since the morning after my birthday, when Mom's angry phone call had shattered the peace. The silence hurt more than I expected. Dad had texted a few times, brief, careful messages that said almost nothing but felt like lifelines. But Mom? Nothing. I'd chosen Clint. And apparently, she'd chosen her fear over me. That night, alone in my narrow dorm bed while Sadie snored softly across the room, the distance felt infinite. I lay there staring at the ceiling, trying not to cry, trying not to think about how empty my arms felt without him. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. I grabbed it so fast I almost dropped it. Clint, can't do this anymore. My heart stopped. No. No, no, no. This couldn't be. Clint, coming to see you this weekend. 3 days is too long. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding, laughing silently in the darkness even as tears slipped down my temples. Me, you scared me for a second there. Clint, sorry darlin'. But I mean it. Can't wait till next week. I'm coming Friday after your last class. Me, I'll be waiting. Clint, get some sleep. Love you. Me, love you too, cowboy. I set the phone down, smiling despite the ache in my chest. 3 days. I could do 3 days. 3.5 hours suddenly felt like nothing at all. When Clint's truck pulled up to the curb Friday afternoon, I was already outside, bag in hand. He barely had time to put it in park before I was opening the door, climbing in, breathing in the familiar scent of him, leather and hay and something uniquely Clint. Hey darlin', he said, and then his mouth was on mine and nothing else mattered. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, he rested his forehead against mine. 5 days is too damn long. Way too long, I agreed. He pulled back onto the road, one hand finding mine across the center console, and I watched the campus disappear in the side mirror. My new life receding, my old life, or maybe my real life, waiting ahead. Tell me about your week, he said, and I did. I told him about Sadie's endless energy and Beau's friend group, and the way my professors already expected so much. I told him about feeling homesick and out of place, and how the library had become my refuge. Sadie seems great, he said. Thanks for thanking her, by the way. She really came through with that key. She's convinced we're going to be best friends. I think she might be right. And you? I asked. How's the ranch? Quiet without you. His thumb traced circles on my palm. Phil's been on my case about visiting you more often. Says I'm moping. Are you moping? Definitely not moping. Just strategically planning when I can see you next. I laughed, leaning my head against the seat watching him drive. The way the sunset caught his profile, the easy confidence in his hands on the wheel. How had I gotten so lucky? I talked to Billy, I said after a moment. He says hi. Wants to know when you're doing dinner again. Soon. Maybe this weekend if you want. That sounds perfect. The miles disappeared under the tires, conversation flowing easy as breathing, and by the time we pulled up to the ranch, my homesickness had transformed into something else entirely. Home wasn't a place anymore. It was him. Ready? He asked, turning off the engine. I looked at the house, warm lights glowing in the windows, and then back at him.
Ready.
He kissed me again, soft and sweet and full of promise. 3.5 hours, he murmured against my lips. We can do 3.5 hours. We can do anything, I said, and meant it. But as we walked toward the house, hand in hand, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were about to find out just how true that was.
Chapter 12. Clint.
3.5 hours. I had driven longer distances for 8-second rides that broke my ribs. I had driven through the night to make it to rodeos in 3 different states in one weekend. 3.5 hours should have been nothing. But every mile between me and Lauren felt like 10. The highway stretched out ahead, flat and endless, the late September sun just starting to peek over the horizon. I had left the ranch at 5 in the morning, too restless to sleep, too desperate to see her to wait another hour. Phil had been in the kitchen when I had grabbed my keys, coffee already brewing. Drive safe, he had said, not bothering to hide his smile. And don't speed. Getting pulled over won't get you there any faster. I had promised nothing. My phone sat in the cup holder, her last text from the night before still glowing on the screen when I checked it at a red light. Lauren, can't wait to see you Friday. Miss you so much. Me, already on my way, darling. See you in a few hours. I had not told her I was leaving early. It was only Friday morning. She thought I was not coming until this afternoon after her last class. But I could not wait that long. Wanted to surprise her. Needed to see her face light up when I showed up early. The miles disappeared under my tires, familiar country giving way to rolling hills, then to the sprawling outskirts of the college town. I had only been here once before, the night of her birthday, and that had been dark, focused entirely on getting to her. Now, in daylight, I could see the town properly. Coffee shops and bookstores, pizza places and bars with college names, students already walking the sidewalks even though it was barely past 8. I found her dorm building easily enough, parking in the visitor lot and grabbing the flowers I had picked up at a gas station an hour back. They were not much grocery store roses, a little wilted from the drive, but Lauren did not care about things like that. She cared that I had thought of her. That I had driven 3.5 hours before dawn, just to have more time with her. I texted her from the parking lot. Me, look outside your window. 3 dots appeared immediately, then disappeared. Then appeared again. Lauren, you're early. Me, could not wait. A moment later, she appeared at the dorm entrance, hair still messy from sleep, wearing an oversized shirt that might have been mine and leggings. No makeup. eyes still heavy with sleep. The most beautiful thing I had ever seen. She ran to me, and I caught her, lifting her off the ground as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Her laugh was breathless, joyful, and when she pulled back just enough to kiss me, I forgot every long mile, every minute of the almost 2 weeks we had been apart. "You are early," she said against my lips. Could not wait. She laughed again, taking the flowers I offered. "They are perfect. They are half dead. They are from you. That makes them perfect." I kissed her again because I could not help it, because almost 2 weeks had been too long, because this girl made me want to drive 3.5 hours at dawn just to see her smile. "Come on," she said, tugging my hand. "I want to show you around campus. And we need coffee. Real coffee, not the dining hall disaster Sadie keeps trying to convince me is drinkable." The coffee shop was one of those places that tried too hard, mismatched furniture, indie music playing too loud, baristas with nose rings and attitudes. But Lauren loved it, so I loved it. We claimed a corner table by the window, her hands wrapped around some complicated drink with 3 different kinds of milk and cinnamon on top. I stuck with black coffee and watched her talk about her classes, her professors, the way anatomy was harder than she had expected, but still fascinating. "Dr. Morrison expects us to memorize every bone by next week," she said, laughing. "Every single one. I have been studying with flashcards Sadie made. She color codes everything. It is kind of amazing. Your roommate sounds like a force of nature." "She is. You will meet her later. She has been dying to interrogate you properly." I grinned. "Interrogate?" Her word, not mine. "She wants to make sure you are good enough for me." "And am I?" Lauren's smile softened, her hand finding mine across the table. "You are more than good enough. You are everything." Something in my chest tightened, warmth spreading through me at her words. I had never had someone look at me the way she did, like I was worth the distance, worth the effort, worth keeping. "Miss you every day," I said quietly. "Almost 2 weeks felt like forever. Feels wrong waking up without you." 3.5 hours, she said, echoing what had become our mantra. "We can do 3.5 hours. We can do anything." The bell above the door chimed, and Lauren's face lit up. "That is Bo. And some of his friends. Come on, I want you to meet them." Before I could respond, she was waving at a group of college kids, athletes from the look of them. The guy in front was tall, dark-haired, built like he spent more time in the gym than the library. He saw Lauren and smiled, heading straight for our table. "Lauren." He reached our table, the others following. "Did not expect to see you here this early. Thought you had class this morning." "Clint surprised me," she said, beaming at me. "He left early this morning. Clint, this is Bo, Sadie's younger brother. And this is Marcus, Jordan, and Kelsey." Bo's eyes flickered to me, something I could not quite read passing across his face before he smiled and extended his hand. "The bull rider. Lauren talks about you constantly." I shook his hand, noting the firm grip, the way he held eye contact just a second too long. "Good to meet you." "You drove 3.5 hours this morning?" Marcus asked, pulling up a chair. "That is dedication, man." "Worth it," I said, my hand finding Lauren's again under the table. They settled around us easily, the way college friends did. Casual, comfortable, talking over each other about classes and professors and some party happening next weekend. Lauren fit right in, laughing at their jokes, teasing Bo about his terrible shooting percentage at last night's pickup game. And Bo was friendly and attentive, the way good friends are. He included her in the conversation easily, made sure she was not left out when the basketball talk got too technical. He was a good friend to her. That should have made me feel better, but somehow it did not. Watching Bo and the others laugh with her, seeing how easily she fit into this college world, it made something twist in my gut. Not because he liked her. Because this was her life now. A life that did not need me in it, 3.5 hours away. "So you are doing anatomy too?" Bo asked Lauren, ignoring his friend's conversation about basketball. "That is rough." I heard Morrison's exam is brutal. It is. But I love it. It is exactly what I want to be doing. We should study together sometime. I am decent at memorization. He smiled at her, easy and friendly. Could quiz each other. Maybe be study partners for Morrison's exam. That would be great, Lauren said, completely focused on the practical help. Sadie and I usually study in the library around 3. You should join us. Perfect. I will be there. The uncomfortable feeling in my gut twisted tighter. This kid saw her every day. Studied with her. Walked her to class. Shared her world in ways I could not, because I was 3.5 hours away chasing 8-second rides on bulls with mean streaks. I was not jealous. I did not do jealous. But watching him be part of her world, watching her thrive in a life that did not include me most days, it made me want to close that distance in ways I could not. You okay? Lauren whispered, her hand squeezing mine. I forced a smile. Yeah. Just tired from the drive. But she saw through me. She always did. Her eyes searched mine for a moment before she turned back to the group, but her hand stayed in mine, her thumb tracing circles on my palm in that way that said you are mine and I am yours and nothing else matters. Eventually, Bo and his friends headed out to practice or class or wherever college kids went on Friday mornings. Lauren waved them off, then turned back to me with a knowing smile. He is just a friend, you know. I know. Really? Because you looked like you wanted to hit him. Did not want to hit him. I pulled her closer, needing her in my space. Just wanted to make sure he knows you are taken. Oh, he knows. I talk about you constantly, remember? She kissed my jaw, soft and sweet. Besides, he is not you. No one is you. The tightness in my chest eased. Good. Jealousy looks good on you, though. Little bit dangerous. Little bit possessive. Very cowboy. I laughed despite myself, pulling her fully into my lap. She came willingly, curling into me like she belonged there. Which she did. 3.5 hours, I murmured into her hair. How do people do this long-distance thing? By remembering what they are working toward. She pulled back just enough to meet my eyes. I love you. The distance does not change that. Bo being nice does not change that. Nothing changes that. I love you too, darling. More than I knew I could. We stayed like that for a while, wrapped up in each other in the corner of a too loud coffee shop, ignoring the pointed looks from students waiting for our table. Eventually, Lauren dragged me out to show me the rest of campus, the library where she spent most afternoons, the science building where she had anatomy lab, the quad where she had eaten lunch with Sadie earlier in the week. Her world. Separate from mine, full of people and places I would never be part of. But she was still mine. And I was still hers. 3.5 hours did not change that. By the time we got back to her dorm that afternoon, I had met half her floor and most of Sadie's friend group. Sadie herself appeared in the hallway like she had been waiting for us, eyes sharp and assessing as she looked me over. So you are the bull rider who has my roommate checking her phone every 30 seconds. That is me, I said, offering my hand. She shook it, her grip surprisingly strong for someone so small. You hurt her, and I know 17 different ways to cause maximum pain with minimal effort. Kinesiology major. It is basically a license to legally injure people. Noted. Good. Then she grinned. But seriously, thanks for the birthday surprise. That was some romance novel level planning. Lauren cried for like 20 minutes after you left. Happy tears, but still. Impressive work. Sadie, Lauren said, her cheeks pink. You are supposed to be playing it cool. I do not do cool. You know this. Sadie turned back to me. You staying the weekend? Heading back tomorrow afternoon. Ranch does not run itself. Shame. We are having a floor movie night tonight. You are invited. Lauren already claimed you as her +1. I looked at Lauren, who shrugged. I might have mentioned it. Movie night it is then. Sadie left us with a knowing smile, and Lauren pulled me into her tiny dorm room. It was exactly what I had expected. One side neat and organized with medical textbooks and color-coded notes. The other side slightly chaotic with sports equipment and posters. The fairy lights from her birthday were still up, casting soft light across the space. "This is home now," Lauren said softly, watching me take it in. "For the next 4 years, anyway." 4 years. 48 months. Approximately 200 weekends. Countless 3.5-hour drives. "We can do this," I said, pulling her close. "Right. We can do this," she confirmed. "Friday online classes mean long weekends together. You come here some weekends, I come to the ranch others. We make it work because it is worth it. You are worth it." She kissed me then, soft and slow and full of promise. And when she pulled back, there was no doubt in her eyes. No hesitation. Just love and determination, and the kind of strength that made me believe we really could do this. 3.5 hours was nothing. As long as I had her, I could drive 1,000 miles. The weekend passed too quickly. Movie night with her floor, where I was thoroughly interrogated by people who clearly loved Lauren already. Saturday morning sleeping in, then brunch at some place that served pancakes the size of dinner plates. Walking campus hand in hand, stealing kisses between buildings, making plans for next weekend. But Sunday afternoon came too soon, and I found myself standing by my truck, Lauren wrapped in my arms, neither of us ready to let go. "Next weekend," she said against my chest. "You will come back, or I will come to the ranch." "You come to the ranch. Phil has been asking about you. Says he needs to make sure I am treating you right." She laughed, but it sounded watery. "Tell him I am a tough negotiator. Very high standards. He knows." I tilted her chin up, memorizing her face. The way the afternoon light caught her eyes, the small freckle by her mouth, the way she bit her lip when she was trying not to cry. "I love you. I love you too, Cowboy." She kissed me one more time. "Drive safe. Text me when you get home. Always." Getting in the truck was harder than it should have been. Starting the engine felt like betrayal. But I did it anyway, because we had promised each other we would make this work, and that meant showing up every weekend we could. I watched her in the rearview mirror as I pulled away, getting smaller and smaller, until I turned the corner and she disappeared. 3.5 hours never felt longer. Phil was on the porch when I got back to the ranch, beer in hand, knowing smile on his face. "How was it?" "Good. She is doing great. Happy." "But—" I sat on the steps beside him, accepting the beer he offered. "There is this guy. Bo. Her roommate's younger brother. He is around her all the time. Studies with her, hangs out with her friend group. He gets to be part of her world in ways I cannot." "And is she into him?" "No. But he sees her every day, Phil. He is there when I am not. He gets to be part of her life in ways I cannot, because I am 3.5 hours away." Phil was quiet for a moment, staring out at the darkening sky. "You know what the hardest part of loving someone is? Trusting them when you cannot see them. Believing they will choose you, even when there are easier options right in front of them. She would never. I know she would not. But you are going to drive yourself crazy if you spend the next 4 years worrying about every guy in her life." He took a long drink. "That girl drove 3.5 hours to see you compete on bulls that can kill you. She stood up to her family for you. She chose you when everyone told her not to. You think some college kid is going to change that? No. Then stop worrying. Love her. Trust her. Show up every weekend you can. That is all you can do." He paused. "Well, that, and maybe do not get yourself killed before graduation. That would definitely ruin the relationship." I laughed despite myself. Solid advice. I am full of it. He stood, clapping me on the shoulder. "Get some rest. You are competing next weekend, and you look like hell." "Thanks, Phil." "Anytime, kid." He was right. I knew he was right. But as I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, I could not shake the feeling of watching her world expand while mine stayed the same. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. Lauren, made it back okay? Me, yeah. Missing you already. Lauren, miss you too. But we've got this. 3.5 hours is nothing, remember? Me, nothing at all. Lauren, love you, Cowboy. Dream of me. Me, always do, darlin'. Always do. I set the phone down, her words echoing in my head. We had this. 3.5 hours was nothing. As long as I had her, I could drive any distance. But watching her in that rearview mirror, getting smaller and smaller until she disappeared, that was the hardest 8 seconds of my life.
Chapter 13. Lauren.
We found our rhythm. It took 3 weeks, but by early October, the long-distance thing had transformed from painful separation into something almost manageable. Almost. My Friday online classes became our lifeline. Public health policy and research methods met virtually, which meant I could finish coursework by noon and head to the ranch for long weekends. 3 days together, 4 days apart. It wasn't perfect, but it was ours. The weekends we couldn't make the drive, when Clint had competitions or I had major exams, became video call marathons. FaceTime while I studied anatomy in the library. Him keeping me company even when he was 3.5 hours away. Phone calls that lasted until dawn, both of us too stubborn to hang up first. You need sleep, Clint would say around 2 in the morning, his voice rough with exhaustion. You hang up first. Not a chance, darlin'. We'd fall asleep like that sometimes, phones on our pillows, the sound of each other's breathing a comfort against the distance. Bo showed up to our study sessions like he'd promised, bringing his basketball friends and turning the library into something louder and more fun than it should have been. He was good at anatomy, better than me actually, and patient when I struggled with the smaller bones of the hand. Here, he'd say, pointing to my flashcards. Proximal, intermediate, distal. Just think of it like basketball positions. That makes absolutely no sense. Trust the process. Sadie would roll her eyes at both of us, but I caught her watching Bo when she thought no one was looking. The way her gaze would linger on his hands as he explained something, or how she'd laugh a little too hard at his jokes. You like him, I said one night after he'd left, both of us sprawled across my dorm bed with textbooks and highlighters. I do not. Sadie. He's my twin's friend. That's weird. You don't have a twin. She threw a pillow at me. You know what I mean. He's your friend. And anyway, I'm pretty sure he's interested in you. I laughed. He's definitely not interested in me. Trust me. How can you tell? Because when Clint's here, Bo barely looks at me. He's just being nice. I paused. But when you're around, he can't seem to look away. Sadie's cheeks colored. Shut up and study your phalanges. The last weekend of September, I drove to the ranch for Chrissy's 9th birthday party. Phil had texted me the details, backyard barbecue, cake, presents, and please come because Chrissy won't stop asking about Miss Lauren. I'd only met her a handful of times, but somehow I'd become her favorite person. She'd attached herself to me at family dinners, showing me her dance routines and asking endless questions about college. Do you have a boyfriend? She'd asked last time, all innocence and 9-year-old curiosity. I do. Is it Uncle Clint? It is. She'd grinned like she'd known all along. Good. He's been sad since his friend died. But he's not sad anymore when you're here. The memory made my chest tight as I pulled up to the ranch. The yard was already full of people, neighbors, Phil's friends, what looked like half of Chrissy's dance class running around with balloons. Clint found me before I'd even made it out of my truck, pulling me into his arms like it had been weeks instead of days. Hey, darlin'. Hey, Cowboy. I kissed him soft and quick, mindful of the crowd around us. How's the birthday girl? Excited. You're basically all she's talked about for 3 days. He laced his fingers through mine, leading me toward the house. Fair warning, my mom wants to talk to you. My stomach dropped. About what? Nothing bad. She's been different lately. Warmer. I think she's finally coming around. Rachel Walker was on the back porch, watching the chaos in the yard with a small smile. She saw me and straightened, that familiar wariness creeping into her expression before she visibly pushed it away. Lauren. I'm glad you could make it. Thank you for inviting me. Chrissy insisted. She paused, then gestured to the empty chair beside her. Would you sit with me for a moment? I glanced at Clint, who squeezed my hand once before releasing it. I'll go wrangle the sugar-high 9-year-olds. Rachel waited until he was out of earshot before speaking. I owe you an apology. You don't? I do. Her voice was firm but not unkind. I've been unfair to you. Unfair to Clint. My fear has made me difficult. I didn't know what to say, so I stayed quiet. My father died in a rodeo accident when I was young, she continued, staring out at the party. Clint never knew him. But I remember. I remember the call, the hospital, watching him die. She took a breath. I swore I'd never let that happen to my son. But fear isn't protection. It's just control wearing a different mask. Mrs. Walker. Rachel. Please. She finally looked at me, and I saw the exhaustion in her eyes. The years of worry etched into the lines around her mouth. I see how he looks at you. Like you're his whole world. And I see how you look at him, terrified but showing up anyway. She smiled, sad and knowing. That's brave. Braver than I've been. I'm terrified every time he rides, I admitted. Every single time. But I love him more than I'm afraid. That's what I needed to hear. She reached over, patting my hand briefly. He's going to keep riding. I know that now. But if he has you waiting for him, maybe he'll be more careful. Maybe he'll come home. My throat tightened. I'll always be waiting. Then we're on the same side. Rachel stood, smoothing her dress. Now come. Chrissy will never forgive me if I monopolize her favorite person during her party. The party was chaos in the best way. Chrissy opened presents with the enthusiasm only a newly 9-year-old could muster, hugged everyone approximately 6 times, and declared the unicorn cake Phil had somehow managed to order the most beautiful thing in the entire world. I sat with Clint on the porch steps, watching Phil chase giggling kids around the yard while Bo manned the grill. Rachel was laughing with neighbors, more relaxed than I'd ever seen her. Your mom talked to me, I said quietly. I know. She told me she was going to. He pulled me closer, his arm around my waist. What did she say? That she's been unfair. That she's trying. I leaned into him. That we're on the same side now. Good. He kissed my temple. Because I need both of you. Can't pick between you. You'll never have to. Chrissy ran up to us then, breathless and covered in frosting. Miss Lauren. Will you dance with me? There's no music, sweetheart. So? We'll make our own. She grabbed my hands, pulling me up, and I let myself be dragged into the yard. Clint followed, and soon half the party was dancing to imaginary music, laughing and spinning under the October sky. Later, when most of the guests had left and Chrissy was crashed on the couch with her new stuffed unicorn, Clint and I walked to the barn. The evening air was cool, carrying the scent of hay and horses and autumn. Miss this when you're at school? He asked.
Every day.
I leaned against the fence, watching the horses in the distance. But I miss you more. 3.5 hours, he said, pulling me back against his chest. We're making it work. We are. I turned in his arms, looking up at him. Your mom's blessing helps. Knowing she's not fighting us anymore. My whole family loves you. Phil won't shut up about how smart you are. Bo thinks you're good for me. Even Chrissy's claimed you. He smiled, that devastating smile that still made my heart skip. Pretty sure they'd keep you even if you dumped me. Not dumping you, Cowboy. Promise? Promise. He kissed me then, slow and deep, and I forgot about the distance, the fear, the complications. There was just this, us, together, building something worth fighting for. The Tuesday after the party, I drove Brittany to her doctor's appointment. She was 20 weeks now, halfway through, and this was the big anatomy scan. The one where they'd check that everything was developing properly, where the reality of the baby would become undeniable. She was quiet in the passenger seat, hands resting on the small bump that was now visible under her loose shirt. 5 months ago, she'd been terrified. Now she just seemed resigned. Accepting. "You okay?" I asked. "Yeah." She stared out the window. "Just thinking about the adoptive parents. They're coming to the next appointment. The one where they'll see her on the screen." "Her." A small smile crossed her face. "I have a feeling. But we'll find out today." The ultrasound tech was efficient and kind, pointing out tiny fingers and toes, the curve of the spine, the steady flutter of a heartbeat. When she said, "It's a girl," Brittany's eyes filled with tears. "A girl," she whispered. I held her hand through the rest of the appointment, through the measurements and the doctor's assurances that everything looked healthy. Afterward, we sat in my truck in the parking lot, neither of us ready to drive yet. "She's going to be beautiful," I said softly. "She is." Brittany wiped her eyes. "And she's going to have a good life. The family I picked, they're perfect, Lauren. They already love her so much. So do you." "I know." Her voice broke. "That's why I'm doing this. Because I love her enough to give her what I can't." I pulled her into a hug, both of us crying in the front seat of my truck, and wished I could take away her pain. But this was her choice, her journey, and all I could do was show up. Be there. Help her be brave. The week after that, I had my first real community health field experience. Dr. Morrison had arranged for students to volunteer at a rural clinic about 40 minutes from campus, and I jumped at the opportunity. The clinic was small, understaffed, and serving a community that desperately needed help. I spent 4 hours taking blood pressures, updating patient files, and watching the nurses work with limited resources. "You're good at this," one of the nurses said, watching me calm a nervous elderly man. "Natural bedside manner." "Thank you." "You thinking about rural health after graduation?" "That's the plan. Communities like this need help." She smiled, tired but genuine. "Then you're in the right place." I texted Clint about it that night, excitement bubbling through every word. He called immediately. "Tell me everything." And I did. I told him about the patients, the challenges, the way the nurses made miracles happen with almost nothing. I told him how right it felt, how purposeful. "I'm proud of you," he said when I finally paused for breath. "You're going to change lives, darlin'." "I hope so." "I know so." There was a smile in his voice. "My smart, beautiful, compassionate girl. Making the world better one patient at a time." I fell asleep that night with my phone on my pillow, his breathing steady in my ear, and dreamed of a future where distance didn't matter because we'd figured out how to build a life together anyway. By mid-October, we'd settled into a rhythm that almost felt sustainable. Study sessions with Bo and Sadie, where I actually learned anatomy. Weekend visits that recharged me for the week ahead. Video calls that made the distance bearable. I was making it work. We were making it work. But then my phone buzzed one Thursday afternoon while I was in the library, and everything shifted. "Phil, need to talk to you about Clint. Something he's not telling you. Call me." My stomach dropped. I looked across the table at Bo and Sadie, both absorbed in their flashcards, and felt the world tilt sideways. Whatever Phil needed to tell me, it wasn't good. And suddenly, 3.5 hours felt like an impossible distance.
Chapter 14. Clint.
Phil cornered me in the barn on a Saturday afternoon in mid-October, when the fall air had turned crisp and the horses were restless with the changing season. I was checking on Daisy, one of our gentler mares, when I heard his footsteps behind me. Not the casual walk of someone passing by. The deliberate stride of someone on a mission. "We need to talk," he said. I didn't turn around, keeping my hands busy with the grooming brush. "About?" "Don't play dumb, Clint. You know exactly what." My stomach tightened. "Phil, why did you marry Marissa?" The question hung in the air like a physical thing. I set down the brush slowly, finally turning to face my brother. He stood in the barn doorway, backlit by afternoon sun, arms crossed, jaw set. "It's complicated. Then uncomplicated." He stepped closer. "Because I've spent the last 3 years thinking I understood my brother, and now I'm finding out there's this whole part of your life I know nothing about." "Who told you?" "Does it matter?" Phil's voice was sharp. "Someone at the rodeo last weekend mentioned it. Said congratulations on being an uncle, asked how Marissa was doing. And I stood there like an idiot, because I had no idea what they were talking about. Guilt twisted in my gut. I should have told you." "Yeah, you should have." He ran a hand through his hair, so much like our dad used to do when he was frustrated. "So I'm asking now, why did you marry her?" I leaned against the stall door, the weight of the secret I'd been carrying suddenly too heavy. "It was a favor. For Bo." "A favor? You married someone as a favor?" "Marissa was pregnant. Bo's baby. But he wasn't ready. He was barely 20, working minimum wage, still figuring out his life. And Marissa had this modeling opportunity in Dallas. Real contracts, good money, but she needed stability for the baby. Insurance. A name that didn't come with stigma." Phil's expression shifted, confusion replacing some of the anger. So I married her. Paperwork only. Gave the baby my name, put them both on my insurance, made sure Chrissy would have legitimacy, and Marissa could take those contracts without losing everything." I looked at him directly. "It was the right thing to do. And you never?" "Never. We were never together like that. It was legal and practical, nothing more. We divorced before Chrissy turned 2, once Marissa was established and could support them both." I paused. "Bo is her real father. Everyone who matters knows that. But on paper, for those first 2 years, she was mine." Phil was quiet for a long moment, processing. "That's actually kind of incredible. It's what family does. But Bo's not your family." "Not really. He raised me after Dad died. Taught me everything I know about bulls and ranching and being a man. He is my family, Phil. Same as you." I crossed my arms. "So when he needed help, I helped. Does Lauren know?" And there it was. The question I'd been dreading. "No." "Clint. I know. I should have told her. But how do you bring that up? Hey, by the way, I was married before. To the mother of my not really daughter, who's actually my father figure's kid." I shook my head. "It's complicated. And I didn't want to complicate things between us when we were still figuring out what we were." Phil's expression softened slightly. "You love her?" "Yeah, I do." "Then you need to tell her. Before someone else does." He stepped closer, his voice dropping. "Secrets have a way of coming out at the worst possible time. And if she finds out from anyone other than you, it'll hurt worse than the secret itself." "I know." "When?" "Soon." I straightened, running a hand over my face. "I just need to find the right moment. The right way to explain all of it, so she understands why I did it, why I didn't tell her sooner." Phil studied me for a moment. Then his expression shifted, that particular look he got when he was about to change the subject to something lighter. "Speaking of understanding things, Bo called me yesterday." I blinked at the non sequitur. "Bo? Lauren's friend?" "Yeah. Wanted to ask about Lauren's roommate, Sadie." Phil grinned. "Specifically, whether I thought it would be weird if he asked her out." "Wait, what?" I straightened. I thought he was interested in Lauren. You're an idiot if you thought that. Phil laughed. Beau's been watching Sadie since the day they met. Every time I've seen him around Lauren, his eyes are tracking her roommate. It's actually pretty obvious. I thought back to that weekend in September, to the coffee shop, and how I'd been so focused on Beau looking at Lauren that I'd missed everything else. Huh. Yeah, huh. So I told him to go for it. Life's too short to waste time being subtle. Phil's grin faded, his voice turning serious again. Which is why you need to tell Lauren. Soon. Because wasting time on secrets? That's just another way of being afraid. I'm not afraid. Aren't you? He raised an eyebrow. You rode Black Bart last summer. You've been on bulls that should have killed you. But telling the woman you love about your past, that scares you. He was right. And I hated that he was right. Thanksgiving, I said finally. She's coming here for Thanksgiving. Marissa will be visiting with Chrissy. Maybe seeing them together will make it easier to explain. Or maybe it'll make it worse, Phil pointed out. But at least it'll be done. He clapped me on the shoulder. You're a good man, Clint. You did a good thing for Beau and Marissa. Lauren will understand that. You just have to trust her with the truth. And if she doesn't understand, then she's not the woman I think she is. But I don't think you have to worry about that. He headed toward the barn door, then paused. Oh, and Clint? Next time you decide to keep a massive secret like this, maybe give your little brother a heads up. Would have saved me from looking like an idiot at that rodeo. Sorry. You should be. But he was smiling as he left. I turned back to Daisy, resuming the grooming with hands that weren't quite steady. Phil was right. Secrets had a way of festering, of growing into something worse than the truth ever could be. But the thought of telling Lauren, of watching her face change when she realized I'd been married, that I had a daughter, even if the situation was completely different than it sounded, made my chest tight with anxiety. What if she didn't understand? What if she saw it as deception rather than complicated history? What if this was the thing that made her realize I wasn't worth the distance, the complications, the fear? My phone buzzed in my pocket. Lauren, missing you today. How's the ranch? I stared at the message, thumb hovering over the keyboard. Me, missing you too, darlin'. Ranch is good. Phil and I just had a long talk. Lauren, everything okay? Me, yeah. Just brother stuff. Can I call you tonight? Lauren, always. I'm yours whenever you need me. I'm yours whenever you need me. Gosh, I hoped that was still true after Thanksgiving. I hoped she'd understand that what I'd done for Marissa and Beau wasn't about love or romance or anything that threatened what we had. It was about family. About doing the right thing, even when it was complicated. But hope felt fragile in my chest as I pocketed my phone and went back to work, the weight of unsaid truths pressing down on my shoulders. Later that evening, I found Beau in the equipment shed, cleaning tack by the light of a single bulb. He didn't look up when I entered, just kept working the leather with steady practice movements. Phil told me about the conversation, he said after a moment. I leaned against the workbench. Figured he would. You did a good thing. Marrying Marissa. He finally looked up, his weathered face unreadable in the dim light. Gave Chrissy my name without taking my place as her father. That took character. You'd have done the same. Maybe. Maybe not. He set down the bridle, wiping his hands on a rag. Pride's a funny thing, Clint. Makes you do stupid things. Makes you not do smart things. He paused. I loved that woman. Still do, if I'm being honest. But I let her go, because I was too proud to admit I needed her. Beau. 20 years. He shook his head. 20 years of watching her raise my daughter, build a life, be happy without me. And all because I couldn't get past my own damn pride to tell her the truth. I'd never heard him talk like this. Beau was steady, practical, not given to regret or sentimentality. You asking Marissa to marry me, he continued. That was you fixing my mistakes. Making sure Chrissy had what she needed, even when I couldn't give it to her myself. He looked at me directly. But Clint, don't make my mistakes. You've got a good woman who loves you. Don't let pride or fear keep you from being honest with her. I'm going to tell her. At Thanksgiving. Good. Because secrets? He picked up the bridle again. They eat at you. Turn into regrets. And regrets are heavier than any truth you're afraid to tell. I watched him work for a moment, seeing the weight of those 20 years in the set of his shoulders. It's not too late, I said quietly. With Marissa, you could still. Some chances pass, son. But his voice was softer. Don't let yours be one of them. The next 2 weeks crawled by. Lauren and I talked every night. Video calls that lasted hours, texts throughout the day, stolen weekend visits when our schedules aligned. But the secret sat between us like a wall I couldn't see around. She knew something was off. She was too perceptive not to notice the way I sometimes hesitated before answering questions about my past, or how I'd changed the subject when Chrissy came up in conversation. You seem distracted, she said one night, her face pixelated on my phone screen. Is everything okay? Just thinking about the competition next month. Big one in December. You'll be great. But her smile was uncertain, like she knew I wasn't telling her the whole truth. Tell her now, a voice in my head urged. Don't wait. Don't let it fester. But I couldn't do it over a phone screen. This conversation needed to happen in person, where I could see her face, hold her hand, explain everything properly. Lauren. Yeah. I love you. You know that, right? Her expression softened, some of the uncertainty fading. I know. I love you too, Cowboy. Good. Just remember that. No matter what. Clint, you're worrying me. What's going on? Nothing. Just. Thanksgiving's coming up. You're still coming here, right? Of course. My parents aren't exactly speaking to me anyway. She tried to make it sound light, but I heard the hurt underneath. I'd rather be with your family. Then I'll see you in a few weeks. And we'll talk. Really talk. About everything. She studied me through the screen, those green eyes seeing too much. Okay. But Clint. Whatever it is, we'll figure it out. Together. I wanted to believe her. Needed to believe her. But as we said goodnight, and the screen went dark, all I could think about was Phil's warning. Secrets have a way of coming out at the worst possible time. I just hoped Thanksgiving wasn't the worst possible time. I hoped she'd still look at me the same way, after knowing the truth. And I hoped I hadn't waited too long to trust her with it.
Chapter 15. Lauren.
Late October brought a chill to the air that matched the unease settling in my chest. I drove Brittany to her 22-week appointment, the halfway mark, the point where the baby became undeniably real in ways that ultrasound images could never quite capture. She had been quiet the entire drive, hands resting on the bump that was now prominent under her loose sweater. The adoptive family was meeting us there. The Hendersons, Sarah and Michael, a couple in their early 30s who had been trying for 5 years to have a baby. I had met them once before, at the agency Clint had recommended back in July, and they had been kind. Nervous. Desperately hopeful. You okay? I asked as we pulled into the parking lot. Yeah. But her voice was tight. Just this makes it real, you know? They are going to see her. Hear her heartbeat. She stops being theoretical and becomes theirs. She is still yours too. Open adoption means you get to be part of her life. I know. Brittany wiped her eyes. I keep reminding myself of that. That I am not losing her. I am just sharing her with people who can give her everything I cannot. The Hendersons were already in the waiting room when we arrived. Sarah stood immediately, her smile genuine but tentative. Brittany. Lauren. It is so good to see you both. Michael offered a handshake, his grip careful, like he was afraid of breaking something fragile. The ultrasound room felt crowded with all of us there. Me in the corner, the Hendersons on one side of the bed, Brittany on the examination table with the tech spreading gel across her stomach. When the heartbeat filled the room steady and strong, Sarah's hand flew to her mouth. That is her, the tech said, pointing to the screen. Beautiful and healthy. Would you like to know the sex? We already know, Brittany said softly. It is a girl. Sarah made a small sound, somewhere between a laugh and a sob. The tech showed us everything. Tiny hands that opened and closed, feet that kicked against Brittany's ribs, the curve of a spine that would one day hold a whole person upright. The baby looked like she was waving at one point, and Michael's eyes filled with tears. She is perfect, Sarah whispered. She is, Brittany agreed, staring at the screen with an expression I could not quite read. Love and grief tangled together into something too complex for words. After the appointment, we stood in the parking lot while the Hendersons talked about nursery colors and names they liked. Brittany listened, nodding, occasionally offering input, but I could see the exhaustion in her eyes. We will let you go, Sarah said finally, touching Brittany's arm gently. Thank you for letting us be part of this. It means everything. Thank you for loving her already, Brittany replied. We watched them drive away, and then Brittany turned to me, eyes brimming with tears. I am doing the right thing, am I not? Yes. You absolutely are. Then why does it hurt so much? I pulled her into a hug, both of us crying in a hospital parking lot on a Tuesday afternoon. Because you love her. And that is exactly why you are strong enough to do this. That night I tried to focus on homework, an anatomy quiz on Friday, a paper due next week for public health, but my mind kept drifting to Brittany, to that ultrasound screen, to the way she had looked at the baby who would be hers and not hers in equal measure. My phone rang just before 9. Clint's name flashed on the screen. Hey, I answered, grateful for the distraction. Hey darlin'. How did the appointment go? I told him everything. The heartbeat, the Hendersons' tears, Brittany's bravery and heartbreak all wrapped into one impossible afternoon. She is incredible, he said when I finished. What she is doing, that takes more courage than anything I have ever done. I know. I am so proud of her. I paused. Thank you, by the way, for all the resources you gave her back in July. The agency you recommended? They have been amazing. Good. I am glad I could help. Something in his voice was off. Not wrong exactly, but distant. Like he was speaking from somewhere further away than 3.5 hours. You okay? I asked. Yeah. Just tired. Long day at the ranch. But that was not it. I could hear it in the spaces between his words, in the way he answered questions without really saying anything. Clint? How is school? Big exam coming up? The subject change was too smooth, too practiced. Like he had been planning it. Anatomy quiz on Friday. Nothing major. I sat up straighter on my bed. Are you sure everything is okay? You seem... I do not know. Distracted. I am fine, sweetheart. Just thinking about the competition in December. Phil has been on my case about training more. The one you mentioned before? In mid-December? Yeah. Big purse, good bulls. Should be a solid ride if I can stay focused. We talked for a few more minutes, surface-level things, nothing substantial, before he made an excuse about needing to get up early. When we hung up, I stared at my phone, that uneasy feeling settling deeper into my chest. Sadie looked up from her desk where she had been studying. Everything okay with Cowboy? I do not know. He seemed off. Off how? Like he is hiding something. I set my phone down, pulling my knees to my chest. Or maybe I am overthinking it. Long distance makes everything feel bigger than it is. Maybe. But Sadie's expression was skeptical. Or maybe trust your gut. You know him better than anyone. I wanted to believe there was a simple explanation. That he was just tired, or stressed about the competition, or dealing with ranch stuff he did not want to burden me with. But the feeling would not go away. The next few days crawled by. Clint texted me regularly. Good morning messages, random updates about the ranch, the usual sweet things that made my heart skip. But when we talked on the phone, that distance was still there. Like he was speaking from behind glass. By Thursday, even Bo noticed. We were in the library, studying for our anatomy quiz, when he looked up from his flashcards. You okay? You have been staring at that same page for 20 minutes. Just distracted. Boyfriend troubles? His tone was friendly, genuinely concerned. Maybe. I do not know. I closed my textbook, giving up on studying. Do you ever get the feeling someone is keeping something from you, but you cannot figure out what it is? Bo was quiet for a moment, his expression thoughtful. Yeah. Actually, I do. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Sometimes people need time to figure out how to say something important. Does not mean they are being dishonest. Just means they are scared. Of what? Of how you will react. Of changing things between you. He shrugged. Give him time. If he is worth having, he will tell you when he is ready. It was good advice. Logical advice. But it did not ease the knot in my stomach. Sadie joined us a few minutes later, dropping her bag onto the table with a heavy thud. Okay, study break time. I need coffee or I am going to fall asleep on these flashcards. Same, Bo said, stretching. Lauren, you coming? Yeah, I need to clear my head anyway. We walked to the campus coffee shop together, the three of us falling into easy conversation about classes and upcoming exams. It was nice having friends like this. People who made the distance from Clint a little more bearable. That night, Sadie flopped onto my bed after I had hung up with Clint. Okay, intervention time. You have been moping for 3 days. What is going on? I think Clint is hiding something from me. Like what? I do not know. But Phil texted me a few weeks ago asking to talk, and I have not called him back because I am scared of what he is going to tell me. Sadie sat up, her expression serious now. Then call him. Uncertainty is worse than knowing. What if it is bad? Then you deal with it. But Lauren? You cannot build a relationship on avoiding hard conversations. She squeezed my hand. Call Phil. Get the truth. And then decide what to do with it. She was right. I knew she was right. But as I stared at Phil's unanswered text message, all I could think was, what if the truth is something I do not want to know? On Friday afternoon, I met Brittany for coffee after my online classes. She looked better than she had at the appointment, color back in her cheeks, some of the exhaustion gone from her eyes. How are you feeling? I asked. Good. Better. She cradled her latte carefully. The Hendersons sent me flowers yesterday. With a card that said, "Thank you for the greatest gift." I cried for an hour. Happy tears? Mostly. It is just real now, you know? She is not just mine anymore. She is ours. Theirs and mine. She paused. But I think that is okay. I think that is good. We talked about the baby for a while, about names the Hendersons were considering, about the nursery they were painting, about the open adoption agreement, and how often Brittany would get to see her daughter. And then Brittany set down her cup and looked at me directly. Your turn. What is wrong? Nothing. I am fine. Lauren. You have been checking your phone every 30 seconds, and you look like you are about to cry. What is going on? I told her everything. About Clint being distant, about Phil's cryptic text, about the feeling that something was wrong but not knowing what. So ask him, Brittany said simply. What if it is something bad? Then you deal with it. But you cannot build a relationship on avoiding hard conversations. She reached across the table, squeezing my hand. Look, I learned something these past few months. Secrets do not protect people. They just make everything harder. Whatever he is hiding, if he is hiding anything, you deserve to know. And he deserves the chance to tell you. But what if? Lauren, you helped me be brave enough to make the hardest decision of my life. Now you need to be brave enough to have a difficult conversation. Her smile was gentle but firm. Trust is a choice. You either choose to trust him to tell you the truth, or you choose to let fear control you. Which one are you going to pick? I thought about that for a long time after we parted ways. About trust and fear and the space between knowing and wondering. That night, Sadie found me staring at my phone, Phil's unanswered message still glowing on the screen. Call him, she said, sitting beside me on my bed. Phil, I mean. Whatever he has to say, it is better than this torture you are putting yourself through. I am scared. I know. But being scared does not change the truth. It just makes you suffer longer before you find out what it is. She was right. They were both right. But as I stared at that text message, all I could think was Brittany's question, trust or fear, which one are you going to pick? I picked up my phone to call Phil, then set it back down. Maybe I should give Clint the chance to tell me himself first. Maybe I should trust that whatever he was hiding, he would tell me when he was ready. Or maybe I was just being a coward. Sadie watched me struggle with the decision, then said quietly, whatever you decide, I am here. Beau and I both are. You have got people who care about you, Lauren. Remember that. I nodded, grateful for friends who understood without needing explanations. And maybe I would call Phil tomorrow. Or maybe I would wait and see if Clint loved me enough to tell me the truth without being asked.
Chapter 16. Clint.
Thanksgiving at the Walker Ranch had always been loud. Phil's friends from the adaptive sports community, neighbors from surrounding ranches, anyone who needed a place to belong. This year was no different, except for the weight sitting heavy in my chest every time I looked at Lauren. She'd arrived Wednesday night, her parents still not speaking to her, choosing the ranch over a silent, disapproving holiday at home. I'd held her while she cried about it, promised her she was exactly where she should be, but guilt gnawed at me. If I'd just told her the truth from the beginning, maybe things would be different. Now, it was Thursday afternoon, and the house smelled like turkey and pie, filled with laughter and conversation. And Marissa was here with Chrissy. I'd known she was coming, had specifically asked her to come, actually, thinking it would make the explanation easier. But watching Lauren watch them, seeing the curiosity in her eyes every time Marissa and I exchanged casual, friendly conversation, made my stomach twist with anxiety. Chrissy had attached herself to Lauren immediately, dragging her around to show off her new dance moves and chattering about school. Lauren was patient and kind, giving Chrissy the attention she craved, but I caught her glancing at me with questions in her eyes. After dinner, when most of the guests had moved to the living room and the kitchen had cleared out, Lauren found me on the back porch. The November air was cool but not cold, carrying the scent of wood smoke from the fire pit Phil had started in the yard. "Hey," she said softly, sliding her arms around my waist from behind. I turned, pulling her close. "Hey yourself. Having a good time?" "I am. Your family knows how to throw a holiday." She paused, studying my face in the porch light. "Chrissy's amazing. And Marissa seems really nice." "She is. Can I ask you something?" My heart rate picked up. "Anything. What's the history there? Between you and Marissa?" She said it gently, without accusation, just genuine curiosity. I noticed Beau watching her during dinner, and she kept glancing back at him. "There's something there, isn't there?" This was it. The moment I'd been both dreading and planning for since October. "Come walk with me?" I took her hand, leading her away from the house toward the barn where we'd have privacy. The barn was quiet, lit only by moonlight filtering through the high windows. I leaned against a stall door, pulling Lauren in front of me, needing to see her face for this. "What I'm about to tell you," I started, "it's complicated." And I should have told you months ago. But I was scared of how you'd react, scared it would change things between us. Her expression shifted, worry creeping into her eyes. Clint, you're scaring me. I was married before. To Marissa. The words hung in the air between us. I watched her process them, confusion, then shock, then hurt flashing across her face in quick succession. You were married. It's not what you think. Let me explain. I kept hold of her hands, needing the connection. About 7 years ago, Marissa got pregnant. Beau's baby. But he wasn't ready. He was barely 23, working minimum wage, still figuring out his life. And Marissa had this incredible opportunity with a modeling agency in Dallas. Real contracts, good money, the kind of future she'd been working toward her whole life. Lauren was quiet, listening, her hands tense in mine. But she needed stability for the baby. Insurance. A name that wouldn't come with stigma or judgment. And Beau. I paused, choosing my words carefully. Beau raised me after my dad died. He's been more of a father to me than anyone. So when he came to me, desperate, asking if there was any way I could help. You married her. I married her. Paperwork only. We were never together like that, never even lived together. It was purely legal, purely practical. I put her and the baby on my insurance, gave Chrissy my name so she'd have legitimacy, made sure Marissa could take those contracts without losing everything. And Beau. He's Chrissy's biological father. Everyone who matters knows that. But legally, for those first 2 years, she was mine. I watched Lauren's face, trying to read her reaction. We divorced before she turned 2, once Marissa was established and financially stable. It was always meant to be temporary. Chrissy calls you Uncle Clint. Because that's what I am to her. That's what I've always been. The marriage was a favor for family, nothing more. Lauren pulled her hands from mine, wrapping her arms around herself. When were you planning to tell me this? Now. Today. That's why I asked Marissa to come for Thanksgiving, so you could see us together, see that there's nothing between us except friendship. That's not what I meant. Her voice was tight. When were you planning to tell me? Before or after I fell in love with you? Before or after we said we'd be honest with each other? The hurt in her voice cut deeper than any bull's horn ever had. I wanted to tell you. I tried to find the right way. There's no right way to hide something like this, Clint. There's just telling the truth or not telling it. She turned away, staring out at the dark fields beyond the barn. What else haven't you told me? Nothing. I swear there's nothing else. How am I supposed to believe that? She spun back to face me, and I saw tears on her cheeks. You kept this from me for months. 4 months of us being together, of saying we loved each other, of talking about a future, and you never once thought I deserved to know you'd been married before. I was scared. Of what? That I'd judge you for doing something incredibly selfless and kind. Her voice cracked. That I'd think less of you for helping your family when they needed you. That's the part that hurts, Clint. Not that you were married. Not that you have this complicated history. But that you didn't trust me enough to tell me. Lauren, please. I chose you over my family. I'm spending Thanksgiving here, instead of with my parents because they can't accept us together. And the whole time, you've been keeping this massive secret because you were too scared to trust me with it. The accusation stung because it was true. I had been scared. Scared she'd leave, scared she'd see it as a deal breaker, scared of losing the best thing that had ever happened to me. You're right, I said quietly. I should have told you from the beginning. There's no excuse for that. All I can say is that I was a coward, and I'm sorry. She wiped her eyes, still not looking at me. Does Phil know? He found out last month. Someone at a rodeo mentioned it, and he confronted me. That's when I decided I had to tell you before someone else did. So Phil's known for a month, and you still didn't tell me. I was trying to find the right time. There's no right time for something like this. Her voice rose, frustration bleeding through the hurt. You just tell the person you supposedly love the truth and trust them to handle it. We stood there in painful silence, the space between us feeling wider than 3.5 hours, wider than any distance I'd ever traveled. Finally, Lauren spoke, her voice small and tired. I need time to process this. To figure out how I feel about everything. I understand. Do you? She looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw something that terrified me more than any doubt. Because I'm not sure you do. I'm not sure you understand what it means to actually trust someone. To be vulnerable with them. Lauren. I'm going to stay through the weekend like we planned. For your family, because they've been nothing but kind to me. But after that. She shook her head. I don't know, Clint. I just don't know. She walked past me toward the house, and I let her go, knowing anything I said right now would only make things worse. I stood there in the barn, alone with my guilt and the consequences of my cowardice, and wondered if I'd just destroyed the best thing in my life, because I was too afraid to be honest. Saturday morning, I was in the kitchen making coffee when Marissa appeared in the doorway, Chrissy still sleeping upstairs. Morning, she said quietly. Mind if we talk? Of course. I poured her a cup, adding cream the way I'd seen her take it at dinner. We sat at the kitchen table, the house still quiet around us. She studied me for a moment, then spoke. Clint told you last night. About us. He did. And you're upset. Not about the marriage, I said honestly. About him not telling me sooner. Marissa nodded slowly. For what it's worth, I didn't know he was keeping it secret. If I had, I would have told you myself the first time we met. She wrapped her hands around the mug. What he did for me, for Beau and Chrissy, was one of the kindest things anyone's ever done. It gave me stability when I desperately needed it, gave my daughter a name without stigma, let me build a career that could support us both. He said it was just paperwork. It was. We signed papers in a courthouse. I moved to Dallas for my contracts, and he stayed here on the ranch. We saw each other maybe twice in those 2 years, both times so I could bring Chrissy to visit. There was never anything romantic between us. Never even close. Because you love Beau. Her expression shifted, something vulnerable crossing her face. Always have. Even when I shouldn't. Even when it's been 20 years of wasted time, because we're both too stubborn and scared to admit it. Then why? Because sometimes loving someone means stepping aside. Beau wasn't ready to be a father at 23. He was barely making ends meet, still grieving his brother, trying to figure out who he was. And I had this opportunity that could change everything for us, for our daughter. She paused. Clint gave us both the space to grow up. To become people who could maybe, someday, figure it out. I thought about that, about the sacrifice Clint had made, not just for Beau but for Marissa too. For a baby who would call him uncle. For love that wasn't even his own. He's a good man, Marissa said softly. The best I know, honestly. What he did was selfless and complicated, and a little crazy. But that's who he is, someone who helps people even when it costs him something. I know, I said. That's not what hurts. It's the secret. The not trusting me with it. I understand that. She reached across the table, squeezing my hand briefly. But Lauren. He kept it secret, because he was terrified of losing you. Not because he didn't trust you, because he trusted that you were worth protecting, even from his own complicated past. That's not how trust works. No, it's not. She smiled sadly. But it's how fear works. And fear makes even good men do stupid things. Later that morning, after Marissa and Chrissy had left and the house was quiet again, Lauren and I found ourselves on the back porch where this had all started. Marissa talked to me, she said. I believe you, Lauren said softly. About the marriage being nothing. That's not what hurts. I know. I reached for her hand, relieved when she didn't pull away. I hurt you by keeping it secret. By not trusting you with the truth. And I'm sorry, Lauren. I'm so damn sorry. Why didn't you tell me? She turned to face me, moonlight catching the tears on her cheeks. Really? What was the real reason? I took a breath, forcing myself to be completely honest. Because I was terrified you'd leave. That you'd think my life was too complicated. Or that having this history with Marissa would be too weird. Or that being connected to Chrissy in this way would be too much for you to handle. And I didn't want to lose you. So instead you chose to lie. I chose to wait. Which I know now was the same thing. She was quiet for a long time. I'm not saying I'm okay with this. I'm not saying I'm not still hurt and angry. But, she squeezed my hand. I understand why you did it. Not the keeping it secret part, that was wrong. But the marrying Marissa part. That was you being exactly who you are. Someone who helps people, even when it costs you. Does that mean you forgive me? It means I'm trying to. She leaned her head on my shoulder, and I felt some of the tension ease. But Clint, no more secrets. Ever. I need you to promise me that if there's something important, something that matters, you'll tell me. Even if it's hard. Even if you're scared. No more secrets, I promised. I swear it. Because I can't build a life with someone I don't fully trust. And right now, my trust in you is pretty damaged. The words hurt, but I deserve them. What do I need to do to earn it back? Time. Honesty. Showing me that you meant what you just promised. She sat up, looking at me directly. And Clint, if you ever keep something like this from me again, we're done. I mean it. I won't be with someone who thinks protecting me means lying to me. I understand. We sat there for a long time, holding hands in the November cold, both of us trying to figure out if we could move past this. If trust, once broken, could be rebuilt. Finally, Lauren spoke. Marissa really does love Beau, doesn't she? Yeah. And he loves her. Has for 20 years. But they're both too proud and scared to do anything about it. That's sad. It is. I pulled her closer. Don't want to be like them. Don't want to waste years being afraid when I could be with you. Then don't be afraid. Just be honest. I will be. I promise. She kissed me then, soft and hesitant, like she was testing whether we still fit together the way we had before. When she pulled back, I saw something in her eyes that gave me hope. Hurt, yes, but also determination. The kind that said she was willing to fight for us, even when it was hard. 3 weeks until your competition, she said. The big one in December. You don't have to come. After this weekend, if you need space. I'll be there. Her voice was firm. Because that's what people do when they love someone. They show up, even when things are complicated. Relief flooded through me. Thank you. Just promise me you'll be careful. That bull you're riding, Black Beast, I've heard the other riders talking about him. He's dangerous. I'll be careful. I promise. She studied my face in the moonlight, worry creeping into her expression. I have a bad feeling about this competition, Clint. I can't explain it, but something feels wrong. Hey. I cupped her face gently. I've got this. I've ridden hundreds of bulls. I'll be fine. But even as I said it, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November air. 3 weeks until the competition. 3 weeks to prove to Lauren that I could be the man she deserved. 3 weeks to show her that honesty and trust were more than just words. I just hoped 3 weeks would be enough.
Chapter 17. Lauren.
The first 2 weeks of December bring cold Texas mornings, and the kind of nervous energy that settles into my bones and refuses to leave. 3 weeks since Thanksgiving. 3 weeks since Clint told me about Marissa, about the marriage that wasn't really a marriage but still feels like something he should have mentioned months ago. 3 weeks of us carefully rebuilding what his secret damaged. We're okay. Mostly. But there's this fragile quality to us now, like we're handling something precious that might shatter if we're not careful. Every conversation feels deliberate. Every I love you carries extra weight, like we're both making sure the other one believes it. I'm trying. We're both trying. But finals week is destroying me, and I can't shake this awful feeling in my chest. You look exhausted, Sadie says, watching me highlight the same paragraph for the third time. We're in our dorm room, books everywhere, coffee cups multiplying like rabbits. I have 3 exams left. I close my textbook and rub my eyes. And I'm supposed to drive to the rodeo Saturday. The big one? With the scary bull? Black Beast. The bull's name alone makes my stomach turn. Yeah. That one. Sadie sets down her laptop. You don't sound excited. I'm not. I should be. Clint's been training for this competition for months and the prize money is substantial. But every time I think about him climbing onto that bull, I feel sick. I just want it to be over, I admit. My phone buzzes. Clint's name lights up the screen, and despite everything, my heart still does that stupid flutter thing. Miss you, darlin'. How's studying? Terrible. How's the ranch? Cold. Empty without you. I smile despite my exhaustion. We've been doing this, checking in constantly, over-communicating, making sure neither of us is hiding anything. It's sweet. It's also exhausting in a different way. Can't wait to see you Saturday, I type back. Can't wait to show off for you, he responds, and I can practically see his cocky grin. That flutter in my chest turns into something heavier, something that tastes like dread. Wednesday afternoon, I'm walking back from my last exam when my phone rings. Clint's name lights up the screen. Hey, I answer, already smiling despite my exhaustion.
Darlin'.
His voice sounds strained. Billy wants to talk. Can you video call? Something in his tone makes my stomach drop. Is everything okay? Just can you call? 5 minutes later, I'm sitting on a bench outside the student center with my phone propped against my backpack. Clint appears on screen first, jaw tight, and then Billy steps into frame beside him at the ranch. Lauren, sweetheart, Billy says, and his voice has that careful quality that makes my pulse spike. I need to talk to this stubborn cowboy, and I figured you should hear it too. Clint shifts jaw tight.
Billy.
You listen. Billy's tone carries weight I've never heard before. His weathered face is grave, his eyes haunted. I've known you since you were Phil's age. Watched you grow up. And son, I'm telling you something I should have told your grandfather before he got on that last bull. Clint goes still. You're distracted. Your head ain't clear. You're thinking about Lauren, about that secret you kept, about making everything right. That's love. That's good. Billy leans closer to the camera, and I can see the pain in his eyes. But Clint, I've seen men ride distracted. Your grandfather did. He was thinking about your mama, about how she just found out she was pregnant with you, about providing for his family. Got on a bull called Devil's Advocate with his mind somewhere else. My chest constricts. Clint's knuckles are white where he's gripping his phone. You know what happens when your head's not in it, Billy continues, his voice rough. 8 seconds of not paying attention. That's all it takes. One moment of thinking about the wrong thing and he stops himself, swallows hard. I couldn't save him. I tried, but I couldn't. My chest tightens. Maybe you shouldn't ride Saturday. I'm riding Saturday, Clint says immediately, and there's steel in his voice. I've been training for this for months. I'm fine, Billy. I promise. Billy sighs, long and heavy. Your grandfather used to say the same thing. I'm fine, Billy. I've got this. Right up until he stops himself. Just promise me you'll be careful. Promise me you'll keep your head clear. I promise. Clint's looking at me now, not Billy. I've got this. I'll be careful. After we hang up, I sit on that bench for a long time, staring at nothing. Billy's words echo in my head. 8 seconds of not paying attention. That's all it takes. The rest of finals week passes in a fog of fear and exhaustion. I can't concentrate. Every time I try to study, I hear Billy's voice. 8 seconds of not paying attention. That's all it takes. Thursday night, I dream about it for the first time. In the dream, I'm standing in the rodeo arena. The crowd is deafening. Clint climbs onto a huge black bull, and even from where I stand, I can see something's wrong. He's looking at me, instead of focusing on the ride. The gate opens. Everything happens in terrible slow motion, the bull bucking, Clint holding on but not quite right, not quite there. And then he's flying through the air, hitting the ground too hard, and the bull is turning back toward him with murder in its eyes. I try to scream his name but no sound comes out. I try to run but my legs won't move. I can only watch, helpless and frozen, as everything falls apart. I wake up gasping. Friday afternoon, I throw my last textbook in my bag and head for my truck. 3.5 hours to the ranch. 3.5 hours of white-knuckling the steering wheel, and trying to talk myself down from irrational panic. Clint's a professional. He knows what he's doing. Billy's warning was just concern, not prophecy. But my hands won't stop shaking. When I pull up to the ranch, Clint's waiting on the porch, and the moment I'm out of the car, he's there. His arms wrap around me, solid and real, and for a few seconds everything feels okay. "Missed you," he murmurs into my hair. "Missed you too." I hold him tighter than necessary. That evening, we sit together on the porch swing, wrapped in blankets against the December cold. The stars are brilliant overhead, and Clint's arm is warm around my shoulders, but I can't relax. "You've been quiet since you got here," he says softly. "Talk to me, darlin'." I lean into him, breathing in his familiar scent, leather and hay and something uniquely him. "Billy really scared me this week." "I know." His hand finds mine under the blanket. "But I promise you, when I'm in that arena, my head is clear. It's the only place where everything else falls away. It's just me and the bull and those 8 seconds. Nothing else exists." "But what if?" "No." He turns to face me, his blue eyes intense in the porch light. "No what ifs. I'm good at this, Lauren. I've been doing it for 10 years. I'll be careful. I promise you, I'll be careful." I want to believe him. I need to believe him. "Okay," I whisper. He kisses my forehead, then my temple, then finally my lips, gentle and reassuring. "Tomorrow's going to be fine. Better than fine. You're going to watch me ride that bull. I'm going to make the 8 seconds, and then we're going to celebrate." "Okay. Okay." But that night, sleep won't come. I lie awake in the guest room, staring at the ceiling, that nightmare playing over and over in my mind. That sense of dread grows heavier with every hour that passes. Saturday morning arrives cold and bright. Clint's up early, focused and calm in that way he gets before competitions. I watch him go through his routine, stretching, checking his gear, talking strategy with Billy and the other riders. He looks confident, capable, ready. So why do I feel like I'm going to throw up? "You coming to watch him warm up?" Phil asks, rolling up beside me in the kitchen. "Yeah. Just need a minute." He studies me with those observant eyes. "You're really freaked out about this. Is it that obvious?" "Only to people who actually pay attention." He squeezes my hand. "He's good at what he does, Lauren. He'll be fine." I want to believe that. I really do. At the arena, the energy is electric. Hundreds of people, all here to watch cowboys risk their lives for 8 seconds of glory. The noise, the excitement, the danger hanging in the air, it's overwhelming. I find my seat in the stands, Rachel and Brett on one side, Billy on the other. Rachel looks as nervous as I feel, but she's trying to hide it. Brett keeps a steady hand on her knee. Down below, riders are warming up near the chutes. I scan the area until I spot him, Clint, stretching near the rails, his face focused and calm in that way he gets before a ride. He's wearing his black hat, the one he always wears for competitions. From here, he looks confident, capable, ready. But I heard what Billy said. I heard the fear in that old cowboy's voice when he talked about Clint Walker. About 8 seconds of not paying attention. "He'll be fine, sweetheart," Billy says quietly beside me, as if reading my mind. I want to believe him. I really do. The announcer's voice crackles over the loudspeaker, running through the lineup. Other riders. Other bulls. Getting closer to Clint's turn. My hands won't stop shaking. Rachel reaches over and squeezes my knee. I know this is hard, she says softly. Watching someone you love do something dangerous. But he's good at this. He knows what he's doing. I nod, but I can't speak. My throat is too tight. The first rider explodes out of the chute on a bull that spins like a tornado. The crowd roars. 5 seconds. 6. 7. The rider flies off before the buzzer, landing hard in the dirt. The bullfighters rush in, drawing the bull away while the cowboy scrambles to his feet and jogs toward the fence. He's fine. They're always fine. Except when they're not. I watch 3 more rides. 2 successful. One that ends with a rider limping out of the arena, holding his shoulder. And then I hear the words that make my blood run cold. Next up, folks, we've got Clint Walker on Black Beast. The crowd erupts in cheers and applause. They're excited. They came here to see danger, to see cowboys test themselves against impossible odds. They don't know what I know. They didn't hear Billy's warning. They don't understand what's at stake. Down in the arena, Clint climbs over the rails and into the chute. Even from this distance, I can see the massive black bull beneath him. 2,000 pounds of pure fury already slamming against the sides of the chute with violent force. Oh dear, I whisper. Rachel's grip on my knee tightens. Billy leans forward, his weathered hands gripping the railing in front of us. I watch Clint settle onto the bull's back, wrapping the rope around his hand. He's done this 100 times. 1,000 times. He knows what he's doing. But so did his grandfather. My heart is pounding so hard I can hear it over the roar of the crowd. Every muscle in my body is tense, coiled like a spring. I want to look away, but I can't. I have to watch. I have to be here for him. Clint nods. The gate swings open. And I can't shake this feeling, this terrible bone-deep certainty, that something bad is about to happen.
Chapter 18. Clint.
The blonde in the third row made me forget the bull beneath me for half a second. In bull riding, half a second can kill you. Should have learned that lesson back in June when I first saw Lauren. Should have pulled out the moment I realized my head wasn't clear. Should have listened to Billy 3 days ago. That haunted voice, talking about my grandfather and distraction and 8 seconds that change everything. But here I am. Standing behind the chutes at the biggest rodeo of the season. About to climb onto a bull called Black Beast. And all I can think about is green eyes, and the way she looked at me last night when I promised I'd be careful. You ready, Walker? The chute boss calls my name. I nod, rolling my shoulders, trying to shake off the weight sitting on my chest. Focus. I need to focus. Black Beast is massive. 2,000 pounds of pure mean. Black as midnight with horns that could gut a man. He's got a reputation. 17 riders have tried him this season. Only 3 made the 8 seconds. 2 ended up in the hospital. I've been training for this ride for months. Studied his patterns. Know his tells. I'm ready. Except I'm not. My mind keeps drifting to Lauren in the stands. To the look on her face this morning. That fear she was trying so hard to hide. To the conversation we had at Thanksgiving. About Marissa, about the secret I kept, about trust that's still fragile 3 weeks later. To Billy's warning, I can't stop hearing. 8 seconds of not paying attention. That's all it takes. Clint. Bo appears beside me, his weathered face concerned. You sure about this? I'm fine. You don't look fine. You look like a man with too much on his mind. He crosses his arms. There's no shame in pulling out. Not if your head's not right. Pride flares in my chest. My head's fine. I've got this. But even as I say it, I know it's a lie. I climb over the rails and lower myself onto Black Beast's back. The bull shifts beneath me immediately, slamming into the sides of the chute with enough force to rattle my bones. This animal wants to hurt me. That's not metaphor, it's fact. He's been bred for this, trained for this, lives for the moment that gate opens and he gets to prove no man can stay on his back. I wrap the rope around my hand. Work it tight. My leg is solid beneath me, healed from that bad landing last month. My ribs feel good. Body's ready, even if my mind keeps wandering. Focus. 8 seconds. That's all I need. I can see Lauren from here. Third row, just like that first day. Rachel's beside her, white-knuckled grip on the railing. Billy's on her other side, and even from this distance I can see the tension in his shoulders. They're all scared. And I'm the reason why. The thought hits me harder than it should. This is what I do. This is who I am. This is the promise I made to my grandfather. To ride until I couldn't anymore. To honor his memory, to keep the Walker name alive in this sport. But what about the promises I made to Lauren? To be careful. To come home to her. To build a life together. Ready. The gate man's hand is on the latch. No. I'm not ready. I should call this off. Should climb down and walk away, and Black Beast slams into the chute again, nearly crushing my leg, and instinct takes over. I nod. The gate swings open. For the first 3 seconds, I'm okay. My body knows what to do. Even when my mind doesn't. Black Beast explodes out of the chute with a violent spin to the left. I move with him. Spurring. Gripping. Staying centered. 3 seconds. He bucks hard. Throws his back end high. I adjust. Lean back. Keep my weight distributed. This is what I trained for. I've got this. 4 seconds. Then everything changes. Black Beast shifts his pattern. Something he's never done in any footage I studied. Instead of spinning left again, he plants his front hooves. Kicks straight back with both rear legs. A move that throws off my balance completely. I recover. Barely. But I'm off center now. Not quite right. 5 seconds. I see Lauren in the stands. See her on her feet, hands pressed to her mouth. Half a second. That's all it takes. Half a second of thinking about her instead of the bull, and Black Beast feels the shift in my weight. Bulls always know. They're smart, and they know the instant a rider's not with them anymore. 6 seconds. He spins hard to the right, and I'm not ready for it. My grip slips. I try to recover, try to get my hand tighter on the rope, but he's already bucking again, this time with a violent twist that I can't anticipate, because I'm thinking about Lauren's face instead of the animal beneath me. 7 seconds. Almost there. 1 more second. Just 1 more. Black Beast launches into the air. Both front legs. His back arching. When he comes down, he twists so violently my grip tears loose. I'm flying. Time slows down in that terrible way it does when you know you're about to hit hard. I can see the ground rushing up. Can see I'm going to land wrong. Can't do anything to stop it. I hit the dirt on my left side, and the impact drives all the air from my lungs. Pain explodes through my leg, wrong angle, something's wrong. And before I can even process that, I see Black Beast turning. Bulls aren't supposed to come back. That's what the bullfighters are for. To draw them away, to protect fallen riders. But Black Beast isn't like other bulls. He charges. Billy's running toward me, waving his arms, trying to get the bull's attention. The other bullfighters are there too, but Black Beast is focused on me with single-minded fury. I try to move. Try to roll away. But my leg won't work right, and my ribs are screaming. And everything hurts in a way that tells me this is bad, this is really bad. Black Beast's hooves come down. The first one catches my ribs, and I hear a crack that might be bone or might be my entire world breaking apart. The second one lands on my lower back, right at the base of my spine, and white-hot agony shoots through my entire body. I can't breathe. Can't move. Can't do anything but lie there in the dirt while 2,000 pounds of rage tries to kill me. Then Billy's there. Billy who's 77 years old and walks with a limp. Billy who nearly died doing exactly this. And he's throwing himself between me and the bull, arms spread wide, making himself the bigger target. Get away from him. Billy's voice is a roar. Come on. Over here. Black Beast hesitates. Turns toward Billy instead. The other bullfighters rush in, drawing the bull away, and suddenly there are hands on me, voices above me, someone saying, "Don't move him," and someone else yelling for the paramedics. Pain is everywhere. My leg. My ribs. My back. Everything hurts in ways I've never felt before. I try to speak, but I can't get enough air. Everything's spinning. Fading. Then I hear her voice, cutting through everything else. Clint. Lauren. She's here. She's running toward me. I can hear Rachel crying, hear Brett trying to hold her back, hear Billy's voice cracking as he talks to the paramedics. I try to reach for her, try to say I'm sorry, try to tell her I was wrong and Billy was right and I should have listened, but the darkness is pulling at me, dragging me down. Her face appears above mine. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Hands on either side of my face, so gentle despite the terror in her eyes. Stay with me. Her voice breaks. Please stay with me. Don't you dare leave me. I want to tell her I love her. Want to promise I'll be okay. Want to apologize for being so stupid, for thinking I could ride distracted, for not pulling out when I knew my head wasn't right. But the darkness wins. The last thing I hear is Lauren's voice, and the last thing I feel is her hands on my face, and the last thought I have before everything goes black is that Billy was right about everything.
Chapter 19. Lauren.
The waiting room smells like disinfectant and fear. I've been sitting in this plastic chair for 4 hours. My hands are clenched so tight my fingernails have left half-moon marks in my palms. Rachel is pacing. Brett sits with his head in his hands. Phil is silent in his wheelchair, staring at nothing. Billy hasn't moved from his spot by the window. He's still in his bullfighter gear, covered in arena dust and what might be blood. Clint's blood. I keep seeing it. Over and over. The way Clint hit the ground. The way Black Beast turned back. The sound of hooves on flesh. The terrible stillness after. I ran. I don't even remember running, but suddenly I was on the arena floor, hands on Clint's face, his blood on my fingers, his eyes unfocused and fading. Stay with me, I begged. Please stay with me. Don't you dare leave me. He tried to speak. Couldn't. Then his eyes closed and he was gone, just limp and broken in the dirt, and the paramedics were pushing me aside, saying words like spinal precautions and possible internal bleeding, and we need to move now. The ambulance ride was a blur. Rachel and Brett following in their truck. Me in the back, holding Clint's hand while the paramedics worked, watching monitors beep and flash, hearing medical terms I understand too well. Tachycardia. Hypotension. Decreased breath sounds bilateral. Obvious deformity, left lower leg. Every word a knife in my chest. Now we're here. In this terrible waiting room with its fluorescent lights and year-old magazines and a television playing the news that nobody's watching. And all we can do is wait. Family of Clint Walker? We all jump. A surgeon stands in the doorway, still in his scrubs, surgical cap in hand. He looks tired. Oh dear. That's never a good sign. Rachel rushes toward him. How is he? Is he? He's alive, the surgeon says, and the relief that floods the room is almost physical. He made it through surgery. But I need to talk to you all about his injuries. I'm his mother, Rachel Walker. This is my husband Brett, our son Phil, and she gestures toward me. Lauren Wells, I manage. His girlfriend. The surgeon nods. I'm Dr. Green. Let's sit down. We gather around him, like survivors around a life raft. Rachel grips Brett's hand so hard I can see her knuckles turning white. Phil moves his wheelchair closer. Billy finally leaves his post by the window. Clint sustained multiple significant injuries. Dr. Green begins, pulling out a tablet with scan images. Let me walk you through what we're dealing with. He pulls up an X-ray, and even though I've been studying medicine, seeing the actual damage to someone I love makes my stomach turn. First, he has a fractured tibia, that's his shin bone. The doctor points to a clear break in the leg bone. We had to insert titanium pins and rods to stabilize it. He'll be non-weight-bearing for at least 4 weeks, then partial weight-bearing for another 8. Full healing will take 12 to 16 weeks minimum. That's 3 to 4 months, I say quietly, and he nods. Second, he has severely bruised ribs, bilateral, that means on both sides. No fractures, but significant trauma. Breathing will be painful for 6 to 8 weeks. He won't be able to sleep comfortably lying down for at least a month. Rachel makes a sound that's half sob, half prayer. Third, Dr. Martinez pulls up another image. This is the most concerning injury. He has significant trauma to his L4, L5 vertebrae. My blood runs cold. L4, L5. Lower lumbar. Right above the sacrum. Close to the spinal cord. The vertebrae are bruised but not fractured, he continues, and I can breathe again. However, this area took severe impact. He'll need 8 to 12 weeks of careful healing. And Mrs. Walker, Mr. Walker, he looks directly at Rachel and Brett. This is a significant risk factor for chronic back pain and, more importantly, for future spinal cord injury. What does that mean? Rachel whispers. It means one more injury like this, one more hard landing, one more blow to that area, and we could be looking at permanent damage. Paralysis. He might not walk again. The silence is deafening. There's more, Dr. Green says gently. He has a broken coccyx, his tailbone. This is extremely painful and can take 8 to 12 weeks to heal. Many patients with coccyx fractures experience chronic discomfort for years, sometimes permanently. He'll need a special cushion to sit on, and getting in and out of vehicles will be excruciating. I'm doing the math in my head. 12 to 16 weeks for the leg. 8 to 12 for the ribs. 8 to 12 for the back and tailbone. Nothing heals at the same rate, but still, 6 months minimum before he's anywhere close to normal. Longer before he could even think about. What about bull riding? Phil asks quietly. When can he compete again? Dr. Martinez looks at him for a long moment. Realistically, 9 to 12 months minimum. If ever. Rachel sobs. Brett pulls her close. His body needs time to heal completely, the doctor continues. And even then, professional bull riding puts enormous strain on the areas that were injured. The tailbone alone, sitting on a bull, puts 1,500 pounds of pressure directly on that injury site. And that L4, L5. He shakes his head. I can't medically forbid him from riding again, once he's healed. But I'm strongly advising against it. Can we see him? I ask. My voice sounds hollow. He's in recovery now. He'll be moved to a room in about an hour. You can see him then, but he'll be groggy from anesthesia and in significant pain despite medication. Dr. Green stands. I'll have a nurse come get you when he's ready. He starts to leave, then turns back. One more thing. He's lucky to be alive. If those bullfighters hadn't acted as quickly as they did, he doesn't finish. He doesn't need to. Billy's face crumples. Brett puts a hand on the old man's shoulder. When the doctor leaves, Rachel turns to me. Her eyes are red, makeup smudged, hair disheveled. I've never seen her look anything less than put together before. You don't have to stay, she says softly. You have school finals probably? I'm not going anywhere. The words come out fierce, certain. I'm staying. Lauren? I love him. My voice breaks. I'm not leaving him. I don't care about finals or school or anything else. I'm staying. Rachel stares at me for a moment, then pulls me into a hug. She's shaking. We're both shaking. Thank you, she whispers. An hour later, a nurse comes to get us. He's awake. Room 314. We move as a group down sterile hallways that all look the same. My heart is pounding. I don't know what to expect. How bad will he look? How much pain will he be in? Nothing prepares me. Clint looks so small in that hospital bed. He's always been so strong, so capable, so alive. Now he's pale and bruised and hooked up to machines that beep and hiss. His left leg is in a cast from knee to ankle. His torso is wrapped. There are bruises everywhere I can see, purple and black and angry red. But his eyes are open. Unfocused, but open. Clint, Rachel breathes, rushing to his side. Oh, baby. He tries to smile. Winces instead. Hey, Mama. His voice is rough, slurred from medication. But it's him. He's alive. He's here. I stay back, letting his family have this moment. Phil moves his wheelchair close. Brett stands at the foot of the bed. Billy hovers near the door, looking like he might bolt. Then Clint's eyes find me. Lauren. And just like that, I'm moving. I'm beside the bed, hands on the railing, looking down at him. Hey, Cowboy, I manage. Tears blur my vision. I'm sorry. His hand lifts slightly, reaching for mine. I'm so sorry. I take his hand gently. So gently. Everything about him looks fragile. Just get better. That's all I need. Scared you. Terrified me. You're not allowed to do that again. He tries to smile. His eyes are already closing. The medication pulling him back under. Love you, he mumbles. I love you too. So much. His hand goes slack in mine. He's asleep. Or unconscious. I'm not sure there's a difference right now. A commotion behind me makes me turn. My parents are in the doorway. Daddy in his button-down shirt and khakis. Mama with tears streaming down her face. Lauren, Daddy says quietly. I don't let go of Clint's hand. I'm staying. We know. Mama's voice is thick. We wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm not okay. Nothing about this is okay. But looking at Clint's battered face, at the machines keeping track of his vitals, at his family gathered around him, I realize something. This is where I'm supposed to be. These people, this man, this moment. This is my choice. I'm not leaving him, I say again. More to myself than to them. Mama crosses the room. She looks at Clint for a long moment, then at me. Something shifts in her expression. Something softens. We can see that, she says quietly. And we can see how much you love him. I do. I really do. She takes my free hand. Squeezes it. Then we'll figure it out. Your father and I, will figure it out. It's not acceptance. Not yet. But it's a start. The hours blur together after that. Rachel and Brett take turns sitting with Clint. Phil stays as long as he can, before exhaustion forces him home. Billy sits in the corner, silent and guilt-ridden, until Brett physically makes him leave. My parents go too, after Daddy consults quietly with Dr. Green and reviews Clint's chart in his professional capacity. I watch them standing by the nurse's station, Daddy in his doctor mode, asking the right questions, checking the imaging results, nodding as Dr. Green explains the surgical approach they used on the tibia. It's strange seeing my father like this. Not as Dad, but as Dr. Wells. Professional. Clinical. Yet I can see the concern in the way he holds himself, the questions he asks. He's checking everything, making sure Clint's getting the best possible care. When he finishes, he comes back to where I'm sitting. Before he leaves, he pulls me aside. The prognosis is good, he says. Barring complications, he should make a full recovery. But Lauren, his eyes are serious. This kind of injury changes things. The recovery will be long and difficult. He's going to need a lot of support. I know. And you're willing to do that? Even if it means everything, I finish.
Yes, Daddy.
I am. He studies me for a moment, then nods. Then we'll support you. Both of you. After they leave, it's just me and Rachel in the room. Brett took Phil home with promises to return in the morning. The clock says 2 in the morning. I can't remember the last time I slept. You should rest, Rachel says gently. There's a cot. The nurse said they could bring one in. I'm okay here. I'm still holding Clint's hand. I haven't let go in hours. Lauren? Please. I need to be close to him. She's quiet for a moment. Then she moves her chair so she's sitting beside me. When Brett and I found out I was pregnant with Clint, my father was still alive. Still writing. Still putting himself in danger every weekend. Her voice is soft, distant. I begged him to stop. Begged him to quit before the baby came. He wouldn't. Said it was in his blood, said he couldn't imagine his life without it. I listen, watching Clint's chest rise and fall. 3 months before Clint was born, my father got on a bull called Devil's Advocate. Billy tried to warn him not to ride that day. Said his head wasn't clear. My father wouldn't listen. She wipes her eyes. He didn't make it off that bull alive. Rachel. I've spent 27 years terrified that Clint would end up the same way. And tonight, for a few horrible minutes, I thought he had. She looks at me, really looks at me. But you were there. You ran to him. You held him. You stayed. Of course I stayed. Not everyone would. This life, loving someone who does dangerous things, it's not easy. It's watching them risk everything, over and over, and having to be okay with it even when you're dying inside. I know. Do you? She takes my other hand. Because this is just the beginning. Recovery is going to be hard. He's going to be in pain. He's going to be frustrated and angry and difficult. And after this, if he tries to ride again, her voice breaks. If he tries to ride again, you'll have to watch, knowing what can happen. Knowing that next time, he might not be this lucky. I look at Clint. At his bruised face and broken body. At the man I fell in love with, who's never looked more vulnerable. I know, I say quietly. And I'm still staying. I'm still choosing him. Every single day, I'm going to choose him. Rachel's tears spill over. She pulls me into a hug, and we sit there in the quiet hospital room, holding each other while Clint sleeps, while machines beep their steady rhythm, while the night slowly gives way to dawn. When she finally pulls back, she's smiling through her tears. You're going to be good for him. I can see that now. I hope so. I know so. She squeezes my hand. Welcome to the family, Lauren. Even if it means watching him do terrifying things. Even if it means holding your breath every time he climbs on a bull. You're one of us now. I nod, unable to speak around the lump in my throat. Clint stirs. His eyes flutter open, cloudy with pain and medication. Lauren. I'm there instantly, hand on his cheek. I'm here. I'm right here. Don't leave. Never. I'm not going anywhere. His eyes close again, but there's the ghost of a smile on his lips. And I realize Rachel's right. This is the beginning. Not just of his recovery, but of us choosing each other despite the fear, despite the danger, despite everything that could go wrong. I'm choosing him. And I always will.
Chapter 20. Clint.
Pain is a full-time job. That's what I learned in the first week after surgery. Pain management. Pain tolerance. Pain that makes you want to crawl out of your own skin because there's nowhere to escape it. My leg throbs constantly despite the medication. My ribs scream every time I breathe. My back aches with a deep, bone-level hurt that terrifies me more than I want to admit. And my tailbone, oh dear, my tailbone makes sitting impossible, standing agony, and lying down only slightly better. I've never felt so broken in my life. Breathe through it, the nurse says for the 100th time. She's adjusting my IV, checking monitors, doing all the things nurses do while I grit my teeth and try not to pass out from the pain of just existing. Trying, I manage. Lauren appears in the doorway. She's been here every day. Sometimes all day. Missing classes. Missing finals. Just sitting in that chair by my bed, holding my hand, being there. "Hey, Cowboy," she says softly. It's become her greeting. Her way of reminding me I'm still me, even like this. "Hey, darlin'." She settles into the chair, and just having her near makes everything hurt a little less. 2 weeks after the accident, they introduce me to a walker. "No," I say flatly, staring at the metal contraption like it's a betrayal. "I'm not using that." "Yes, you are. The physical therapist Mama hired doesn't mess around. Her name is Noelle Dean, and she's about 45 with no-nonsense eyes and the kind of tough love that doesn't accept excuses. Unless you want to be in this bed for the next month. I can manage without. You can barely sit up without help." She crosses her arms. "Pride's going to slow your recovery. Your choice." Lauren squeezes my hand. "Just try it, Clint. Please." So I try. Getting out of bed is hell. Actually, standing is worse. The walker keeps me from falling, but every movement sends fresh waves of agony through my body. My left leg in its cast is dead weight. My ribs protest every shift. My tailbone screams. 3 steps, Noelle says. That's all. 3 steps to the bathroom and back. It takes me 10 minutes. By the time I collapse back into bed, I'm shaking and covered in sweat. "Good," Noelle says, like I just accomplished something impressive instead of barely shuffling 6 feet. "Tomorrow we'll do 4. Over the next 2 weeks, I learned to hate that walker almost as much as I depend on it. 4 steps become 8. 8 become 12. By the end of week 3, I can make it to the bathroom without wanting to die. Small victories. Mama insists on hiring additional help. That's how Ivan Nast shows up. "Hey, man?" He extends a hand, then realizes I can't shake it properly from my position, half reclined on the couch. Mama finally let me come home from the hospital, but home feels like a prison when you can't move without pain. "I'm Ivan. Your mama hired me to help with daily stuff while you heal." "I don't need." "You do," Mama cuts in. She's been hovering. They all have. It's driving me crazy. Ivan will help with things like getting dressed, showering, basic care. Doctor's orders. Having a stranger help me shower is humiliating. But Ivan's from Jamaica, in his late 20s, and treats the whole thing like it's no big deal. Doesn't make me feel like less of a man. Just gets the job done. "You're healing good," he says one morning, helping me navigate getting a shirt over the cast. "I've seen worse." "You've done this before." Couple years in medical care before moving here. Worked with injured athletes. He grins. "Bull riders are stubborn. But you. Not so bad. Give it time." He laughs. Fair enough. The 3rd week after coming home, Ivan shows up with someone new. "This is Pamela Garrett," he says. And there's something in his voice that makes me look up from where I'm attempting to walk with just the walker. She's Marissa's nanny. Takes care of Chrissy. Pamela is pretty, maybe 25, with kind eyes and a warm smile. "Nice to meet you, Clint." Marissa thought Ivan might want some help, so I volunteered. "Appreciated," I manage. But I'm watching Ivan watch her, and even through my pain and frustration, I recognize that look. He's gone for her. Completely. Later, when Pamela leaves to check on Chrissy, Ivan helps me back to the couch with a dopey grin on his face. "So," I say, "Pamela. What about her? You gonna ask her out, or just keep looking at her like that?" His grin widens. "You noticed?" Hard not to. I adjust the pillow behind my back, wincing. "She seems nice." She is. He's quiet for a moment. Think she'd say yes? Only one way to find out. Christmas arrives quiet and subdued. Lauren stays. Her parents tried to get her to come home for the holidays, but she refused. Said she was spending Christmas with me. With us. Mama cooks a small dinner. Phil, Bo, Lauren, Mama, Dad, and me around the table. Ivan joins us, he doesn't have family here, and Pamela too since Marissa gave her time off. I'm in that walker still, though Noelle says I'm close to graduating to a cane. The pain is better, but still constant. Everything hurts. Everything's hard. And I hate feeling so weak, so dependent, so useless. You're not useless, Lauren says later, when everyone else has gone to bed. We're in the living room, lights from the Christmas tree making everything soft and golden. She's curled up on the couch beside me, careful not to jostle anything. You're healing. Same thing. It's really not. She takes my hand. You're the strongest person I know, Clint. Not because you ride bulls. Because you're fighting to get better. Because you're letting people help you. That takes more courage than any 8-second ride. I want to believe her. But looking at myself, broken, hurting, barely able to walk, I don't feel brave. I feel like a failure. Hey. She touches my cheek, making me look at her. I love you. The you that rides bulls, yes. But also the you that's sitting here, healing. The you that lets Ivan help you shower. The you that's working so hard just to take 10 steps. That's the man I'm in love with. Even like this. Especially like this. She leans in carefully, kisses me gently. You don't have to be perfect, Cowboy. You just have to be you. By early January, I graduate to a cane. Look at you, Noelle says, genuine pride in her voice. 4 weeks ago you couldn't stand. Now you're walking. Barely. Still walking. She watches me take a few steps, cane supporting my weight on the left side where the cast makes everything awkward. You're progressing well. Better than expected, actually. When can I ride again? She shakes her head. Months. Maybe never, depending on how your back heals. That L4, L5 is compromised, Clint. Dr. Green was clear about the risks. I know. I've heard it 100 times. One more injury like this, and I might not walk again. Might be paralyzed. Might spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair like Phil. The thought terrifies me. Let's focus on now, Noelle continues. Can you walk without assistance for short distances? Sometimes. That's progress. She makes a note on her clipboard. I want you trying without the cane for 10 minutes twice a day. Just around the house. If you fall, use the cane. But try. So I try. Lauren's there every time, hovering just close enough to catch me if I stumble. She doesn't baby me, she knows I'd hate that, but she's present. Supportive. Believing in me, even when I don't believe in myself. Week 5. Ivan and Pamela are definitely a thing now. They think they're being subtle, but I see the way they look at each other. The way they find excuses to be in the same room. The way Ivan lights up whenever she arrives. You should tell her, I say one afternoon. We're in the kitchen. I'm attempting to make coffee one-handed while leaning heavily on the counter. Ivan's supposed to be helping, but he's staring out the window at where Pamela's playing with Chrissy in the yard. Tell her what? That you're crazy about her. He looks at me, surprised. Is it that obvious? To everyone. I managed to get the coffee pot filled. Small victory. Life's short, man. Don't waste time being scared. This from the guy who's terrified right now. Exactly. I meet his eyes. Learn from my mistakes. If you care about someone, tell them. Don't wait until it's too late. He's quiet for a moment, watching Pamela through the window. You really think she'd say yes? Only one way to find out. That night I watch from the porch, because walking that far is still an achievement, as Ivan asks Pamela to dinner. Watch her face light up. Watch him practically float back to the house. She said yes. He's grinning like a fool. Told you. You're a wise man, Clint Walker. Nah. I adjust my grip on the cane. Just a man who almost lost everything. Makes you see what matters. Lauren joins me on the porch, slipping her hand into mine. Together we watch Ivan and Pamela, young and in love and at the beginning of their story. They're cute, Lauren says. Yeah. Think they'll make it? Hope so. I squeeze her hand. Someone should get their happy ending. She looks at me, those green eyes serious in the porch light. We will too. I believe that. Even with me like this? Especially with you like this. She leans her head on my shoulder, careful of my ribs. Because this, you fighting to heal, me choosing to stay, us figuring it out together, this is the real stuff. The hard stuff. And we're doing it. I want to believe her. Want to trust that we'll get through this. That I'll heal. That somehow, everything will be okay. But late that night, when everyone's asleep and I'm alone with my thoughts and my pain, doubt creeps in like winter cold through cracked windows. The next morning, Ivan finds me attempting stairs for the first time. It's not going well. Whoa there. He's at my elbow instantly. Noel clear you for this? No. Then what are you doing? Testing. I make it up another step, whole body shaking with effort. Need to know what I can do. You can hurt yourself worse, that's what. But he doesn't try to stop me. Just stays close, ready to catch me. Why are you pushing so hard? Because sitting around feeling sorry for myself isn't helping. I make it to the top. Stand there breathing hard, sweating, everything hurting. But I did it. Climb the stairs. Ivan's looking at me with something like understanding. You're scared. Terrified. Of what? That this is it. That I'll never be who I was. That Lauren will realize she signed up for someone who doesn't exist anymore. That girl loves you, Ivan says quietly. Broken leg, busted ribs, all of it. She's not going anywhere. You don't know that. I do. He helps me back down the stairs, slower this time. Because I see the way she looks at you. Same way Pamela looks at me when she thinks I don't notice. Like you're everything. Like nothing else matters. Back in the living room, I collapse onto the couch, exhausted and hurting but somehow a little more hopeful. Ivan. Yeah. You need to understand something. I look at him, seriously. One more injury like this, and I might not recover. Doctor was clear. I know. Laura knows too. She's choosing this. Choosing me. Even knowing what could happen. She knows what she wants, Ivan says. Respect that. Don't push her away, trying to protect her. That's not love. That's fear. His words hit harder than they should. By the time Lauren arrives that afternoon, I'm on the porch with my cane, practicing walking without it for short distances like Noel ordered. I'm shaky. Uncertain. But moving. Look at you, Lauren says, and her smile makes everything worth it. Getting there. You are. She kisses me softly. I'm so proud of you. Lauren. I catch her hand. I need you to know. I know this isn't what you signed up for. If you want. Don't. She stops me. Don't even think about pushing me away. I'm here. I'm staying. And that's final. But. No buts. You're stuck with me, Cowboy. Deal with it. I pull her close, careful of my injuries, and hold her like she's the only thing keeping me together. Because she is. And I know, with absolute certainty, that I have to get better. Not for the rodeo. Not for anyone else. For her. For us. For the future we're building, one painful step at a time.
Chapter 21. Lauren.
The call comes at 2 in the morning on a Tuesday in mid-January. Winter has settled into Texas with cold, dry air that makes everything feel brittle. I'm half asleep when my phone vibrates across the nightstand, Brittany's name flashing on the screen. For a second I think I'm dreaming, but then Sadie groans from across the room and throws a pillow in my general direction. "Answer it before I murder you both," she mumbles. I grab the phone. "Brittany?" My water broke. Her voice is tight with pain and something else, fear maybe, or anticipation. Can you come? I'm already out of bed, pulling on jeans and the warmest sweater I can find. I'm on my way. Which hospital? Memorial. The one we toured last month. She makes a small sound, breathing through what must be a contraction. Lauren, I'm scared. I know. But you're so brave. The bravest person I know. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Sadie's sitting up now, fully awake. Brittany? In labor. I need to go. Drive safe. Text me updates. She's already grabbing her phone, probably to message Beau. They've been doing this thing lately, not quite dating, but not quite just friends either. Tell her I'm thinking about her. I will. The roads are empty at this hour, streetlights casting orange pools across pavement that glistens with frost. I drive faster than I should, hands tight on the wheel, thinking about Brittany alone in a hospital room waiting for me. Waiting to meet the baby she'll hold and love, and then give to someone else to raise. 38 weeks. Full term. Healthy pregnancy, despite everything. We've been counting down the days, dreading and anticipating this moment in equal measure. I find her in the labor and delivery unit, already hooked up to monitors that show the baby's heartbeat, steady and strong, and her contractions, which are coming every 5 minutes now. You're here. Relief floods her face as I slip into the room. Thank you for coming. Of course I'm here. I take her hand, settling into the chair beside the bed. Where else would I be? With Clint. It's the middle of the night. He's fine. You're more important right now. I squeeze her fingers. How are you feeling? Terrified. Excited. Like I'm going to throw up. She laughs weakly. All of the above? A nurse comes in to check her progress, 4 centimeters dilated, still hours to go, and we settle in for the long wait. I text Clint to let him know where I am, not expecting a response this late, but his reply comes through immediately. Clint, can't sleep anyway. How's she doing? Me, scared but strong. It's going to be a long night. Clint, wish I could be there with you. Still on that damn cane though. Me, you're healing. That's what matters. I'll call you later. Clint, love you darlin'. Tell Brittany she's incredible. I show Brittany the message and she smiles, tears in her eyes. He really is the best, isn't he? He really is. The hours blur together. Contractions getting closer, stronger, more painful. Brittany squeezing my hand hard enough to bruise. Me coaching her through breathing exercises I learned in community health, talking her through the worst moments, reminding her she's doing this, she's strong enough, she's almost there. At 7:30 in the morning, the doctor says it's time to push. I can't, Brittany gasps, exhausted and overwhelmed. I can't do this. Yes, you can. I brush sweat-soaked hair from her forehead. You've been doing hard things for months now. This is just one more. And I'm right here with you. She looks at me, eyes wild with fear and determination. Don't leave. I'm not going anywhere. 3 pushes later, a baby girl slides into the world, tiny and perfect and screaming at the top of her lungs. Oh, Brittany breathes, staring at the impossibly small person the nurse is cleaning and wrapping. Oh, she's beautiful, the nurse finishes, smiling. 10 fingers, 10 toes, excellent lungs. 7 pounds, 3 ounces. Do you want to hold her? Brittany nods, unable to speak, and the nurse places the baby in her arms. The world goes still. I watch Brittany look at her daughter, because that's what she is, even if she won't stay, and something in my chest cracks open. The love on Brittany's face is so pure, so fierce, so absolutely overwhelming that I have to look away. Hi baby girl, Brittany whispers, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm your mama. And I love you so much. So much. The baby stops crying, dark eyes trying to focus on Brittany's face. One tiny hand escapes the blanket, fingers curling and uncurling. She's perfect, I manage, my own voice thick with tears. She is. Brittany touches the baby's cheek, her hand shaking. She really is. We have an hour. That's what the open adoption agreement allows. An hour for Brittany to hold her daughter, to memorize her face, to say hello and goodbye in the same breath. The Hendersons arrive at 8:30, nervous and excited, and trying so hard not to intrude on this sacred time. Sarah's eyes are already red from crying. Michael can't stop staring at the baby, like she's a miracle he didn't think he'd ever witness. "Do you want to hold her?" Brittany asks, her voice steady despite the tears. Before we do the official transfer?" Sarah nods, moving carefully to the bedside. Brittany places the baby in her arms, and I watch another woman fall in love with this tiny person who's already changed so many lives. "What's her name?" Michael asks softly. Brittany smiles through her tears. "Grace. Her name is Grace." "Grace Henderson," Sarah whispers, looking down at the baby. "It's perfect." "Grace Marie Henderson," Brittany adds. "Marie after my grandmother. If that's okay." "It's more than okay. It's beautiful." The adoption counselor arrives with paperwork, and I step outside while they handle the legal details. The hallway is too bright, too quiet, too full of families heading home with their babies while Brittany prepares to let hers go. My phone buzzes. "Clint, how is she?" "Me, the baby's perfect. Healthy. Beautiful." Brittany named her Grace. "Clint and Brittany?" "Me, breaking and healing at the same time. I don't know how she's doing this." "Clint, because she loves that baby enough to give her the life she deserves. That's the bravest kind of love there is." I stare at his message, thinking about how right he is. How Brittany is choosing her daughter's future over her own comfort, her own attachment, her own heart. That's what real love looks like. When I go back in, the adoption ceremony is beginning. It's simple, Brittany holding Grace one more time, whispering things only the baby can hear, then placing her in Sarah's arms with a finality that makes my throat close up. "I love you," Brittany says, touching Grace's tiny hand. "I will always, always love you. And I'll see you soon. Your mamas and I, we have a plan. You'll know me. You'll know I chose this because I wanted the very best for you." Sarah's crying openly now. "We'll send pictures every month. Videos. Whatever you want. She'll know you, Brittany. She'll know how much you love her." "Thank you." Brittany's voice cracks. "Take care of her. Please." "We will. I promise. We'll take such good care of her." They leave an hour later, Grace bundled in a pink blanket Sarah's mother knitted, Michael's arm around his wife, both of them moving like they're carrying something infinitely precious. Because they are. Brittany watches them go, then turns her face into the pillow and sobs. I crawl into the hospital bed beside her, holding her while she cries, while she grieves, while she processes everything she just did. There are no words big enough for this moment. No comfort adequate for this particular kind of pain. So I just hold her and let her feel it. 2 days later, I drive Brittany home from the hospital. The January cold has deepened, and she's quiet during the drive, wrapped in a thick blanket, staring out the window at a world that looks the same even though everything's changed. "The counselor says this is normal," she says finally. "The grief. The second guessing. The physical pain of my body looking for a baby that's not there anymore." "Are you second guessing?" "No." She's quiet for a moment. "I mean, yes. Constantly. But I still know it was the right choice. Does that make sense?" "Perfect sense." The Hendersons sent pictures last night. Grace sleeping in her bassinet. She looks so peaceful. Brittany smiles, but it's edged with sadness. They're going to be amazing parents. They are. And you're going to be part of her life. You'll watch her grow up. I know. It helps. Knowing I'm not losing her completely. She wipes her eyes. "I'm going to be okay, Lauren. Eventually. Right now it just hurts. It should hurt. It means what you did matters. It means you loved her enough to choose her happiness over your own comfort." Clint said something like that when I first told him I was pregnant. About how the hardest choices are usually the right ones. He's smart like that. Brittany looks at me, something understanding in her expression. You're really lucky, you know, to have found someone who gets it, who sees the world the way you do. I know. Don't let him get away. Guys like that, ones who show up with adoption agency information without being asked, who understand sacrifice and love and doing hard things, they're rare. I don't plan on it. That night, I video call Clint from my dorm room. He answers immediately, and just seeing his face makes some of the tension in my chest ease. Hey darlin'. He's in his room at the ranch, propped against pillows, looking tired but better than he has in weeks. How'd today go? Brittany's home. Healing. It's going to be hard for a while, but I think she'll be okay. And you? How are you? I think about lying, about saying I'm fine, but Clint sees through those lies every time. Emotionally exhausted. Proud of her. Sad for her. Grateful for Grace and the Hendersons. All of it at once. That's a lot to carry. Yeah. He's quiet for a moment, just looking at me through the screen. Wish I could be there. Hold you. Make it better. You being here talking to me, it helps. I curl up on my bed, phone propped on my pillow. How's the recovery going? Good. Better. I'm walking short distances without the cane now. Noel says I'm ahead of schedule. He shifts, wincing slightly. Still hurts like hell, but I can move. That's something. That's everything. We talk for another hour about nothing and everything. His physical therapy, my upcoming exams, Phil's latest adapted basketball tournament. Normal things that ground us, that remind us life keeps moving forward even through the hard parts. Hey, Clint says when I'm getting ready to hang up. That thing Brittany did. Choosing Grace's future over her own comfort? That's bravery. Real, actual bravery. And I see that same kind of courage in you every day. I'm not. You are. Driving to the hospital in the middle of the night. Being there through all of it. Supporting your friend through something impossible. That's who you are, Lauren. That's the woman I fell in love with. My throat tightens. I love you. Love you too, darlin'. Get some sleep. You've earned it. After we hang up, I lie in the dark listening to Sadie's soft breathing across the room. My phone buzzes with a text. Sadie, I went to Bo's basketball game last night. I smile despite my exhaustion, and text back immediately. Me, oh really? And how was Bo? Sadie, shut up. He's nice. That's all. Me, sure. Nice. That's definitely all it is, winking face. Sadie, I hate you. Me, love you too. I set my phone down and close my eyes, thinking about Brittany's bravery, Grace's tiny perfect face, and the way love sometimes means letting go. About how Clint's fighting to heal, how Sadie's fighting her feelings for Bo, how we're all just trying to choose the right hard thing. And maybe that's what growing up is, learning that sometimes the bravest choice is the one that hurts the most. But making it anyway. Because that's what love demands.
Chapter 22. Clint.
10 weeks. That's how long it's been since the accident. 10 weeks since Black Beast tried to kill me. 10 weeks of pain and physical therapy, and learning to walk again like I'm some kind of invalid. 3 weeks since Brittany's baby was born. 3 weeks of watching Lauren pour herself into supporting others while still driving hours to see me every weekend. 3 weeks of noticing how she lights up when she talks about her community health projects, her study groups with Bo and the others, her plans for the rural clinic initiative. 3 weeks of feeling like I'm holding her back. You're making excellent progress, Ivan says, watching me walk the length of the barn without my cane. His accent is thicker today, probably because he's distracted. Probably thinking about Pamela. I make it to the end and back, only slight pain in my left leg. Better. Much better. Another 2 weeks, maybe 3, and you'll be walking completely normal. He makes a note on his clipboard. How's the pain level? Manageable. 4 out of 10, maybe 5 when I'm tired. Good. Very good. He glances at his phone, then back at me with a sheepish smile. Sorry. Pamela is texting about dinner plans. You two official yet? His face does something complicated, joy mixed with disbelief, like he can't quite believe his luck. She said yes to being my girlfriend last night. Can you believe it? Me with someone like her. I force a smile. Congrats, man. You deserve it. And he does. Ivan's been nothing but patient and kind through this whole nightmare. If anyone deserves happiness, it's him. But watching him float through physical therapy sessions, giddy with new love, makes something twist in my chest. He found someone who fits into his world easily. Pamela works with Marissa, lives nearby, understands his life. Lauren's world is 3.5 hours away. And getting further every day. That evening, Lauren video calls from her dorm room. I can hear voices in the background, Sadie laughing at something, music playing softly. Hey Cowboy, she says, and her smile is bright and beautiful and makes my chest ache. How was therapy? Good. Ivan says another few weeks, and I'll be walking normal. That's amazing. She shifts her phone, and I catch a glimpse of her textbooks spread across her bed. Anatomy charts. Community health research papers. A half-eaten sandwich. I'm so proud of you. What are you working on? Her eyes light up. God, they actually light up. The rural clinic proposal. Dr. Martinez loved our initial research, and now we're expanding it to 3 counties. If we get the grant funding, we could actually make a real difference in healthcare access for. Someone knocks on her door. Lauren. You ready? Study group starts in 10. Beau's voice. I recognize it now. Be right there, she calls back, then turns to me apologetically. Sorry, I have to go. Big exam tomorrow, and we're doing a group review session. No problem. Go ace that exam. I'll call you after. Probably around 11. I'll be awake. She blows me a kiss through the screen. Love you. Love you too, darling. The call ends, and I'm alone in my room with the silence pressing down on me. She's thriving. Building this incredible life, making real differences, surrounding herself with people who share her passions and understand her world. And I'm here. Broken. Struggling to walk without limping. Unable to do the one thing I've defined myself by for the past decade. Can you help me Friday? Phil asks over breakfast. Emma's coming to visit, and I want to make dinner. Something impressive. Emma. I raise an eyebrow. When did you start seeing someone? 3 weeks ago. Met her at the adaptive sports training camp. He grins. She's amazing, Clint. Funny and smart, and she doesn't treat me like I'm fragile just because of the chair. That's great, Phil. Really? And I mean it. Phil deserves someone who sees him for who he is, not what happened to him. But later, helping him prep ingredients for his date, I can't shake the thought, Phil found someone who already understands adaptive sports, who's part of his world. Emma gets it. Gets him. Does Lauren really get me? Can she, when our worlds are so different? Lauren calls that night, excited about a presentation she gave in her community health seminar. Dr. Martinez said it was the best undergraduate research proposal she's seen in 5 years. Her voice is breathless with joy. And 3 other students want to join our team for the clinic project. We might actually get this funded, Clint. We could change lives. That's incredible, darling. I'm so proud of you. I wish you could have been there to see it. She pauses. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you about. The college is hosting a rodeo event next weekend. Community health fair, blood pressure screenings, education booths. Would you maybe want to come? I'd love to show you my campus properly. My stomach drops. A rodeo. The first one since the accident. I don't know if You don't have to watch the rides, she adds quickly. I just thought it'd be nice to have you there. Meet more of my friends. See where I spend my time. I should say no. Should tell her I'm not ready. Should protect myself from whatever demons are waiting for me in an arena that smells like dirt and fear and adrenaline. But she sounds so hopeful. So eager to share her world with me. Yeah, I hear myself say. I'll come. Really? Her joy makes my chest tight. Thank you. It'll be fun, I promise. Just a small college rodeo. Nothing scary. Nothing scary. Right. I try to watch bull riding footage. Just tape from last year's circuit, nothing involving the accident. Phil set it up for me in the living room while he's out with Emma. The first clip loads. A rider I know, Jake Thompson on a bull called Tornado Alley. Good ride. Clean 8 seconds. The sounds hit me first. The crowd roaring. The announcer's voice. The bull's angry bellow as Jake releases and jumps clear. My chest tightens. Heart rate kicks up. Hands start to shake. I make it through 3 clips before I have to turn it off. Can't breathe. Can't think. Just the sensation of falling, of hitting the ground wrong, of pain exploding through my body while the crowd gasps and Lauren screams my name. I sit there in the dark living room, sweating and shaking, and face the truth I've been avoiding. I might never ride again. Not because of the physical injuries. Those are healing. But because some part of me broke that day in December, and I don't know if it can be fixed. Lauren video calls later, catching me still sitting in the dark. Hey, you okay? You look pale. Just tired. Long day with Ivan. Lying to her. Again. But what am I supposed to say? That I tried to watch bull riding footage and had a panic attack. That I'm terrified of going to that college rodeo. That I feel like half a man now that the one thing I was good at is gone. Listen, she says gently. About next weekend. If you're not ready. I'm coming. I promised. Clint. I want to see your world, Lauren. Want to be part of it. Even though I know I won't fit. Even though I know I'll just be the broken boyfriend holding her back. I'll be fine. She doesn't look convinced, but she lets it drop. Okay. But if you need to leave at any point, just tell me. No judgment. After we hang up, I find Phil in the kitchen making coffee. You're making a mistake, he says without preamble. What? Going to that rodeo. You're not ready. Anyone can see it. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're spiraling. He rolls closer, his expression serious. And I'm worried you're about to do something really stupid. Like what? Like push her away because you're scared of not being enough. His words hit too close to home. I look away. I'm not. Yes, you are. His voice softens. Clint, you almost died. It's okay to not be okay. It's okay to need time. But don't punish Lauren for your fear. I'm not punishing anyone. Then don't go to that rodeo. Tell her you're not ready. She'll understand. But I can't. Because if I don't go, if I can't even watch other people ride, then what am I? Who am I if not the bull rider who always got back on? The late February sun is warmer than it should be for winter, but I barely notice as I walk across the college campus toward the rodeo arena. My cane clicks against the concrete with every other step, a constant reminder of everything I've lost. You sure about this? Lauren asked beside me, worry etched across her face. She's been like this since I arrived this morning. Hovering. Careful. Treating me like I might shatter. Maybe I will. I'm sure. I adjust my grip on the cane, hating the weight of it, hating how it announces my weakness to everyone who sees me. It's just a college rodeo. Community event. You're doing health screenings, remember? I know. But it's the first time you've been back since? I'll be fine. I cut her off, softer than I mean to. Promise. She doesn't look convinced, but she nods anyway. We've been walking on eggshells around each other since the accident. Both of us pretending everything is okay when we both know it's not. The rodeo arena is smaller than the circuits I'm used to, but the sounds hit me before we even reach the entrance. The announcer's voice over the speakers. The crowd cheering. The sharp smell of dirt and animal sweat and fear. My chest tightens. Clint. I'm good. I force myself to keep walking, to not turn around and run or limp back to the truck. Let's find your health screening booth. Lauren's set up near the entrance with other community health students, checking blood pressure and handing out information about rural healthcare access. She throws herself into it immediately, that beautiful mind of hers focused on helping people, making a difference. I watch her for a moment, marveling at how easily she connects with strangers. How her smile can put nervous kids at ease. How she's exactly where she's supposed to be, doing exactly what she's meant to do. And I'm what? A broken bull rider who can barely walk without a cane. Some prize. Clint. Bo appears from the crowd, his friend group trailing behind him. Hey man. Good to see you up and moving around. Getting there. I shake his hand, noting how his eyes flick to the cane, then quickly away. Everyone does that. Sees the cane first, me second. Lauren mentioned you might stop by. We're all grabbing seats together, if you want to join. He glances toward where Lauren is talking to an older woman about blood sugar levels. She'll probably want to watch at least some of the rides. Yeah. Sure. Bo and his friends find seats in the stands, and I follow more slowly, my leg aching with every step up. By the time I settle into the bleachers, I'm breathing harder than I should be from such a simple climb. This is my life now. Winded from stairs. The first few rides are clean. Good cowboys on decent bulls. Nothing spectacular, but solid 8-second rides that earn respectable scores. I watch with the detached interest of someone who used to be part of this world, but isn't anymore. Then it happens. A cowboy, can't be more than 20, draws a bull with a mean streak. I see it in the animal's eyes before the chute even opens. This one wants blood. The gate swings wide, and the bull explodes into the arena. 3 seconds in, I know it's going wrong. 4 seconds, the kid's losing his grip. 5 seconds, he's thrown. The sounds hit me first. The crowd gasping. The announcer's sharp intake of breath. The bull's angry bellow as it spins back toward the fallen rider. Then I'm not in the college arena anymore. I'm back in that chute in mid-December. Black beast beneath me. The smell of my own fear. The gate opening. Everything going wrong. The pain. Oh God, the pain. My leg shattering. Ribs cracking. The weight of the bull on my back, crushing me into the dirt. Lauren's scream. Clint. Hands on my shoulders. Clint, you're okay. You're here. You're safe. I blink and I'm back. Not in December. Late February. College rodeo. Lauren crouched in front of me, hands on my face, her eyes wide with concern. Breathe, she says firmly. Just breathe with me. In. Out. I follow her breathing, matching the rhythm, feeling my heart rate slowly come back down. Around us, people are staring. Bo is looking at me with something like concern. His friends are carefully not looking at all. Perfect. A panic attack in public. Just what I needed to add to my growing list of failures. I'm fine, I manage, pulling away from Lauren's hands. Kid's okay. Bullfighters got to him in time. You're not fine. Lauren sits beside me, her hand finding mine. That was a flashback, Clint. You need to talk to someone about this. I said I'm fine. But I'm not. I'm so far from fine, I can't even see it from here. The rides continue, but I can't focus on them. All I can see is that kid on the ground. How easily it could have gone worse. How it went worse for me. How it could happen again. Lauren stays close, her hand in mine, but I feel the distance between us growing with every breath. She's here, present, supportive, everything I don't deserve. And I'm broken. Damaged. A shell of who I used to be. After the rodeo ends, we walk back toward the health screening area in silence. Bo and his group catch up to us, all easy smiles and college kid energy. That was intense, one of them, Marcus I think, says. Haven't seen someone get thrown that hard in a while. Kid did good though, Bo adds. Got back up. That takes guts. I grunt something non-committal, watching how Bo and his friends surround Lauren with their easy camaraderie. How naturally they talk about classes and professors and campus life. Bo checks in on Lauren between her health screening duties, making sure she's okay after seeing me struggle with the flashback. His friend group does the same. Good friends do that. I should be grateful she has people here who care about her. But watching her in her element with her college friends, capable and confident and thriving, makes something inside me crack. She doesn't need me. She's building a whole life here. A good life. A safe life. And I'm just the broken bull rider, 3.5 hours away. You coming to the study session tonight? Bo asks Lauren. Morrison's exam is brutal, but if we all work together. Probably not, Lauren says, squeezing my hand. Clint and I have plans. Right. Of course. Bo smiles at both of us. Well, text if you need notes. They leave, and Lauren turns to me. You okay? Yeah. Clint. I'm fine, Lauren. Can we just go? We drive back to my truck in silence. She keeps glancing at me, trying to read my mood, but I keep my eyes on the road ahead. My leg throbs. My ribs ache. And that kid's fall plays on repeat in my mind. One more injury like this, and I might not walk again. That's what Dr. Green said. One more fall. One more 8 seconds on a bull's back. And I was planning to go back. To ride again, in a few months. To risk everything, my mobility, my future, my life, for what? A promise to a dead man? Clint, please talk to me. Lauren's voice is small. Worried. You've been distant since the accident. I know you're hurting, but I can't help if you won't let me in. You can't help. The words come out harsher than I intend. No one can. That's not true. We can figure this out together. You and me. I pull the truck over to the side of the road, my hands gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles go white. Can we, though? Figure this out. What do you mean? I force myself to look at her. At her beautiful, concerned face. At the love and worry in those green eyes. At everything I don't deserve. Look at me, Lauren. Really look. I can barely walk. I had a panic attack at a college rodeo. I'm broken. Damaged goods. You're healing. I'm never going to be who I was. The truth tastes bitter. That kid getting thrown today. That could be me again. One more injury, and I'm in a wheelchair for life. Is that what you signed up for? Taking care of an invalid? Don't do that. Her voice shakes. Don't turn this into something it's not. I love you. That doesn't change because you're hurt. It should. I look away, hating myself for what I'm about to do but knowing it's right. You deserve better than this. Better than me. I get to decide what I deserve. And I get to decide that I won't drag you down with me. I reach for my cane, preparing to get out of the truck. You're 20 years old, Lauren. You have your whole life ahead of you. Don't waste it on someone who can't give you the future you deserve. The future I deserve. Her voice rises. You are my future. That's what love means. You don't get to decide for both of us. I love you too much to watch you sacrifice everything for me. That's not love. Tears stream down her face. That's fear. That's you pushing me away because you're scared. She's right. I know she's right. But knowing doesn't change anything. I can't do this, I say quietly. I can't be with you while I'm like this. It's not fair to either of us. So what? You're just going to quit? Give up on us because things got hard. I'm setting you free. I force myself to open the door, to grab my cane, to step out onto the shoulder of the road. You deserve someone whole. Someone who can be your partner, not your burden. Clint, please. I'm sorry, Lauren. I look at her one more time, memorizing her face even as I break both our hearts. But this is over. I turn and walk, limp, toward my truck parked a few feet ahead. Every step away from her kills me. Every breath hurts worse than any injury Black Beast gave me. Behind me, I hear her crying. Hear her call my name one more time. I don't turn around. Because if I do, if I see her face, I'll take it all back. I'll be selfish enough to hold on when I should be letting go. So I keep walking. Get in my truck. Drive away from the best thing that ever happened to me. And I tell myself it's the right choice. The noble choice. The brave choice. But deep down, I know Phil was right. This isn't brave. This is the coward's way out.
Chapter 23. Lauren.
The first week without Clint, I cried every night into my pillow, trying to muffle the sound so Sadie would not hear. But she always heard. "You can't keep doing this to yourself," she said one night, finding me at 2 a.m. with my anatomy textbook open but unread, tears dripping onto the pages about cardiac muscle tissue. "He's wrong, you know. About being a burden. About you deserving better." "I know," I whispered. "But he has to figure that out himself." Bo knocked on our door, holding 2 coffees from the late-night cafe. "Heard you needed caffeine. And maybe a study break." He set the coffee down and gave my shoulder a gentle squeeze. "He's an idiot for pushing you away. But Phil texted me, says he's staging an intervention soon." "Really?" Hope flared in my chest. "Really?" Bo smiled. "Your Cowboy's family isn't letting him give up that easily. Neither should you." Sadie hugged me. "We've got you, Lauren. Whatever happens, you've got us." Having friends like this made the distance bearable. Almost. By week 2, I threw myself into my community health project with a ferocity that surprised even Professor Martinez. The rural clinic initiative I had proposed last semester was approved for expansion, and suddenly I had meetings with county health officials, grant applications to write, and a team of 10 students depending on my leadership. "You're working yourself to death," Sadie observed, watching me type furiously at midnight on a Friday. "I'm working myself to success," I corrected. "And if I stop moving, I'll fall apart." She did not argue. She just brought me snacks and made sure I ate them. My phone buzzed with a text from Phil. "Phil, still being stubborn. But cracks are showing. Keep being amazing. It's driving him crazy seeing your social media posts about the clinic project." "Me, I'm not posting for him." "Phil, I know. That's what makes it work." Week 3, Billy called. "How's my favorite girl doing?" I burst into tears. I had not cried in front of anyone except Sadie in days, and hearing his gentle voice broke something loose in my chest. "Oh, kiddo," he said softly. "That bad, huh?" "He thinks he's broken," I managed between sobs. "He thinks I deserve better. How do I fight that when he wouldn't even let me try?" "You keep being who you are," Billy said. "You keep doing what you're doing. And you give him time to realize what an idiot he's being. That boy loves you more than his own life. He'll figure it out." "What if he doesn't?" "Then he's stupider than I thought." "But Lauren? I don't think that's going to happen. Just hang on a little longer." I hung on. By week 4, even Ruth had started calling. My mother, who had never fully approved of Clint, who had tried to keep us apart at every turn. "I'm not saying I was wrong about him," she said during our awkward phone call. "But I'm saying that pushing away someone he loves because he thinks he's protecting her is the most Walker thing I've ever heard." "That's not helpful, Mama." "No, but it's true." She paused. "For what it's worth, Lauren, you've handled this semester beautifully. Your father and I are proud of you. The clinic project, your grades, the way you've kept going even when your heart is breaking. You're stronger than I gave you credit for. Coming from her, that meant more than I wanted to admit. Thank you, Mama. He'll come around, she said. And if he doesn't, then maybe I was right about him all along. But I knew she was wrong. Clint would come around. He had to. Week 5, I had a moment of doubt. I was in the library, surrounded by medical journals and grant proposal drafts, when Marcus, one of Beau's basketball friends, stopped by our study table. You look like you need caffeine and a break from whatever torture you're inflicting on yourself. I'm fine. You're a terrible liar. He pulled up a chair. Beau said you've been killing yourself over this project. When's the last time you ate something that wasn't from a vending machine? I had a banana this morning. That doesn't count. He stood up. Come on. We're getting real food. Beau and Jordan are meeting us at the cafe in 10 minutes. You can bring your laptop if it'll make you feel better. I wanted to argue, but my stomach growled loud enough that Marcus heard it. See? Your body agrees with me. Over burgers and fries, surrounded by friends who had somehow become family over the past few months, I felt the weight lift slightly. Not gone, but bearable. He's going to come back, Jordan said, like he could read my mind. Phil keeps us updated. Says Clint's miserable without you.
Good, Sadie said fiercely.
He should be miserable. He made a stupid choice. A choice he's going to regret, Beau added. Phil says the whole family's staging an intervention soon. Walker stubbornness meets Walker family. Should be interesting. I just miss him, I said quietly. I know he's wrong. I know he's hurting himself as much as he's hurting me. But I still miss him. Of course you do, Marcus said. That's what happens when you love someone. But you're also living your life. Building something amazing. That's what you're supposed to do. And when he gets his head out of his rear end, you'll both be better for it. I hoped he was right. Week 6 arrived with spring rain and a text from Phil I had been half expecting, half dreading. Phil, intervention successful. He's going to call you. Be ready. My heart hammered against my ribs. 6 weeks. 42 days of missing him, of pushing through classes and projects and late-night study sessions while my heart ached with every breath. I sat on my dorm room bed, phone in my hands, and waited. And when it finally rang, showing his name on the screen, I answered on the first ring. Clint. Lauren. His voice cracked. I've been such an idiot.
Yes, I agreed.
You have. Can we talk? Please? I need to see you. I need to, Lauren, I'm so sorry. I closed my eyes, tears slipping down my cheeks. Not tears of sadness this time. Tears of relief, of hope, of 6 weeks of holding myself together, finally releasing. Come see me, I said. We'll talk. We'll figure this out. I'm already in my truck, he said. I'll be there in 3 hours. Drive safe. I will. Lauren. Yeah. I love you. I never stopped. I thought I was protecting you. I know, I whispered. We'll talk about it when you get here. Just drive safe and come back to me. Already on my way, darlin'. Already on my way. I hung up and looked at Sadie, who was watching me with knowing eyes. He's coming? He's coming. She grinned. Told you Walker stubbornness wouldn't stand up to Walker family. Now go, make yourself presentable. You've got 3 hours to fix that disaster you call your hair. I laughed, the sound foreign after 6 weeks of forcing smiles. But it felt good. It felt like hope. 3 hours. 3 hours until I saw him again. 3 hours until we started healing what had been broken. I could wait 3 more hours. After waiting 6 weeks, 3 hours was nothing.
Chapter 24. Clint.
6 weeks without her felt like 6 years. I told myself I had done the right thing. That pushing her away protected her from a future of watching me struggle, of dealing with my limitations, of settling for damaged goods when she deserved someone whole. But the ranch felt empty without her laughter. My phone felt heavy without her texts. And every time I saw her face on social media, smiling at some clinic event surrounded by friends who were not me, the hollowness in my chest grew wider. "You're an idiot," Phil said for approximately the 100th time, wheeling into the kitchen where I sat nursing my third coffee of the morning. "Just in case you needed another reminder." Noted. "She's miserable. You're miserable. This noble sacrifice thing. It's garbage." I did not answer. What was there to say? My leg had healed remarkably well. 16 weeks post-accident, and I was walking normally most days. Just a slight limp when I was tired or when the weather changed. Ivan said I was ahead of schedule, that the surgery had been textbook, and my commitment to physical therapy was paying off. But what good was healing when the best part of my life was 3.5 hours away, probably crying into her anatomy textbook because I had been too much of a coward to fight for us? "I'm staging an intervention," Phil announced. "What?" "You heard me. Everyone agrees. You need to get your head out of your rear end and fix this." "Phil." "No. You don't get to Phil me." He rolled closer, his eyes fierce. "I watched you nearly die on that arena floor. I sat by your hospital bed, wondering if you'd ever walk again. And you know what got you through? Her. Lauren. The thought of her kept you fighting when the pain got bad. So don't tell me you're protecting her by pushing her away. You're just being a coward." The words hit harder because they were true. That afternoon, Bo found me in the barn, ostensibly checking on the breeding stock, but really just hiding from my own thoughts. "Need to tell you something," he said without preamble. "Yeah." "About Marissa and me." He leaned against the stall door, his weathered face serious. "We were young when she got pregnant. I was working minimum wage, barely keeping my head above water. She had opportunities, modeling contracts, a chance to make something of herself. And I let my pride convince me she would be better off without me dragging her down." I had heard pieces of this story over the years, but never from Bo himself. "So I stepped back," he continued. "Asked Clint to marry her on paper. Just paperwork, nothing more. To give Chrissy legitimacy and Marissa security while I got myself together. Told myself it was noble. That I was doing the right thing. Wasn't it? Maybe. But it was also the coward's way out." His voice roughened. 20 years, Clint. 20 years of watching the woman I love raise my daughter without me. 20 years of regret because I was too proud and too scared to admit I needed her. He looked at me directly. "Don't make my mistakes. Don't let fear steal your future. That girl loves you. She chose you, broken leg and all. Don't you dare dishonor that choice by deciding for her what she can handle." I opened my mouth to argue, but he was already walking away. The next visitor was less expected. "You're being stupid," Marissa announced, appearing at the ranch house door like an avenging angel in designer jeans and a leather jacket. "And I'm here to tell you exactly how stupid." "Marissa." "No. Sit down and listen." She did not wait for permission, just walked into the living room and pointed at the couch. "Sit." I sat. She paced in front of me like a lawyer making a closing argument. "You think you're protecting Lauren by pushing her away. That sound familiar? Because it's exactly what Bo thought when he decided I'd be better off without him 20 years ago. That's different." "How? How is it different?" She spun to face me. "He thought he was broken. Thought I deserved better. Thought his pride and his fear were somehow noble." Her voice cracked. "And you know what he gave me? 20 years without the man I loved. 20 years of wondering, what if? 20 years of watching my daughter grow up knowing her father, but not having him." Tears streamed down her face now. "Don't do that to Lauren. Don't waste decades because you're scared. Bo and I, we can't get that time back. But you can fix this. You can choose her before it's too late. After she left, I sat in the silence of the empty house, her words echoing in my head. Ivan called the next day with a question I never expected. How do you know when it's the right person? I blinked, phone pressed to my ear. What? Pamela and me. We've been seeing each other for a few weeks now. And I'm pretty sure, but how do you know? The irony was not lost on me. Here I was, having pushed away the woman I loved, and my physical therapist was calling me for relationship advice. You just know, I said quietly. When it's right, you know. Even when it's complicated. Especially when it's complicated. I stared out the window, at the fields I had grown up working. The easy things don't test you. Don't show you who you really are. It's the hard stuff that matters. So what do? Don't be an idiot like me, I said. If you love her, tell her. Don't let fear make your decisions. After I hung up, I realized I was giving advice I desperately needed to take myself. The call from Frank came 2 days before the 6 weeks were up. Clint. It's Frank Wells. My heart stopped. Is Lauren? She's fine. Physically. He paused. But we need to talk. About what you said in the hospital. About being reckless and not deserving her. I had not expected this. Frank had made his disapproval clear from the beginning. I've been thinking about that conversation, he continued. And I was wrong. What you did, walking away from someone you love because you think you're protecting her, that's not reckless. That's sacrifice. Frank. But son, she's suffering too. And maybe the brave thing isn't protecting her from pain. Maybe it's letting her choose. Letting her decide what she can handle instead of deciding for her. His voice was kind, almost gentle. I watched my daughter cry herself to sleep for 6 weeks. Watched her throw herself into her studies to avoid feeling the hurt. And I realized something. You're not the one who's broken, Clint. This separation is what's breaking both of you. When he hung up, I sat with the phone in my hand, the weight of everyone's words pressing down on me. Phil was right. Bo was right. Marissa was right. Frank was right. I had been an idiot. A coward hiding behind noble intentions. Lauren had chosen me. Broken leg, fear, complications and all. And I had thrown that choice back in her face because I was too scared to believe I was worth choosing. Well, no more. I picked up my phone and texted Phil. Me, you're right. I need to fix this. Help me plan something. Phil, about damn time. I've got ideas. I had pushed away the best thing in my life because I was afraid. But Bo had lived with 20 years of regret, and I would not make the same mistake. Whatever it took, however long it took, I was getting her back. Starting now.
Chapter 25. Lauren.
The text from Phil came while I was in the library, trying to focus on grant proposals that kept blurring together, because I had read the same paragraph 5 times without absorbing a single word. Phil, be at the hilltop at sunset. Trust me. I stared at my phone, my heart doing something complicated in my chest. The hilltop. Our place. Where we had almost kissed that first time, where we had talked for hours, where everything had started. Me. Why? Phil, just trust me. Please. Sadie looked up from her laptop across the table. You okay? You just went completely pale. I don't know. I showed her the text. Phil wants me to go to the hilltop. Her eyes widened. The hilltop? You're in Clint's spot. Yeah. Oh my gosh. She grabbed my arm. Lauren, he's going to be there. Clint. He's going to be there. You don't know that. Yes, I do. Phil wouldn't ask you to go there for no reason. She was already closing her laptop, shoving it into her bag. Come on. We're going back to the room so you can change into something that isn't covered in coffee stains and stress. Sadie. No arguments. If there's even a chance he's there, you're not showing up looking like you've been living in the library for 6 weeks. I have been living in the library for 6 weeks. Which is exactly why you need to look like you haven't. She pulled me to my feet. Trust me on this. And more importantly, trust Phil. He wouldn't do this if it wasn't important. An hour later, I pulled into the familiar dirt parking area at the base of the hill. The sun was already starting its descent, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. My hands shook on the steering wheel. What if he was not there? What if this was something else entirely, and I had let myself hope for nothing? But what if he was? I got out of the car, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The walk up the hill felt endless and instantaneous all at once. Every step brought me closer to either devastating disappointment or the possibility I had been holding onto for 6 weeks. And then I crested the rise, and there he was. Clint stood near the edge of the overlook, hands in his pockets, watching the sunset. No cane. No visible limp. A blanket was spread out on the ground behind him, and beside it sat a small picnic basket and, my breath caught, a bouquet of wildflowers. The same kind he had brought me that first time, back when everything was new and uncomplicated. He turned when he heard my footsteps, and the look on his face, vulnerable and hopeful and terrified all at once, stole whatever breath I had left. "Hi," he said softly. "Hi." My voice came out barely above a whisper. We stared at each other across the space that felt both infinite and non-existent. 6 weeks. 6 weeks of missing him, of throwing myself into work to avoid the ache, of lying awake at night wondering if he was doing the same.
You came, he said.
Phil can be very persuasive. A hint of a smile. He's good at that. You're walking without the cane. Yeah. He took a few steps toward me, and I could see the slight hitch in his gait, but he was walking. Strong. Steady. 16 weeks post-accident. Ivan says I'm healing better than expected. That's good. That's really good. Lauren. He stopped a few feet away, close enough that I could see the exhaustion in his eyes, the lines around his mouth that had not been there before. I was wrong. I was so incredibly wrong. Tears sprang to my eyes before I could stop them. Clint. Please. Let me say this. He took a shaky breath. I told myself I was protecting you by pushing you away. That you deserved better than a broken man with a limp and a future full of uncertainty. But the truth is, I was scared. Terrified, actually. Of being a burden. Of watching you sacrifice your dreams to take care of me. Of not being the man you fell in love with. He took a shaky breath. But pushing you away hurt worse than any injury. Worse than the broken bones, worse than the pain, worse than anything. Because I was choosing to live without you, and that was the worst kind of suffering. You are the man I fell in love with, I said, my voice cracking. Broken leg and all. I know that now. But 6 weeks ago, lying in that hospital bed, barely able to walk, watching you put your whole life on hold for me, I convinced myself that the loving thing to do was let you go. He stepped closer. I was an idiot. Yes, you were. Everyone told me. Phil staged an intervention. Bo told me about wasting 20 years with Marissa because of pride and fear. Marissa herself drove all the way here to call me a coward. Ivan asked me for dating advice while I was sitting there miserable, without you. Even your father called. That shocked me. My father called you. Said I wasn't being reckless by loving you. I was being reckless by pushing you away. That maybe the brave thing wasn't protecting you from pain, but letting you choose what you could handle. His voice roughened. And he was right. They were all right. I didn't let you choose. I made the decision for both of us, because I was too scared to believe you really wanted me like this. The tears were flowing freely now. You didn't just make the decision for us. You broke my heart. I know. He closed the remaining distance between us, his hands reaching for mine. I let him take them, let him hold on even though part of me wanted to pull away. I know, and I'm so sorry. These 6 weeks have been the worst of my life. Worse than the accident. Worse than the hospital. Worse than anything, because I did it to myself. I pushed away the best thing that ever happened to me, because I was too much of a coward to fight for us. I would have fought, I whispered. If you'd let me, I would have fought so hard. I know you would have. You're the bravest person I know. His thumbs traced circles on my palms. And I'm asking you now, begging you really, to give me another chance. To let me prove that I learned from this. That I won't run scared again. That I choose you, Lauren. I choose us. No matter what comes. I looked up at him, at this man who had stolen my heart at a rodeo arena, and then broken it because he thought it was noble. At the fear and hope and love written all over his face. At the future I had mourned for 6 weeks standing right in front of me, asking for another chance. I choose you too, I said. I've been choosing you every single day, even when you weren't choosing me back. He pulled me into his arms then, holding me so tight I could barely breathe. I felt his body shaking, felt the dampness on my shoulder that meant he was crying too. I'm sorry, he murmured into my hair. I'm so sorry. I know. I held him just as tight. I forgive you. We stood like that for a long time, wrapped up in each other as the sunset painted the sky around us. When we finally pulled apart enough to see each other's faces, both of us were crying and smiling, and neither of us cared. Hi, he said again, his forehead resting against mine. Hi, I whispered back. And then he kissed me. It was different from our first kiss, different from the birthday kiss, different from all the kisses before. This one tasted like tears and forgiveness and second chances. Like 6 weeks of heartbreak melting into hope. Like coming home after being lost. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, he cupped my face in his hands. I love you, he said. I never stopped. Even when I was being an idiot and pushing you away, I loved you every single second. I love you too. I covered his hands with mine. But Clint, we have to promise each other something. Anything. No more pushing away. No more deciding what's best for me, without actually asking me. If things get hard, if you're scared, if the recovery is harder than expected, we talk about it. Together. We figure it out, together.
Together, he agreed.
No more running. I promise. Good. I kissed him again, softer this time. Because I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me, Cowboy. He smiled against my lips. Best thing I've ever been stuck with. We settled onto the blanket he had brought, his arm around my shoulders, my head on his chest, watching the last of the sunset fade into twilight. He told me about his physical therapy progress, about Ivan and Pamela dating, about the doctor saying he might be cleared for light activity in another 4 to 6 weeks. Not bull riding, he clarified quickly. Ivan and the doctor both agree that's probably done. But normal activities. Ranch work. Living without constant pain. How do you feel about that? About not riding anymore? He was quiet for a moment. Honestly? Relieved. Scared to admit it, but relieved. I've been riding bulls for Billy's dream, not mine. And after the accident, after almost losing everything, including you, I realized I don't need the circuit to be happy. I just need you. And the ranch. And a future that doesn't involve getting thrown by 2,000-pound animals every weekend. I'm glad. I snuggled closer. Really glad. Not just because it's safer, but because it means you're choosing what you want, not what you think you should want. Speaking of choosing what I want. He tilted my chin up, so I was looking at him. I want you to go back to living your life. Really living it. The clinic project, your classes, your friends. I don't want you putting anything on hold for me anymore. I wasn't. Sadie says you've been living in the library. Phil says you've been working yourself to exhaustion. I know you, Lauren. You throw yourself into work when you're hurting. His eyes were gentle. I'm asking you to find balance. To take care of yourself, as well as you take care of everyone else. Only if you promise the same thing. About physical therapy. About not pushing yourself too hard just to prove you're healed.
Deal.
We sealed it with another kiss, and then another, until we were both smiling too much to actually kiss properly. So we're really doing this? I asked. Together. No more separation?
Together, he confirmed.
No matter what comes next. Doctor appointments, physical therapy, your crazy class schedule, whatever. We figure it out, together. Together, I echoed, and it felt like a vow. As the stars began to appear overhead, I realized that 6 weeks ago I had thought I had lost him forever. Had thought that the separation was the end of our story. But this moment right here, wrapped in his arms under the Texas sky, choosing each other again after everything, this was not an ending. This was a beginning. A real one, built on honesty and forgiveness and the kind of love that fights its way back even when it seems impossible. Take me home? I asked softly. He smiled, that devastating smile that had stolen my heart the first time I saw it. Darlin', I thought you'd never ask.
Chapter 26. Clint.
The 6 weeks between our reconciliation and the end of May felt like breathing again after being underwater. We took it slow at first. I drove to campus twice a week. She came home on weekends. We talked, really talked, about everything we had been too scared to say during the separation. About my fear of being a burden. About her need to be chosen, not protected. About building a future that honored both our dreams. I want you to attempt the comeback ride, Lauren said one evening in late April. We were on the porch at the ranch, watching the sunset paint the fields gold. If the doctor clears you. If you want to. I looked at her in surprise. I thought you'd hate that idea. I'm terrified of it, she admitted. But it's your choice to make. Not mine. And I trust you to know what's right for you. She squeezed my hand. I just need you to promise me something. Anything. Promise me that if you do it, it's for you. Not for Billy. Not for proving something. For you. I thought about that. About the way I had been chasing a dead man's dream for years. About whether I even wanted to ride anymore, or if I was just afraid of who I would be without it. I'll think about it, I said honestly. Talk to the doctor. See what's even possible. But Lauren, if I do ride again, it'll be one time. One ride. And then I'm done. Done? Yeah. I pulled her closer. I've been thinking a lot about what comes next. The ranch has always been my real love. Bull breeding. Training the next generation. Maybe even mentoring young riders about safety. I paused. There's a life here that doesn't require me risking my neck every weekend. A life I actually want. She looked up at me, tears in her eyes. Really? Really? Took almost dying to figure it out, but yeah. I'm ready to choose a different future. One with you in it. Fully in it. Not wondering if every ride might be my last. She kissed me then, soft and sweet and full of promise. And I knew I had made the right choice. By early May, Ivan had news of his own. I asked Pamela to marry me, he announced during one of our physical therapy sessions. She said yes. I grinned, despite the burn in my leg from the exercises. That was fast. When you know, you know. He helped me through another set of stretches. We're both over 30. We've both been through enough to recognize a good thing when we find it. Why wait? Fair point. Congratulations, man. Thanks. His smile was infectious. We're thinking June. Small ceremony. Family only. You'll be there, right? You and Lauren. Wouldn't miss it. It was good seeing Ivan happy. Seeing him and Pamela build something real. It reminded me that love could be straightforward when you let it. That not everything had to be complicated. The ranch started shifting too. Bo had been different since our conversation during the separation. Lighter somehow. And I started noticing him finding reasons to call Marissa. To check in about Chrissy. To mention things that did not really need mentioning. You should tell her, I said one afternoon. We were mending fence line together. Well, I was attempting to help while Bo did most of the actual work. Tell her what? That you still love her. That you've been an idiot for 20 years. He was quiet for a long moment. Hammer paused mid-swing. Easy for you to say. You got your girl back. Because people told me I was being an idiot. Now, I'm returning the favor. It's been 2 decades, Clint. She's moved on. Has she? I thought about the way Marissa had driven all the way to the ranch to call me a coward. The way she had talked about wasted years. Because from where I'm sitting, she's been waiting for you to pull your head out of your rear end just as long as you've been too proud to do it. He did not answer. But I saw him pull out his phone later that evening. Saw him typing a message. Saw the small smile when she responded. Progress. Lauren's finals week arrived in mid-May, and I stayed mostly out of her way. She studied like her life depended on it, fueled by coffee and determination and the kind of focus that would serve her well in her career. How's it going? I asked during one of our nightly phone calls. My brain is mush. I can't remember the difference between the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems anymore. The what now? She laughed. Exactly. But I've got 2 more exams and then I'm done. Freshman year complete. And then I'm all yours for the summer. Well, mostly yours. I've got that clinic work 3 days a week, but the rest of the time. Her voice softened. I'm coming home. Home. The ranch. With me. Can't wait, darling. The doctor's appointment came in late May. 20 weeks post-accident. 5 months of healing, therapy, and slowly rebuilding my strength. Dr. Green reviewed the latest scans, his expression thoughtful. The tibia has healed well. Better than I hoped, honestly. You've been religious about the physical therapy. Ivan's relentless. Good. He pulled up another image. The ribs are fully healed. The soft tissue damage has resolved. And the vertebrae, he paused, pointing to the L4, L5 region. Still some inflammation here, but nothing concerning. The bruising has healed. So I'm clearing you for normal activities. Ranch work. Riding horses. Daily life without restrictions. Relief flooded through me. And bull riding? His expression turned serious. That's a different conversation. Clint, you sustained significant trauma to your lower back. The L4, L5 area is compromised. Another injury like this, and you're looking at potential paralysis. I can't in good conscience clear you for professional bull riding. I understand. And I did. But what if it was one ride? One final ride. Controlled circumstances. And then retirement. He studied me for a long moment. Why? Closure. For me. For my family. For everyone who's been on this journey with me. I met his eyes. I need to prove to myself that the accident doesn't define me. That I can get back on. And then I need to walk away on my own terms. Dr. Green was quiet, considering. If you do this, and I mean if, it would have to be under very specific conditions. Protective equipment. Careful bull selection. Medical staff on standby. And Ivan would need to clear you from a physical therapy standpoint. Understood. And Clint, you get one shot at this. One ride. After that you're done. No negotiations. One ride, I agreed. That's all I need. When I told Lauren that evening, I expected fear. Anger, maybe. But instead, she just nodded slowly. When? Late June, if Ivan clears me. There's a charity rodeo. Local event. Perfect for a farewell ride. That's exactly 1 year after we met. I had not thought about that. But she was right. Late June. The anniversary of walking into that arena and seeing a blonde girl with green eyes who would change my entire life. Fitting, I said. Yeah. She took my hand. I'll be there. Front row. Terrified out of my mind, but there. You don't have to. Yes, I do. If you're doing this, I'm there. We're in this together, remember? No more pushing away. I pulled her into my arms, grateful beyond words. Together. Together, she echoed. Through the scary parts, too. The 6 weeks flew by. Ivan and Pamela set their wedding date, second weekend of June. Both started having actual conversations with Marissa, instead of awkward small talk. Lauren aced her finals and came home for the summer, moving into the guest room at the ranch and making the whole place feel brighter. We fell into a rhythm. She left for the clinic 3 mornings a week. I worked with Bo on the ranch, slowly rebuilding my strength. Evenings we spent together, cooking dinner, watching sunsets from the porch, planning a future that felt real and possible and ours. I'm happy, she said one night in late May. We were lying on a blanket under the stars, her head on my chest, my arms around her. Yeah. Yeah. This, us together without the separation hanging over us. You healing. Me finishing my first year of college. Everything feeling like it's coming together. She tilted her head to look at me. Are you happy? I thought about it. About the pain that had mostly faded to a dull ache. About the comeback ride looming, but not terrifying. About the woman in my arms who had chosen to stay, even when I had given her every reason to leave. Happiest I've ever been, I said honestly. Even with everything we've been through. Maybe because of everything we've been through. She smiled and kissed me softly. 1 more month and then the ride. 1 more month, I agreed. And then we start the rest of our lives. Whatever that looked like, I was ready. We were ready. Together.
Chapter 27. Lauren.
The first Saturday in June arrived warm and cloudless, the kind of perfect Texas morning that made even the most cynical person believe in happy endings. I stood in front of the mirror in the church's small bridal suite, smoothing down the lavender bridesmaid dress Pamela had chosen. Simple, elegant, and thankfully not the kind that would embarrass me in photos years from now. You look beautiful, Brittany said from her seat by the window, where baby Hope dozed in Michelle's arms nearby. The adoption had become beautifully open over the past few months, with Brittany visiting regularly and the adoptive parents, Michelle and David, becoming part of our extended circle. Watching Brittany with Hope, loving her fiercely while knowing she'd made the right choice, still made my heart ache in the best way. Not as beautiful as Pamela's going to look. I turned to where Pamela stood in her wedding gown, a vision in ivory lace that somehow managed to be both traditional and uniquely her. You're stunning. I'm terrified, she admitted, her Russian accent thickening slightly with nerves. What if I trip? What if I say wrong words during vows? You won't. I crossed to her, taking her hands. You're going to walk down that aisle, see Ivan's face when he watches you come toward him, and forget anyone else exists. Trust me. She squeezed my hands, blinking back tears that threatened her carefully applied makeup. How you so sure? Because that's exactly what happened with Clint and me. The memory of our reconciliation 2 months ago still felt tender and new. When it's real, everything else just falls away. Brittany shifted Hope to her shoulder, patting her back gently. Lauren's right. Love has a way of making everything else seem small. A soft knock interrupted us, and Rachel Walker poked her head in. Ladies? We're about ready to start. Pamela, you look absolutely gorgeous. Thank you. Pamela took a deep breath. Okay. I am ready. Rachel gave her an encouraging smile before her eyes found mine. The warmth there still surprised me sometimes. The past 6 weeks had changed so much between all of us. Lauren, Clint wanted me to tell you he's trying very hard not to pace a hole in the floor, but he's failing miserably. I laughed. That sounds about right. He's proud to stand up for Ivan today. Rachel's voice went soft. Said it reminds him that good things can come from hard times. She was talking about the accident, about those terrible months when Clint had been broken and healing, and Ivan had been his physical therapist. Neither of them could have known then that awkward, kind Ivan would fall head over heels for Marissa's nanny, or that Clint would be well enough to serve as best man at their wedding just 6 months later. Speaking of which, Rachel added, you should see him in that suit. Quite handsome. I bet. I felt warmth bloom in my chest. Clint had worked so hard these past 2 months since our reconciliation, continuing to push through physical therapy with determination that sometimes scared me. But he was walking without a cane now, getting stronger every day, and next month he had an appointment with his doctor to discuss clearance for one final ride. The thought made my stomach twist with equal parts excitement and fear, but I pushed it aside. Today was about Ivan and Pamela. The rest could wait. Time to go, Brittany said, standing and smoothing her dress. Michelle lifted Hope carefully, and David appeared at her shoulder. We'll take her to the nursery during the ceremony. Want to walk out together? Definitely. We made our way through the small church, because this was a deliberately intimate wedding, just close friends and family, and I found my place at the front while Brittany settled into a pew with Michelle, David, and Hope. The baby made a small cooing sound that made several people smile. Then the music started, and everyone stood. Pamela appeared at the back of the church, and even from this distance I could see her hands trembling as she held her small bouquet of white roses and lavender. She'd chosen to walk alone, having no family in the States, but she didn't look lonely. She looked radiant. And when my eyes shifted to Ivan at the front of the church, I understood what I'd told Pamela earlier. His expression as he watched her walk toward him, pure wonder, absolute joy, complete certainty, made my own eyes sting with tears. Beside him, Clint caught my gaze and smiled. He was indeed handsome in his dark suit, standing tall and steady without any visible sign of the injuries that had nearly destroyed us. The morning sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows painted colors across his face, and for a moment I couldn't breathe with how much I loved him. The ceremony was simple and sweet. Ivan and Pamela had written their own vows, and when Ivan promised to love Pamela, through every language barrier, every cultural confusion, and every moment easy or hard, his voice cracked with emotion. Pamela's vows were equally beautiful, her words about finding home in a person rather than a place, about love being the greatest adventure of all. When the minister pronounced them husband and wife, the small congregation erupted in cheers. Ivan swept Pamela into his arms and kissed her like they were the only two people in the world, and I found myself crying happy tears. Clint's hand found mine as we walked down the aisle together after the newly married couple. You okay? He whispered. More than okay. I squeezed his hand. That was beautiful. Yeah. His voice was warm. Makes you believe in second chances, doesn't it? I knew he wasn't just talking about Ivan and Pamela. We were our own second chance, rebuilt after the breakup that had shattered us both. Stronger now, more honest, learning to trust each other with the hard things as well as the easy ones. The reception was held in the church's fellowship hall, decorated with simple elegance, white linens, lavender accents, mason jars full of wildflowers. Someone had strung lights across the ceiling, and they twinkled like stars even in the afternoon sunshine streaming through the windows. This is nice, Clint said, pulling out my chair at the head table. Intimate. Personal. Very them. I watched Ivan and Pamela make their entrance to applause, both of them glowing with happiness. Though I think Ivan would have been happy getting married in a parking lot, as long as Pamela was there. Truth. Clint sat beside me, close enough that our shoulders touched. Man was completely gone for her from day one. You noticed that? Hard not to. He asked me for dating advice approximately 700 times during my recovery. Clint grinned. which was ironic considering I was busy being an idiot about us at the time. I leaned against his shoulder. You weren't an idiot. You were scared and hurting and trying to protect me in the only way you knew how. Still an idiot. He pressed a kiss to my temple. But your idiot. Definitely mine. Across the room, I spotted my parents talking with Rachel and Billy. The sight still felt surreal. 2 months ago, my mother had barely been civil to Clint. Now she was laughing at something Billy said, actually looking relaxed. The shift had started after the reconciliation, when Clint and I had sat down with both sets of parents together and laid everything out. No more secrets. No more hiding. Just honest conversation about our relationship, our plans, the future we were building. Ruth had surprised everyone by crying and admitting she'd been wrong to push so hard against us. I was scared, she'd said, looking at Clint with something like apology. Scared of losing Lauren to someone whose life felt so dangerous, so different from what I'd imagined for her. But I've been watching you two these past months, and I see something I can't deny. You make each other better. Frank had been quieter, but he'd shaken Clint's hand and said, "Take care of my daughter, son." Simple. Sincere. Enough. Now, watching Ruth laugh with Rachel, two mothers who'd spent so long at odds, I felt something settle in my chest. We were going to be okay. All of us. Speech time, Phil announced from where he stood near the cake table, tapping his glass with a fork. Best man's prerogative. Everyone shut up and listen. Subtle as always, Clint muttered, but he was grinning. Phil waited until the room quieted, then raised his glass. I'm supposed to tell embarrassing stories about the groom right now, but honestly? Ivan's too nice. The worst thing I can say about him is that he has terrible taste in patience. He picked my stubborn pain-in-the-rear brother to rehabilitate. Laughter rippled through the crowd. But seriously, Phil continued, his voice going softer, I watched Ivan work with Clint for months. Watched him be patient when Clint was frustrated. Kind when Clint was angry. Hopeful when Clint wanted to give up. And I thought, this is a good man. The kind of man who shows up, who does the work, who doesn't quit on people. He turned to Pamela. And then I watched you do the exact same thing for him. Patient when he was nervous. Kind when he was worried. Hopeful when he doubted himself. You two are perfect for each other because you both know what real love looks like. The kind that stays. The kind that fights. The kind that says, I choose you even when it's hard. Phil raised his glass higher. To Ivan and Pamela. May your marriage be filled with the same grace and determination you've shown everyone around you. And may you always remember that love isn't about finding someone perfect. It's about choosing someone real and deciding they're worth it every single day. To Ivan and Pamela, the room echoed. Clint leaned close to my ear. That was surprisingly deep for Phil. He's full of surprises. He's full of something. I elbowed him gently, laughing. The afternoon drifted by in a haze of happiness. There was cake, simple and delicious, vanilla with lemon filling. There was dancing. Ivan and Pamela's first dance was to a song I didn't recognize but that made Pamela cry. There were toasts and laughter, and the kind of easy joy that comes when people who genuinely love each other gather to celebrate. When the DJ called for the wedding party to join the bride and groom on the dance floor, Clint stood and offered me his hand. May I have this dance, darlin'? You may. I let him pull me close, our bodies finding the rhythm together like we'd done this 1,000 times. In a way, we had. Slow dancing at his birthday party last fall, before the accident. Swaying together in his hospital room when he could barely stand. Dancing in his living room during recovery, learning together how to move as his body healed. You're doing great, I murmured, feeling how steady he was on his feet now. Look at you, dancing at a wedding without any help. 7 months ago, I couldn't walk to the bathroom alone. His voice was quiet, meant only for me. Now I'm dancing with the most beautiful girl in Texas. I'd say that's progress. In the whole state, that's ambitious. I'm a confident man. He spun me gently, making me laugh. Besides, it's true. You're biased. Absolutely. He pulled me back against his chest. But that doesn't make me wrong. We danced through 2 more songs before the DJ announced it was time to cut the cake. As we returned to our seats, Clint's phone buzzed. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted to something I couldn't quite read. What is it? Doctor's office. He showed me the text. Confirming my appointment for next week. They want to do a full evaluation for potential clearance. My stomach did a complicated flip. This was what we'd been working toward for months. Clint getting healthy enough to attempt one final ride, to end his rodeo career on his own terms rather than having it stolen by an accident. But the thought of watching him climb onto another bull after what happened in December made me feel physically ill. Hey. Clint tucked his phone away and took my hand. You okay? I don't know. Honesty had become our policy. No more hiding how we really felt, even when it was hard. I want you to have this. I know how important it is to you. But I'm terrified, Clint. I can't watch you get hurt again. I can't. Come here. He stood, pulling me with him, and led me outside to the church's small garden. The June afternoon was warm but not too hot, and the garden was empty, giving us privacy. Listen to me, he said, cupping my face in his hands. I'm not going to lie and say there's no risk. There is. There always will be with bulls. But I'm also not the same man who climbed on Black Beast last December. I'm smarter now. More careful. And this isn't about proving anything to anyone. It's about saying goodbye to something that's been part of my life since I was a kid. I know. I do. But you're scared. I get it. I'm scared too. He leaned his forehead against mine. But I need to do this, Lauren. I need one more ride so I can walk away knowing it was my choice. Not because an animal made the decision for me. Not because my body gave out. My choice. I closed my eyes, fighting tears. And if something goes wrong, then you'll be there and we'll deal with it together. His thumbs brushed away the tears that escaped. But I've been working with my doctor, with Ivan, with everyone. I'm as ready as I can be. And more than that, I have something to come home to now. I have you. I have a future that's bigger than 8 seconds. That makes all the difference. Promise me you'll be careful. I promise. And Lauren? He waited until I opened my eyes. After this ride, I'm done. Completely done. No more bulls. No more rodeo. Just you and me and whatever life we build together. You mean it? With everything I am. He kissed me softly. I choose you, darlin'. Over everything else. Always. I kissed him back, pouring every ounce of trust and love and terrified hope into it. When we finally pulled apart, I whispered, okay. I'm with you. Whatever happens. That's my brave girl. We stood there in the garden for another moment, holding each other, gathering strength for whatever came next. Through the church windows, we could hear music and laughter, Ivan and Pamela's celebration continuing without us. We should get back, I said eventually. Yeah. But Clint didn't let go. One more thing first. What? Next year, when we're planning our wedding? He grinned. Let's invite more people. I want the whole world to know you said yes to me. My heart stuttered. Our wedding? That's quite a jump from one final ride. Is it? His expression went serious. Because I've known for a while now that you're it for me, Lauren. The only one. And I don't want to wait forever to make it official. So yeah, I'm thinking about our wedding. Thinking about our life. Thinking about everything we're going to build together once I climb off that last bull and walk straight to you. I couldn't speak around the lump in my throat, so I just kissed him instead. I'll take that as a yes, he said when we finally broke apart. That's a ask me properly after your final ride and we'll see, I corrected, but I was smiling. Challenge accepted. He laced his fingers through mine. Come on. Let's go celebrate love conquering obstacles and new beginnings, and all that romantic stuff. We returned to the reception, hand in hand, and the rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of joy. Ivan and Pamela cut their cake, smearing frosting on each other's noses like children. Brittany danced with baby Hope, making silly faces that sent the infant into fits of giggles. Rachel and Ruth actually hugged goodbye, promising to have coffee together next week. As the sun began to set and guests started to leave, I found myself standing with Clint near his truck, watching Ivan and Pamela drive away with tin cans rattling behind their car and "just married" written across the back window. Think they'll make it? Clint asked. Definitely. I leaned against his chest. They've got what matters. They choose each other. Like us. Like us, I agreed. He was quiet for a moment, then said, 3 weeks until my doctor appointment. 4 weeks, maybe 5, until the comeback ride. I know. You going to be there? I pulled back to look at him. Did you seriously just ask me that? Had to check. Clint Walker, I sat through 6 months of recovery, physical therapy sessions that made you cry, and the worst breakup of my life. You really think I'd miss your final ride? He grinned. No. But I like hearing you say it. I'll be there, I said firmly. Front row. Terrified. Praying. Believing in you. Always. That's all I need. He kissed my forehead. You're all I need. As we drove back toward the ranch, because I was staying the weekend, because that's what we did now, no more hiding, no more secrets, I watched the Texas landscape roll by and thought about everything that had changed since last June. A year ago, I'd been a scared 19-year-old sneaking around with a cowboy my family hated. Now I was 20, finishing my freshman year with straight A's, and planning a future with a man who'd nearly died but was fighting his way back to life. A man who was talking about weddings and forevers. A man who was going to climb on one more bull in a few weeks, and I was going to have to trust that he'd come back to me. What are you thinking about? Clint asked, his hand finding mine across the truck's console. How much can change in a year? Good changes? The best changes. I squeezed his hand. Scary changes too. But mostly good. Yeah. He brought my hand to his lips. Next year's going to be even better. I can feel it. I wanted to believe him. Wanted to trust that the doctor would clear him, that the ride would go well, that we'd get our happy ending. But mostly I just held his hand and tried to memorize this moment, the Texas sun setting in shades of orange and pink, the man I loved healthy and whole beside me, the future spread out before us full of possibility and promise and hope. Whatever came next, we'd face it together. And somehow, that was enough.
Chapter 28. Clint.
The doctor's office smells like antiseptic and possibility. I sit on the examination table, paper crinkling beneath me, while Dr. Green reviews the latest x-rays. Lauren's in the chair beside me, quiet but present. She's been at every appointment since we got back together, learning medical terminology that isn't in her textbooks yet, asking the right questions when I'm too nervous to think straight. Well, Dr. Green finally says, setting down the images. I'll be honest, Clint. When I saw you in December, I wasn't sure you'd ever walk normally again, let alone this. But I can hear the but coming. But your recovery has been remarkable. The tibia has healed well. The pins and rods are holding. Your range of motion is good. Concussion protocol cleared you months ago. He looks at me over his reading glasses. Physically, you're capable of attempting one ride. Lauren's hand finds mine. Squeezes. However, Dr. Green continues, and there's the real but, you need to understand the risks. Your back injury, that L4-L5 compression, it's healed but it's compromised. Another significant impact could result in permanent damage. Paralysis isn't out of the question. I know. Do you? He leans forward. Because I need you to really understand what I'm saying. One more injury like the one you sustained in December, and you might spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. No more walking. No more ranch work. No more dancing with that young lady beside you. I look at Lauren. She's pale but steady, green eyes locked on mine. I understand, I say quietly. But I need this. One ride. My terms. Then I'm done. Dr. Green studies me for a long moment. Then you have my clearance. But Clint, make it count. Because you won't get another chance. The drive back to the ranch is quiet. Lauren stares out the window at the Texas landscape rolling by, and I can feel the tension radiating off her. Talk to me, I finally say. I'm terrified. Her voice is small. I know you need this. I understand why. But the thought of watching you climb on another bull, after what happened. She turns to me, tears in her eyes. What if you don't come back to me this time? I pull over to the side of the highway, put the truck in park, and turn to face her fully. Then don't watch. What? If it's too much, you don't have to be there. I won't be hurt if... No. She cuts me off, fierce suddenly. I'm going to be there. I'm going to watch. Because that's what we do now. We show up for each other, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. Lauren. But I need you to promise me something. She takes both my hands. Promise me you'll be smart. That you won't take unnecessary risks. That you'll pull out if something feels wrong. I promise. And promise me that after this ride, you're really done. That you won't change your mind 6 months from now and decide you need one more. I promise, I say again, meaning it with everything I am. After this, I'm done. No more rodeo. Just you and me, and whatever life we build together. She kisses me then, desperate and relieved and still scared, and I hold her in my truck on the side of the highway and promise silently to come back to her. To make this ride count. To choose life with her over legacy without her. When we get back to the ranch, Mama's waiting on the porch. She knows. Probably got a call from Dr. Green's office before we even left the parking lot. So, she asks as we approach. Cleared, I say simply. Her face does something complicated, relief and terror and resignation all at once. When? Saturday. The regional finals in San Antonio. One ride, then I announce my retirement. 7 days. She says it like a death sentence. Mama. I know. She holds up a hand. I know this is your choice. Your decision. And I'm trying. I'm really trying to be okay with it. Her voice cracks. But you're my baby. My only son left. And I almost lost you once already. Lauren steps forward. Mrs. Walker, Rachel, Mama corrects gently. We're past formalities now. She looks between us. You'll take care of him? Every day, Lauren promises. Before, during, and after. Mama nods, wiping her eyes. Then I suppose that's all I can ask for. She straightens her shoulders. Your father wants to talk to you. He's in the barn. Dad's mucking stalls when I find him, which means he needs to think. Physical work has always been his therapy. Doc Green called, he says without looking up. Figured. You sure about this? I grab a pitchfork and join him. I'm sure. We work in silence for a while, the familiar rhythm of ranch work settling something in my chest. This is home. This work, this land, this life. The rodeo was always just borrowed time. Your mother's father, Dad finally says, Billy nearly died doing what he loved. Saved a cowboy's life, but almost lost his own. I know the story. Do you know what it did to Rachel? He stops working, looks at me directly. She was 17. Pregnant with you. Watching her father bleed out in a hospital bed, knowing he might never walk again, might never hold his grandchild. I swallow hard. She's never talked about it. Of course she hasn't. But that's where this comes from, this fear. Not from losing someone, but from almost losing him. From knowing how close we came. Dad leans on the pitchfork. Billy survived. Made a full recovery, thank God. But Rachel never recovered from the fear. Is that why she's been in therapy? That's why. He nods. Working through decades of trauma. Learning to separate her fear from your choices. It's been hard for her. I don't want to hurt her. I know you don't. But son, you living your life isn't hurting her. Her holding on to that fear is what's hurting her. He claps my shoulder. I'm proud of you. Not for riding, for knowing when to stop. For choosing the life you want over the legacy you inherited. That evening, after dinner, I find myself walking to the barn again. It's become my habit. When I need to think, when I need to process, I go to the horses. Their quiet presence, the smell of hay and leather, the simplicity of their needs. It grounds me. I'm brushing Daisy when I hear footsteps behind me. Thought I might find you here. I turn. Mama stands in the barn doorway, backlit by the setting sun. She's holding something wrapped in cloth. Can we talk? She asks. Of course. She comes closer, sits on a hay bale, and unwraps the cloth carefully. Inside is a single riding spur, old, worn, with intricate silver work that's tarnished with age. This was my father's, she says quietly. His lucky spur. He wore it every ride for 20 years as a bullfighter. I stare at the spur, understanding dawning. Mama. He wore it the day he nearly died too. Her voice is steady, but thick with emotion. The day that Bull gored him, and he bled out in the arena while your grandfather fought to keep him alive long enough for the paramedics to arrive. You don't have to. Let me finish. She looks up at me, and I see tears on her cheeks. I've been in therapy. Your dad probably told you. He mentioned it. Dr. Martinez has helped me see that I've been carrying my father's near death like a weight for almost 30 years. Letting it control me. Control you. Control how I loved you. She wipes her eyes. I've been so afraid of losing you the way I almost lost him, that I almost pushed you away completely. You didn't. I did. And I'm sorry. She stands, holding out the spur. This is my father Billy's spur. His legacy. And I want you to have it for your ride on Saturday. My throat tightens. Mama, I can't. You can. You should. She presses it into my hands. Because it's time I let go of the fear. Time I trusted that you know what you're doing. Time I accepted that loving someone means letting them choose their own path, even when it terrifies you. I look down at the spur. It's heavier than I expected, worn smooth in places from decades of use. Billy's hands held this. Or this. Trusted this. And he survived. I don't know what to say. Say you'll ride your ride. Mama's voice is fierce now. Say you'll do what you need to do, make your peace with it, and then come home to that girl who loves you. Say you'll choose life over legacy. I will. The words come out choked. I promise. She pulls me into a hug then, and we stand there in the barn while the sun sets outside, while the horses shift in their stalls, while everything changes and stays the same all at once. When she finally pulls back, she's crying but smiling. My father would be proud of you. Not for riding, for knowing when to stop. For choosing love. You think so? I know so. He chose love too, chose to quit bullfighting when I was born, chose safety over the arena. She touches my cheek. Now go. Lauren's waiting for you at the house. And Clint. She pauses. Thank you for being patient with me. For understanding that sometimes healing takes time. Always, Mama. I watch her walk back to the house, then look down at the spur in my hands. Billy's spur. My great-grandfather's spur. A symbol not of death, but of survival. Of choosing to live. 7 days. 7 days until I climb on one more bull. 7 days until I prove to myself, and to everyone who's watched me fall, that I can do this on my terms. 7 days until I can finally let go. That night I lie in bed with Lauren curled against my side, her head on my chest, her fingers tracing absent patterns on my skin. Your mom gave you something today, she says quietly. I saw you come back from the barn. Billy's lucky spur. My great-grandfather's. She's quiet for a moment. The one he wore when he almost died. And all the times he didn't. 20 years of keeping cowboys safe, of risking his life to protect others, of choosing to come home every night. I kissed the top of her head. Mama said it's time to let go of the fear. That giving me this is her way of trusting me to make the right choice. She's healing. We all are. Lauren shifts, propping herself up to look at me in the darkness. 7 days. 7 days. And then I come home to you. For good. No more rodeo. No more bulls. Just us and whatever comes next. She kisses me, soft and sweet and full of promise. I'll be watching. Front row. Believing in you. Even though you're terrified? Especially because I'm terrified. She settles back against me. That's what love is, isn't it? Showing up even when you're scared. Choosing someone even when it's hard. Yeah, I say, holding her closer. That's exactly what it is. Outside, the Texas night is quiet, except for crickets and the distant sound of cattle. Inside, Lauren's breathing slows and deepens as she drifts off to sleep. And I lie there with Billy's spur on my nightstand, and my future in my arms, and for the first time in months, I feel completely at peace. 7 days. Then I ride. Then I come home. Then I start the rest of my life.
Chapter 29. Lauren.
1 year ago today, I watched Clint Walker ride a bull for 8 seconds and felt my entire world tilt sideways. Now I'm back in the stands at the San Antonio Regional Finals, heart pounding, palms sweating, watching him prepare for what he swears will be his final ride. The irony isn't lost on me, full circle back where it all started, except everything has changed. I'm not 19 anymore, innocent and naive about what loving a bull rider means. I'm 20 now, a year older and a lifetime wiser, scarred by 7 months of watching Clint recover from injuries that nearly killed him. I know exactly what I'm risking by being here, by supporting this choice, by loving him enough to let him do this one last time. The arena is packed. Summer heat beats down on the crowd, the smell of popcorn and livestock thick in the air. Beside me, Rachel grips Brett's hand so tightly her knuckles are white. Billy sits on my other side, his weathered face calm but his eyes sharp, watching everything. He'll be fine, Billy says quietly, though I'm not sure if he's reassuring me or himself. He's got my lucky spur. That thing's kept cowboys safe for 20 years. I want to believe him. Want to trust that the spur Rachel gave Clint, the same one Billy wore during every bullfighting performance, including the one that nearly killed him, will somehow protect Clint today. But I'm a nursing student. I know better than to believe in luck. Phil rolls up beside us, maneuvering his wheelchair into position. Clint looks good, he says, nodding toward the chutes where Clint is stretching, warming up. Focused. Ready. He better be, Rachel says, her voice tight. Because if he gets hurt again, I'm killing him myself. Brett squeezes her hand. He won't. He's smarter now. More careful. I watch Clint move through his pre-ride routine. He does look different than he did a year ago, more deliberate, more present. Less of the reckless confidence I'd fallen for, and more of the hard-earned wisdom that comes from nearly dying. He's wearing Billy's spur on his right boot, and even from here I can see him touch it periodically, grounding himself. My phone buzzes. A text from Brittany, who couldn't make the drive but has been checking in all morning. Brittany, you okay? How's he looking? Me, terrified but trying to hide it. He looks ready. Brittany, you're the bravest person I know. Both of you. I slip my phone back into my pocket, as the announcer's voice crackles over the loudspeaker, running through the lineup. Other riders. Other bulls. Each one a reminder of what's at stake. I watch 3 rides before Clint's turn, one successful, one where the rider gets thrown at 5 seconds, one where the cowboy lands wrong and limps out of the arena holding his shoulder. Every time a rider hits the dirt, Rachel flinches. Every time a bull spins violently, Billy leans forward, his bullfighter instincts still sharp even though he hasn't worked a rodeo in decades. And every time the crowd roars, I feel my chest tighten with the knowledge that in a few minutes, that will be Clint down there. Next up, folks, the announcer booms, "We've got a special ride today." Clint Walker, making his comeback after a serious injury 7 months ago, has drawn Tornado Alley. The crowd erupts. They know Clint's story. Everyone in the rodeo world knows about Black Beast, about the accident, about the months of recovery. This is the narrative they came to see, the fallen cowboy rising again, the triumphant return, the Hollywood ending. Except this isn't Hollywood. This is real life, where bulls don't care about narratives, and 8 seconds can end in disaster as easily as glory. I watch Clint climb over the rails into the chute. He's moving well, no visible limp, no hesitation. 7 months of grueling physical therapy have rebuilt his body, but I know the real test is about to begin. One wrong move, one moment of weakness, and everything Dr. Green warned us about could come true. Rachel makes a small sound beside me, something between a prayer and a sob. "He's going to be okay," I hear myself say, though I'm not sure who I'm trying to convince.
He promised.
Clint settles onto Tornado Alley's back, and even from the stands I can see the bull's massive size, the way it slams against the chute with violent force. 2,000 pounds of pure fury, and Clint is about to climb onto its back voluntarily. My medical training kicks in automatically, heart rate elevated, adrenaline flooding my system, fight or flight response engaged. But I don't flee. I sit here frozen, watching the man I love wrap the rope around his hand, watching him adjust his position, watching him prepare to risk everything. He looks up into the stands, finds me somehow in the crowd. Our eyes lock. And even from this distance I see him mouth 2 words, "For you." Not for his grandfather. Not for legacy or glory, or proving anything to anyone. For me. Because he knows I need to see him do this one more time, needs to show me and himself that he's whole again, that the accident didn't break him permanently, that he can walk away on his own terms. Tears blur my vision. I nod, barely, letting him know I see him. I understand. I'm here. He nods back, then turns his attention to the bull. His expression shifts, all business now, all focus. This is the Clint I saw that first day, the professional bull rider who makes split-second calculations and trusts his body to do impossible things. The chute boss leans in, says something I can't hear. Clint nods. Adjusts his grip one last time. Touches Billy's spur with his free hand. Then he nods. The gate swings open. Tornado Alley explodes into the arena like a force of nature. The bull bucks hard right, spinning, and Clint moves with it, his body remembering what his mind might have forgotten during 7 months of recovery. 1 second. 2. The bull changes direction, a violent twist that would throw most riders. 3 seconds. 4. I can't breathe. Can't think. Can only watch as Clint stays centered, stays balanced, his free arm out for leverage, his legs gripping tight. The bull bucks higher, trying to unseat him. 5 seconds. 6. Beside me, Rachel is crying openly. Billy is on his feet, shouting encouragement I can't hear over the roar of the crowd. Brett has his arm around Rachel, but his eyes are glued to the arena. Phil is gripping his wheelchair armrest so hard I can see his knuckles from here. 7 seconds. Tornado Alley makes one final desperate attempt. A violent spin that would have ended with Clint in the dirt a year ago. But he's ready for it. Anticipates it. Moves with it instead of against it. The buzzer sounds. 8 seconds. The crowd goes absolutely wild. Clint releases his grip and jumps clear, landing on his feet in a way that makes my heart soar with relief and pride. He stumbles slightly, favoring his left leg just a fraction, but he's upright. He's whole. He's safe. The bullfighters move in, drawing Tornado Alley away, while Clint raises his hand to acknowledge the crowd. The scoreboard flashes, 84 points, a solid ride, good enough to place but not to win. And I can see on his face that he doesn't care about the score. That was never what this was about. He walks toward the fence, walks, not limps, though I can see the slight hitch in his step that probably no one else notices. He climbs over the rails and stands there in the arena, chest heaving, covered in dirt, alive and whole and finally free. Then he does something I'm not expecting. He grabs a microphone from the announcer. "Ladies and gentlemen," his voice booms across the arena, and the crowd quiets, sensing something important is about to happen. "Thank you for that. Thank you for this whole year, this whole journey, all of it." My stomach drops. What is he doing? 7 months ago, I had an accident that should have ended my career. Should have ended a lot of things. His eyes find mine in the stands. But I had people who believed in me. Who fought for me. Who gave me a reason to heal, to get better, to come back here today. Rachel is sobbing into Brett's shoulder. Phil has his hand over his mouth. And I'm frozen, tears streaming down my face, not understanding where he's going with this. "That ride you just saw?" Clint continues, his voice strong and clear. "That was my last one. I'm retiring from professional bull riding, effective immediately." The crowd gasps. Murmurs ripple through the stands. This isn't how these stories usually end. Cowboys retire when they're broken, when they can't compete anymore, when age or injury forces them out. They don't retire in their prime after a successful comeback ride. "I made a promise to my grandfather before he died," Clint says. 3 years on the circuit. I've kept that promise. But I made another promise too, to the woman I love, that I'd come home to her. That I'd choose life with her over legacy without her. Oh my gosh. He's doing this. He's really doing this. So this is me choosing. His eyes are still locked on mine. Choosing safety over glory. Choosing future over past. Choosing her. Every single time, choosing her. The crowd erupts again, but it's different now. Applause mixed with cheers, understanding mixed with respect. This is a different kind of courage, they're realizing. A different kind of bravery. Clint hands the microphone back and climbs out of the arena. Within seconds, he's surrounded by other riders, by officials, by reporters wanting statements. But he's pushing through them all, heading straight for the stands. Straight for me. I'm on my feet before I realize I'm moving, pushing past Billy and Rachel, stumbling down the stands toward the fence. Clint reaches at the same time I do, and then his hands are on my face and he's kissing me over the railing, dusty and sweaty and perfect, and I'm crying and laughing and holding on to him like he might disappear. "You did it," I sob against his mouth. "You're okay. You're really okay." "I'm more than okay, darlin'." He pulls back just enough to look at me, those blue eyes bright with something that looks like joy, like relief, like freedom. "I'm done. No more bulls. No more rodeo. Just you and me and whatever comes next." "You're sure?" I need to hear him say it again. "You won't regret it?" "How could I regret choosing you?" Then he's kissing me again and the crowd is cheering for us this time, not for the ride, and I taste salt from my tears mixed with arena dust and absolutely don't care. When we finally break apart, his whole family has gathered around us. Rachel reaches through the fence to cup Clint's face, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Thank you," she whispers. "Thank you for coming home." "Always, Mama." Billy claps Clint on the shoulder, his weathered face creased with pride. "That was a good ride, son. But this." He gestures between Clint and me. "This is better. This is the right choice." Phil rolls up, grinning wider than I've ever seen. That was the most dramatic retirement announcement in rodeo history. The media is going to eat this up.
Let them.
Clint wraps his arm around my waist, pulling me close against the fence. "I've got everything I need right here." Brett shakes his head, smiling. "Your grandfather would be proud. Not of the ride, of the choice." The crowd is starting to disperse, moving on to the next event, but we stay there at the fence, Clint's family surrounding us, all of us crying and laughing and celebrating not a successful ride, but a successful ending. "1 year," Clint says quietly, just to me. "1 year ago today, you walked into my life and changed everything." "You changed everything first," I remind him. With that smile. That ride. That ridiculous cowboy charm. Ridiculous? He pretends to be offended. Completely ridiculous. I kiss him again, soft and sweet. And I wouldn't change a single second of it. Not even the scary parts? Especially not the scary parts. I touch his face, memorizing this moment, his smile, his eyes, the feel of him solid and whole under my hands. The scary parts taught us how to be brave. Later, after interviews and congratulations and what feels like 1,000 handshakes, we finally escape to Clint's truck. He drives us to a quiet overlook just outside San Antonio, the same kind of hilltop where we've shared so many important moments. We sit on the tailgate watching the sun set over Texas, his arm around my shoulders, my head on his chest. "What are you thinking?" he asks. That exactly 1 year ago, I watched you ride a bull and thought my life was over. I look up at him. But really, it was just beginning. Mine too. He kisses my forehead. Everything before you was just prologue. This is the real story. So what happens next in this story? Next. He grins, that devastating cowboy smile that still makes my heart skip. Next, I figure out how to be a rancher full-time. How to build that bull breeding program I've been planning. How to mentor young riders about safety. How to be the man you deserve. You're already the man I deserve. And you're the woman who saved my life. Not just in the hospital, every day after. You gave me a reason to heal. A reason to fight. A reason to choose this future instead of that legacy. We sit there as darkness falls, wrapped in each other, and I think about all the 8-second rides that brought us here. The first one that made me fall for him. The catastrophic one that nearly took him from me. And the final one today that set him free. 8 seconds changed my life. But forever, forever is what happens when you choose love over fear, when you choose life over legacy, when you choose the person who makes you brave enough to build something real. And I choose him. Every single day, I choose him. Hey, darlin'? Yeah. Thank you for letting me do this. For being there today. For not giving up on us, even when I tried to push you away. Thank you for coming back to me. For choosing this. For loving me enough to walk away from something you've built your whole life around. Best decision I ever made. We kiss as the stars come out, as the Texas night settles around us, as one chapter ends and another begins. And somewhere in the distance, I swear I can hear the faint sound of a crowd cheering, not for 8 seconds of glory, but for a lifetime of love.
Chapter 30. Clint.
2 months without Rodeo, and I'm still getting used to waking up without the ache in my bones. The August sun streams through the bedroom window, warm and golden, and I lie there for a moment just breathing. No competitions this weekend. No bulls to prepare for. No 8-second countdowns measuring my worth. Just life. Simple, steady, good life. Lauren stirs beside me, her blonde hair spread across the pillow, and I watch her sleep for a moment before pressing a kiss to her shoulder. "Morning, darlin'." She makes a sleepy sound that might be words, and burrows deeper into the blankets. I smile, let her sleep, and head downstairs to start coffee. The ranch is quiet this early. Through the kitchen window, I can see Bo already out by the new bullpens we've been building. The breeding program is becoming my new focus. Young bulls with good bloodlines, raised for the rodeo circuit but with an emphasis on safety, on training, on creating animals that challenge riders without destroying them. It feels good. Purposeful. Like I'm giving back to the sport that nearly killed me, while also building something that will last longer than my body could have. My phone buzzes on the counter. Phil. Phil, lunch today? Got news. Me, good news or bad news? Phil, great news. Trust me. Noon at the coffee shop. Me, see you there. I pocket my phone and take my coffee outside. The morning air is already warm, promising another Texas scorcher, but there's something about being on the ranch at dawn that never gets old. This land, this life, it's what I was always meant for. The rodeo was just a detour. You're up early. Bo appears from the barn, wiping his hands on his jeans. Thought you'd sleep in after yesterday's work. Could say the same about you. I gesture at the bullpens. Thought you'd take it easy today. Too much to do. But he's smiling, and there's something different about him lately. Lighter. Like a weight he'd been carrying for decades, finally lifted. You talked to Marissa lately? I ask casually. His smile falters. Why? Just wondering. I sip my coffee. Seemed like you two had a good conversation at my retirement party. That's putting it mildly. After watching me publicly choose Lauren, after seeing me walk away from the rodeo for love, Bo had pulled Marissa aside. I hadn't heard what they said, but I'd seen them, really talking for the first time in years, both of them crying, both of them finally being honest. She's coming by today, Bo says quietly. Bringing Chrissy for a visit. Yeah. He looks at me, and I see hope mixed with terror in his weathered face. Clint, I'm 55 years old. You think it's too late to stop being a coward? Watched you raise me after Dad died. Watched you run this ranch through droughts and market crashes. Watched you save countless cowboys' lives in that arena. I clap his shoulder. You're a lot of things, Bo, but a coward isn't one of them. Then why'd I waste 20 years being too proud to tell that woman I love her? Because you're human. But you don't have to waste another day. He studies me for a long moment, then nods. Your mama and Billy raised you right. Learn from the best. Later, at the coffee shop in town, Phil is practically vibrating with excitement when I slide into the booth across from him. Okay, what's got you looking like you won the lottery? Better than the lottery. He grins so wide I think his face might split. I got recruited. National Paralympic Archery Team. They want me for the trials next month. I stare at him. Phil. That's incredible. I know. He laughs, running a hand through his hair in that gesture that mirrors mine. I've been working toward this for years, and it's finally happening. If I make the team, I'll be competing internationally. World Championships. Maybe even Olympics down the line. Pride swells in my chest so fierce it almost hurts. I'm so proud of you, man. Yeah. His voice goes softer. Because I couldn't have done it without you. The equipment, the coaches, the time to train instead of working. Stop. I reach across the table, squeeze his shoulder. You did this. Your talent, your dedication, your refusal to let anything stop you. I just wrote some checks. You did more than that. You believed in me when I wasn't sure I believed in myself. We sit there for a moment, two brothers who have been through hell together, and I think about how far we have both come. Him from that car accident that could have defined his whole life. Me from an accident that nearly ended mine. There's something else, Phil says, and now he looks almost shy. I've been seeing someone. Emma. We met at a competition a few months ago. She's a swimmer on the Paralympic team too. And I like her, Clint. Really like her. Then I can't wait to meet her. She's coming to your engagement party. He stops himself. When you propose. Because you are proposing, right? That's why you asked me to help you pick out a ring last week? I pull the small velvet box from my pocket, opening it to show him. The diamond catches the light, simple and elegant, exactly what Lauren would want. Tonight, I say. At the hilltop. Our spot. She's going to say yes. You think so? Clint, that girl loves you so much it's ridiculous. Of course she's going to say yes. I hope he's right. I think he's right. But there's still that flutter of nerves in my chest as I pocket the ring again. The afternoon passes in a blur of ranch work and planning. Lauren's in town with Brittany, who's visiting with Michelle, David, and baby Hope. The adoption continues to be beautifully open, with Brittany thriving in her role as the birth mother who chose love over fear. Around 4, Marissa's car pulls up to the ranch. I watch from the barn as Chrissy explodes out of the passenger seat, running straight for Bo with the kind of joy only a 9-year-old can manage. And I watch as Marissa approaches more slowly, nervous but determined. Bo says something. Marissa responds. Then he's pulling her into his arms, both of them crying, and Chrissy is looking between them with wide eyes that slowly transform into the biggest smile I've ever seen. About damn time. When Lauren gets home just before sunset, I'm waiting on the porch. She looks beautiful in the golden light, her sundress flowing around her legs, her hair loose and wild from the summer breeze. Hey, Cowboy. She kisses me, soft and sweet. Good day. Great day. Phil got recruited for the national team. Clint. That's amazing. Yeah. And Bo finally told Marissa he loves her. Her eyes go wide. What? When? Tell me everything. Later. I take her hand. Right now, I want to show you something. Show me what? Trust me. She studies my face, then smiles. Always. I drive us to the hilltop overlook, our special place where so many important moments have happened. The sun is setting, painting the Texas sky in shades of orange and pink and gold. Perfect. We climb onto the tailgate of my truck, and for a moment we just sit there, watching the land we both love stretch out before us. 2 months since the retirement, Lauren says softly. How are you feeling about it? Honest answer? Always. Best decision I ever made. I look at her. Every morning I wake up without pain, without fear of the next ride, without wondering if this weekend might be my last. And every morning, I wake up next to you, building something real with you. There's no contest, darling. This life is better than anything I gave up. No regrets. Not a single one. I slide off the tailgate, pulling her with me. But I do have a question. She's looking at me curiously as I drop to one knee, and I watch her expression shift from confusion to shock to joy as I pull out the ring. Lauren Wells, you walked into my life exactly 1 year and 2 months ago and changed everything. You made me want to be brave enough to choose life over legacy. You loved me through an accident that should have ended us. You fought for us when I tried to push you away. You stood by me through recovery and watched me ride one last time even though you were terrified. Tears are streaming down her face now, and I have to pause to keep my own voice steady. I spent 3 years living for a dead man's dream. But you taught me what it means to live for my own future. To choose what I want instead of what I think I owe to the past. I open the box, and the diamond catches the dying light. So I'm asking you to build that future with me. Marry me, Lauren. Build this life with me. Let me spend the rest of my days showing you that choosing you was the easiest and best decision I've ever made. Yes. The word comes out on a sob. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. I slide the ring onto her finger. Perfect fit, just like I knew it would be. Then I'm standing, and she's in my arms and we're both crying and laughing and kissing as the sun sets on one chapter and rises on another. I love you, she whispers against my mouth. I love you so much. I love you too, darling. Forever. We stand there as darkness falls, wrapped in each other, and I think about all the 8 seconds that led us here. The successful rides and the catastrophic ones. The moments of glory and the moments of terror. Every single one of them necessary to bring us to this hilltop, this sunset, this perfect moment. When, she asks eventually, when do you want to get married? Tomorrow wouldn't be soon enough. But I'll wait as long as you need. She pulls back, looking at me with those green eyes that have seen me at my worst and loved me anyway. A year. I want to finish my sophomore year, plan it right, have time to enjoy being engaged. October next year. Small ceremony, just family and close friends. At the ranch, with the sunset and the land and everyone we love. October next year, I agree. 14 months. I can wait 14 months to make you my wife. Your wife. She tests the word, smiles. I like the sound of that. And it gives us time to plan the perfect engagement party for this time next year. An engagement party? Of course. We need to celebrate with everyone, properly. Next August, 1 year after you proposed, before the wedding in October. Whatever you want, darlin'. As long as I get to call you my wife at the end of it. We drive back to the ranch with Lauren's hand in mine, the ring catching the dashboard lights, both of us giddy with joy and plans and the future spreading out before us like the Texas sky, vast and beautiful and ours for the taking. When we arrive, the porch lights are on, and I can see silhouettes in the window. Family waiting to celebrate with us. Bo and Marissa sitting close together, finally choosing each other after 20 years. Mama and Dad, who've watched me grow from reckless cowboy to the man I am now. Phil, who's about to chase his own dreams on a national stage. Ready? I ask Lauren. She squeezes my hand. Ready. And we walk inside together, toward the cheers and the hugs and the tears of joy, toward the life we're building, one choice, one day, one forever at a time.
Chapter 31. Lauren.
The ring caught the morning light, sending tiny rainbows across my textbook. I was supposed to be studying for my community health midterm. Instead, I kept staring at the diamond on my finger, still not quite believing it was real. Engaged. To Clint Walker. In 14 months, I'd be his wife. You're doing it again. Sadie flopped onto her bed, grinning at me. That's the third time this hour you've just stared at your hand. I can't help it. I laughed, feeling my cheeks heat. It's so pretty. It is pretty. And you're disgustingly happy. She threw a pillow at me. I love it. Now study. You have a test in 3 days. I turned back to my notes on rural healthcare systems, but my mind wandered. The proposal 2 weeks ago had been perfect. The hilltop at sunset. Clint nervous and sweet and so sure. The ring fitting like it was made for me. Because it had been. He'd had it designed special, incorporating tiny details that meant something to us. The band engraved with coordinates of our hilltop spot. My phone buzzed. Clint, missing you, darlin'. How's studying? Me, hard to focus when I keep thinking about you. Clint, 2 more days. Then you're home for the weekend. Me, can't wait. I set the phone down and forced myself to read about healthcare access in underserved communities. This was important. My future career. The reason I was working so hard through school. But oh, it was hard to concentrate when I was this happy. September brought cooler weather and wedding planning chaos. October 10th, I said, circling the date on the calendar hanging in our dorm room. Next year. That's when we get married. That's 13 months away. Sadie looked up from her kinesiology homework. Plenty of time to plan. Ruth already has a 3-inch binder full of ideas. Of course she does. My phone rang. Mom. Hi, sweetheart. Ruth's voice was warm. Warmer than it had been in years. I found the most beautiful venue. It's a ranch property, about halfway between us and the Walkers. Outdoor ceremony space, reception barn, the whole thing. Send me pictures? Already in your email. And Lauren? She paused. I'm so happy for you. He's a good man. My throat tightened. Thanks, Mom. Your father wants to talk budget with Clint's parents. Can you have Clint call him? We talked for 20 more minutes about flowers and dates and guest lists. When I hung up, Sadie was watching me with soft eyes. Your mom's really come around, she said. She has. I thought about the journey we'd all taken. The fear, the fighting, the forgiveness. I think seeing how miserable I was during the breakup changed something. She realized the danger wasn't going to kill me. Losing him almost did. Late September brought Chrissy's 10th birthday party. The ranch was decorated with purple and silver, her favorite colors. Friends from school ran around screaming while Bo manned the grill. Marissa organized games with the ease of someone who'd done this 100 times. But the biggest change was watching them together. Bo's hand on the small of Marissa's back. The way she leaned into him while they lit the candles. The quiet intimacy of 2 people who'd finally stopped running from what they felt. They're getting married, Clint whispered in my ear as we watched them cut the cake together. What? When? Next month. Quiet ceremony, just family. He pulled me closer. Beau asked me to be his best man. Oh, Clint. I turned in his arms. That's wonderful. 30 years they wasted, being too proud and scared to admit what they felt. He kissed my forehead. Never doing that again. Never wasting another day without you. Good. Because you're stuck with me now. Chrissy blew out her candles, Beau and Marissa on either side of her. The look on that little girl's face said everything. Both her parents, together at last, celebrating her. Some happy endings took decades. But they still counted. October brought Beau and Marissa's wedding. Simple ceremony in the ranch barn, decorated with fall flowers and soft lights. Chrissy was the flower girl, practically glowing. Phil sat in the front row with Emma, who'd flown in special for the weekend. I stood next to Clint as Beau's best man, watching two people who'd loved each other for over 30 years finally say the words. I should have done this decades ago, Beau said in his vows, his voice rough. Should have been brave enough to fight for you then. But I'm fighting now. For the rest of our lives, I'm fighting for you. Marissa cried. So did Rachel. So did I. When they kissed, the small crowd erupted in cheers. At the reception, Clint pulled me onto the makeshift dance floor. That'll be us next year, he said. I know. I rested my head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Strong and steady. Alive. I can't wait. Me neither, darlin'. Me neither. November and December blurred together in a haze of finals and wedding planning and stolen weekends at the ranch. I finished my sophomore year with straight A's. Community health was everything I'd hoped. Challenging and rewarding, and exactly where I was supposed to be. Brittany visited twice, bringing photos of her daughter. The little girl was walking now, saying a few words. The adoptive parents sent updates regularly, kept their promises about the open adoption. She's beautiful, Brittany said, showing me a video of the baby taking her first steps. And she's exactly where she's supposed to be. How are you doing? I asked. Good. Really good. She smiled. I'm taking classes at the community college. Thinking about social work. Helping other girls who go through what I did. That's amazing. You inspired me. She squeezed my hand. Watching you fight for your future, for what you wanted. It made me brave enough to fight for mine. January brought news that Phil had been recruited for the National Adapted Sports Team. Paralympic archery, he told us over dinner at the ranch, Emma beaming beside him. Training starts in March. Rachel cried happy tears. Brett pulled Phil into a fierce hug. Proud of you, son, he said quietly. Watching Phil with Emma, seeing how she looked at him like he hung the moon, made my heart full. Everyone was finding their way to happiness. Everyone was healing. Spring brought ranch transformations. Clint had converted part of the property into a bull breeding program, focusing on safer training methods and better stock. He mentored young riders twice a week, teaching them what he'd learned the hard way. This is what I should have been doing all along, he said one evening as we watched the sunset from our hilltop. Building something. Not just chasing a ghost. Your grandfather would be proud, I said. Maybe. But you know what? I'm finally living for me. For us. For the future we're building. He kissed me softly. That's what matters. Ivan and Pamela's care business was thriving. They'd helped 8 injured athletes in the past 6 months, providing the kind of comprehensive support that made real difference. You two are doing amazing work, I told them when they visited in April. We learned from the best, Pamela said, squeezing Clint's shoulder. Watching you recover, seeing what worked and what didn't. It showed us what people really need. Summer arrived, with wedding preparations kicking into high gear. Dress shopping with Ruth, Sadie, and Rachel. Cake tastings. Flower selections. Venue walkthroughs. Every weekend brought another decision, another step closer to October 10th. But the best part was the quiet moments between all the planning. Mornings waking up in Clint's arms when I stayed at the ranch. Late-night phone calls when I was at school. Stolen kisses between errands. Learning to build a life together, piece by piece. Billy's health was stable. His weekly therapy sessions had helped him make peace with the past. The guilt he'd carried for so long had finally started to ease. "You're happy," he said one afternoon, the two of us sitting on his porch. "So happy it scares me sometimes," I admitted. "Don't be scared, kiddo." He patted my hand. "You fought for this. You both did. Now just enjoy it." Rachel had transformed completely. Therapy had worked miracles. She'd processed her trauma, faced her fears, let go of the control that had strangled her for decades. "I wasted so many years being afraid," she told me one day while we worked on wedding favors. "Don't make that mistake. Don't let fear steal your joy." "I won't," I promised. August arrived faster than I expected. 1 year since Clint proposed. 3 months until we'd be married. I'd finished my junior year. 1 more year of undergraduate work, then grad school. My future was taking shape. Community health director for a rural healthcare network. Making a real difference in underserved areas. Everything I'd dreamed about was coming true. The ranch was ready for our engagement party. String lights ordered. Caterer booked. Guest list finalized. One last big celebration before the wedding in October. "Can you believe it's been a year?" I asked Clint the night before the party. We were on our hilltop, watching the stars come out. "Best year of my life," he said. "Even better than the year we met?" "That year almost killed me. Literally." He pulled me closer. "This year? This year I got to watch you thrive. Got to build our future. Got to wake up every day knowing you'd chosen me. I'll always choose you." "Good. Because you're stuck with me forever now." I laughed and kissed him. Forever sounded perfect. Tomorrow, everyone we loved would gather at the ranch to celebrate. And in 3 months I'd walk down an aisle and become his wife. The scared girl who'd panicked at the thought of loving a bull rider felt like a lifetime ago. Now I was just a woman who'd learned that love was always worth the risk. Always.
Chapter 32. Clint.
The ranch had never looked better. String lights crisscrossed the backyard, casting warm gold over tables draped in white linen. Flowers spilled from mason jars. Pale pink roses, Lauren's favorites. The band tuned their instruments near the dance floor we'd built special for tonight. 1 year since I'd asked her to marry me. 2 months until she'd be my wife. I couldn't stop smiling. "You clean up nice, little brother." Phil rolled up beside me. Emma perched on the arm of his wheelchair. She was laughing at something he'd said, her Paralympic swimmer shoulders relaxed and easy. They'd been dating 6 months now, and I'd never seen him this happy. "Thanks for coming," I said. "Wouldn't miss it." Phil squeezed Emma's hand. "Besides, someone had to make sure you didn't screw this up." "Too late for that." She already said yes. "Smart woman." Emma grinned. "Though I'm not sure what she sees in you." I laughed. The truth was, I still wondered that myself sometimes. How I'd gotten this lucky. How she'd chosen me, after everything. After the accident, the breakup, all the fear and pain we'd survived. But she had. Every single day, she chose me. Clint. Chrissy came running, her new dress flying behind her. Pale blue, picked out special. At 10 years old, she was all legs and energy. Mom says people are starting to arrive. Then we better get ready. I caught her up in a hug. "You look beautiful, kiddo." Lauren helped me pick it out. She beamed. "Is she here yet?" "Getting ready inside with Sadie." Chrissy bounced on her toes. "Can I go see?" "Give her a few more minutes." I set her down. "Go help your mom and Beau with the music setup." She ran off toward where Marissa and Bo were conferring with the band. Watching them together still made my chest tight. Married now, finally after all those wasted years. Bo had his arm around Marissa's waist, like he'd never let go again. Like he was making up for decades of lost time. They'd gotten married quietly last October. Small ceremony, just family. Chrissy had cried happy tears the whole time. Some love stories took the long way around. But they still got there. "You nervous?" Mom appeared at my elbow, Dad beside her. She looked lighter these days. Therapy had done that. Working through the trauma, letting go of the fear that had controlled her for so long. "Not even a little," I said honestly. "Good." She touched my cheek. "You deserve this happiness. Both of you." Dad clapped my shoulder. The quiet approval in his eyes said more than words ever could. Billy arrived next, Ruth and Frank helping him navigate the uneven ground. He moved slower these days, his cane more necessary than decorative. But his smile was bright as summer. "There's the groom," he called out. "Not for 2 more months," I reminded him. "Close enough." He pulled me into a hug. "You've made my granddaughter happier than I've ever seen her. That's all an old man could ask for." Ruth actually hugged me next. Ruth, who'd spent the first year of our relationship looking at me like I was a disaster waiting to happen. "Thank you," she said quietly. "For fighting for her. For not giving up." "Never," I promised. Frank shook my hand, his grip firm. The phone call he'd made during our separation had changed everything. Telling me to let Lauren choose, admitting he'd been wrong about me. "Looking forward to October," he said simply. Cars started filling the drive. Friends from the rodeo circuit. Ranchers I'd known my whole life. Lauren's college friends. Ivan and Pamela arrived together, their care business thriving. They'd helped 6 injured athletes get back on their feet in the past year. "Congratulations, man." Ivan pulled me into a hug. "About time you made it official." Pamela kissed my cheek. "She's a lucky woman." "I'm the lucky one." Brittany came with her parents. The adoptive parents who'd given her daughter the beautiful life she'd wanted for her. She'd kept in close contact, visited regularly. The open adoption had been exactly what she needed. She looked healthy now. Strong. She'd started classes at the community college, thinking about social work. "I'm so happy for you," she said, hugging me tight. "You both deserve this." Sadie burst through the back door, her energy filling the yard. "Clint. She's almost ready. Oh my goodness, you should see her. She looks amazing." Bo followed his sister out, grinning. "Ready to do this?" "Been ready." I'd been ready since the moment I saw her across that rodeo arena 2 years ago. The band started playing soft background music. Guests mingled, drinks in hand. Laughter floated through the evening air. Then the back door opened again. Lauren stepped out and the whole world stopped. She wore a simple sundress, pale yellow like Texas sunshine. Her blonde hair fell loose over her shoulders. No fancy makeup, no elaborate styling. Just her. Just my Lauren, looking at me like I was her whole world. The way she'd looked at me in that coffee shop 2 years ago. The way she'd looked at me in the hospital after the accident. The way she'd looked at me on the hilltop when I'd asked her to marry her. Like I was worth choosing. Like I always would be. I crossed the yard to her, not caring that everyone was watching. Pulled her close and kissed her right there in front of everyone. "Hi," she whispered against my lips. "Hi yourself." I tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "You're stunning. You're biased." "You're right, I am." She laughed, and the sound settled something deep in my chest. This was what I'd almost given up. This woman, this laughter, this life. Thank God I'd come to my senses. Thank God she'd forgiven me. Thank God we'd both been brave enough to choose love over fear. "Come on." I took her hand. "Let's celebrate." The party flowed around us. Bo made a toast about second chances and not wasting time. Phil told an embarrassing story about me in college that made everyone laugh. Billy spoke about courage and choosing your own path. Frank surprised everyone by saying I was exactly the man he'd want for his daughter. Ruth cried. Mom cried. Even Marissa teared up a little. When the band started playing something slow, I pulled Lauren onto the dance floor. 2 months, she said, her arms around my neck. 60 days. I held her close. Then you're stuck with me forever. Promise? Absolutely. I kissed her forehead. October 10th. You, me, and everyone we love. I can't wait. We swayed together, the lights twinkling overhead like stars. Around us, everyone we loved celebrated. Phil and Emma. Bo and Marissa. Ivan and Pamela. My parents, finally at peace. Her family, finally accepting. Chrissy dancing with Billy. Sadie and Bo laughing with Brittany. All the pieces of our lives fitting together at last. You know what I was thinking, Lauren said softly. What's that, darling? About that first rodeo. When you rode Black Bart. She looked up at me. 8 seconds changed everything. Best 8 seconds of my life. Mine too. She smiled. Even with all the fear, all the pain, all the mistakes, I'd do it all again. Yeah. Yeah. Her green eyes held mine. Because it led us here. To this. I pulled her closer, breathing in the scent of her shampoo. Feeling her heart beat steady against mine. I love you. Have I mentioned that today? Not in the last 5 minutes. Unacceptable. I kissed her gently. I love you, Lauren Wells. Soon to be Lauren Walker. I love you too. The song ended. Another started. We kept dancing. Over her shoulder, I could see our hilltop in the distance. The place where I'd almost kissed her that first dawn. The place where I'd proposed. The place where we'd fallen in love with sunrise painting the sky gold. In 2 months, we'd be married. She'd finish her senior year. Start grad school. Build her career, helping underserved communities get the healthcare they needed. And I'd be right there beside her. Done with rodeo, done with risking my life for a dead man's dream. Building something new. Mentoring young writers about safety. Running the bull breeding program. Making a life that was ours, not an inheritance. A life we'd chosen together. Thank you, I said quietly. For what? For not giving up on me. For fighting for us when I was too scared to fight for myself. She pulled back just enough to look at me. You would have done the same for me. In a heartbeat. Then we're even. She kissed me softly. Partners. Partners, I agreed. Forever. The party continued, long into the night. Laughter and music and love filling every corner of the ranch. And tomorrow, we'd wake up to another day of this beautiful life we'd built. But right now, I just held her close and danced. 60 days until forever started. But the truth? Forever had started the moment she looked at me across that arena and smiled. Everything since then had just been finding our way home.
Epilogue. Lauren.
The last guests were leaving, headlights cutting through the Texas night as cars pulled down the long ranch drive. I stood on the back porch, watching the string lights sway in the breeze. The party had been perfect. Everyone we loved, celebrating with us. 2 months until Clint and I would stand in front of them all and make it official. 2 months until I became Lauren Walker. Strong arms wrapped around me from behind. Clint's chin rested on top of my head. Tired? He asked. Happy. I leaned back into him. So incredibly happy. The ranch was quiet now. Phil and Emma had left an hour ago. Rachel and Brett had gone to bed. Even Chrissy had crashed, exhausted from dancing. It was just us. The way it had been that first night on the hilltop, watching the sunrise paint the sky gold. "Come with me," Clint said softly. He took my hand and led me across the yard. Past the dance floor, past the tables being cleared by the catering staff, past the barn where lights still glowed warm. To the truck. "Where are we going?" I asked, though I already knew. "Where do you think?" He drove us to our hilltop, the same winding road we'd taken dozens of times. The place where everything had started. Where he'd almost kissed me that first dawn. Where he'd proposed a year ago. Where we'd fallen in love with nothing but stars and hope between us. We climbed out, and Clint spread a blanket on the hood of his truck. Helped me up, then settled beside me. The view stretched out before us. Ranch lights twinkling in the distance. The town beyond. The whole world quiet and perfect. "You know what I was thinking about today?" I said. "What's that, darlin'?" "That first rodeo. When you rode Black Bart." I looked up at the stars. 8 seconds. That's all it took for my whole life to change. Mine too. His hand found mine, fingers intertwining. Scariest and best 8 seconds of my life. I was so afraid. The words came soft. Of loving you. Of losing you. Of everything that could go wrong. I know. But I did it anyway. I turned to face him. Even with all the fear, all the pain, all the mistakes. I chose you. Every single time, I chose you. And I chose you. He cupped my face, thumb brushing my cheek. Even when I was too broken and scared to know what I was doing. Even when I pushed you away. Some part of me always knew. You were it. You were everything. I kissed him softly. Tasting salt and sweetness and forever. 2 years since we'd met. 2 years of falling and breaking and choosing. Of learning that love wasn't about the absence of fear. It was about being brave enough to love anyway. Do you ever think about how different things could have been? I asked. If I'd let the fear win. If you'd stayed away after the breakup. If we'd both been too scared to fight.
Every day.
His voice was rough. And every day, I'm grateful we didn't give up. Me too. We lay back on the blanket, staring up at the infinite sky. His arm around my shoulders. My head on his chest. His heartbeat steady beneath my ear. Alive. Whole. Mine. 2 months, he said quietly. 60 days. Then you're stuck with me forever. Promise? I smiled against his shirt. Absolutely. He kissed the top of my head. October 10th. You in a white dress. Me trying not to cry. Everyone we love watching us promise forever. I can't wait. Me neither. The breeze picked up, carrying the scent of late summer. In 2 months it would be fall. Cooler air changing leaves, the world shifting into something new. Just like us. We'd started as 2 scared people who didn't know if love was worth the risk. We'd become 2 people who knew that love was the only thing worth fighting for. I love you, I whispered. Have I mentioned that tonight? Not in the last 10 minutes. Unacceptable. I sat up, looking down at him. I love you, Clint Walker. I love your courage and your kindness, and the way you make me brave. I love that you chose me. That you keep choosing me. That in 2 months, I get to promise you forever in front of everyone who matters. His eyes were bright in the starlight. I love you too, Lauren Wells. Soon to be Lauren Walker. I love your strength and your compassion and the way you never gave up on me. Even when I gave up on myself. Partners, I said. Partners, he agreed. Forever. We stayed on that hilltop until the stars began to fade. Talking about the wedding. About school and the ranch and the future we were building. About all the dreams we'd chased together. And when the first hint of dawn touched the eastern sky, painting everything gold the way it had that very first morning, Clint pulled me close and kissed me. The same kind of kiss we'd almost shared 2 years ago. But different now. Because we weren't strangers anymore. We weren't two people afraid of what loving each other might cost. We were two people who'd learned that the only thing scarier than loving someone was not loving them at all. 8 seconds had changed my life. But forever. Forever was what happened when you chose love over fear. When you fought for what mattered. When you refused to let the past steal your future. Forever was waking up every morning and choosing him. Forever was this. Us. Here. And in 60 days, I'd stand in front of everyone and promise him that forever. But the truth? Forever had already started the moment he smiled at me across that arena. Everything since then had just been finding our way home.
The end. Sneak peek for neighbors to lovers. Chapter 1. Deanna's World. Virginia.
My mother was flirting with the new neighbor again. I could hear her laugh through the wall. That particular laugh. The one she saved for men she wanted to impress. High and musical, like she'd just heard the funniest thing in the world. I dropped my bag on my bed and pressed my palms against my eyes. The flight from Seattle had been exhausting. 3 connections, 2 delays, and a middle seat next to a man who'd fallen asleep on my shoulder. All to spend exactly 36 hours with my father and his girlfriend, who was young enough to be my sister. The champagne cork popped in the other penthouse. Perfect. I kicked off my shoes and headed for the shower. Maybe if I stayed in there long enough, the celebration next door would be over. Maybe I could avoid my mother entirely tonight. Slip into bed, pull the covers over my head, and pretend for a few hours that I had a normal family. But the universe had other plans. Virginia. My mother's voice rang through the penthouse. Darling, are you home? I closed my eyes. Took a breath. Opened my bedroom door. Hi, Mom. Deanna Matthews stood in the hallway between our bedrooms, looking like she'd just stepped out of a magazine. Blonde hair perfectly styled, designer dress hugging her toned figure, trademark smile firmly in place. At 52 years old she could still turn heads. She made sure of it. How was Seattle? She air-kissed near my cheek, careful not to smudge her lipstick. Fine. And your father? Also fine. Still with that assistant of his? Lila. Yes. Still with Lila. My mother's smile tightened. 16 years since the divorce, and she still couldn't say the woman's name without looking like she'd bitten into a lemon. Well. She smoothed her dress. I have wonderful news. I finally sold the penthouse next door. The buyer closed today. I blinked. The penthouse next door had been empty for months. Maybe longer. I'd gotten used to the silence through the walls. That's great, Mom. Congratulations. Clay Booth. She said the name like it should mean something. Very successful businessman. Very handsome. Very single. Oh no. Mom? He's having a celebratory drink right now. I should get back. She checked her reflection in the hallway mirror, fluffed her hair. Don't wait up, darling. She disappeared through the front door before I could respond. I stood there for a moment, staring at the empty hallway. My mother was 46 when my parents divorced. I was 8 years old. She'd spent the last 16 years dating younger men, chasing youth like it was something she could catch if she just ran fast enough. Now she was flirting with the new neighbor. I should have been used to it by now. The embarrassment. The second-hand humiliation. But somehow, it never got easier. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out, relief flooding through me when I saw the name. Artie, you survived Bernie? I smiled. Arthur Stone. My best friend since I was 13 years old. The only person in the world who really knew me. We'd never actually met in person. We'd found each other in an online chat room for kids with divorced parents. Bonded over shared dysfunction and dolphin documentaries. Became best friends without ever being in the same room. I headed to my bedroom, closed the door, and opened my laptop. 2 rings later, his face appeared on my screen. "You look terrible," he said. "Thanks. Love you too." Artie grinned. He was 24, same as me, with dark hair that needed cutting and glasses held together with tape. He looked exactly like what he was, a brilliant computer programmer who spent more time with code than people. How was the great Dr. Bernie? Insufferable as always. I kicked off my jeans and pulled on yoga pants. He spent the entire weekend talking about his show, his ratings, his demographic, his advertisers. "Did he ask about your thesis?" For about 30 seconds. Then he got a call from his producer and forgot I existed. Artie's expression softened. "I'm sorry, Jen." I shrugged. It wasn't like I'd expected anything different. My father had been emotionally absent my entire life. Why would one weekend change that? "How's Vanessa?" I asked, changing the subject. His face lit up. "Amazing. She's at her sister's tonight, or she'd say hi." 8 months until the wedding, right? 7 months, 3 weeks and 2 days. But who's counting? I laughed. Artie had proposed to Vanessa last December, and he'd been planning the wedding with the same meticulous attention he brought to coding. Every detail organized. Every contingency planned. I was happy for him. Really, I was. But sometimes late at night, I couldn't help the twist of envy in my chest. Artie had found his person. His forever. And I was still here, in my mother's penthouse, finishing my master's degree, and going home to an empty room. "What about you?" Artie leaned closer to the camera. "Any exciting developments?" Define exciting. I don't know. Met anyone? Dated anyone? Talked to anyone who wasn't a dolphin? I talked to people. Besides me. I thought about Carrie, the girl from my marine biology program who sometimes sat with me at lunch. Did that count? I talked to people, I repeated. Virginia. I'm fine, Artie. Really? I pulled my blonde hair out of its ponytail, ran my fingers through the tangles. I'm focused on my thesis right now. And work. Gulf World is crazy busy with the summer volunteer program starting. He looked like he wanted to argue. But before he could, I heard it. The champagne cork. Through the wall. Again. Artie's eyebrows rose. Is that? My mother. Celebrating with the new neighbor. Ah. Yeah. We sat in silence for a moment. Artie knew about my mother's dating habits. He knew about my father's emotional distance. He knew about the foster care system where I'd spent the first 8 years of my life, before Bernie and Deanna decided to adopt the little girl from the car crash. He knew everything. And he never judged. You could move out, he said quietly. Get your own place. On a graduate student budget? Fair point. I sighed. It's only temporary. Once I finish my degree in December, I'll have the Gulf World job lined up. Then I can afford my own apartment. My own space. My own life. 7 more months. 7 more months, I agreed. The champagne cork popped again. How much champagne did 2 people need? I should let you go, Artie said. Early morning tomorrow. Tell Vanessa I said hi. Will do. And Virginia? He waited until I met his eyes through the screen. You deserve good things. Don't forget that. My throat tightened. Thanks, Artie. Love you, Jen. Love you too. The screen went dark. I sat there on my bed, laptop closed, listening to the muffled sounds of celebration through the wall. My mother's laugh. A deeper voice responding. The clink of glasses. I should have been working on my thesis. Or folding the boxes of brochures I'd brought home from Gulf World. Or doing literally anything productive. Instead, I lay back on my bed and stared at the ceiling. 24 years old. Finishing my master's degree in marine biology. working my dream job at Gulf World Marine Park. I should have felt accomplished, successful, happy. But mostly, I just felt alone. I'd given up on the idea of romance years ago. After Darren. After the assault attempt that had left me with trust issues and a restraining order. 5 years of therapy had helped. I could function. I could work. I could even have casual conversations with men, without my heart racing. But letting someone close? Letting someone in? That was a different story. The champagne cork popped a third time. I grabbed my pillow and pressed it over my face. 7 more months. Then I could move out. Start over. Build a life that was mine. Just 7 more months. I could survive 7 more months. The champagne cork popped again, and I heard my mother's laugh ring through the wall. I closed my eyes and tried very hard not to cry.
Chapter 2. First Meeting. Clay.
The penthouse was perfect. I stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows. Emerald green water stretched to the horizon. Panama City Beach was exactly what I'd been looking for. A fresh start. A new city. A place where Parker could finally put down roots. My phone buzzed. Work. I ignored it. Parker would arrive Monday. 3 more days. 6 years old, and we'd already lived in 4 different cities. This time would be different. I thought back to Monday, the day everything started. Deanna Matthews had walked me through the penthouse one final time after closing. Efficient. Professional. Until the end. Clay. She touched my arm at the door. Perhaps we could celebrate. There's this wonderful restaurant downtown. Her smile was warm. Her hand lingered. I recognized that look. I appreciate the offer, I said. Kept my voice polite but firm. But I have a lot to do before my son arrives. Her smile faltered. Of course. Well, if you need anything, I'm right next door. Over the next 3 days she knocked twice more. Welcome basket. Charity gala invitation. I politely declined both times. By Thursday, the invitations stopped. Saturday morning, I heard a voice in the lobby after my run. My shirt clung to my back, damp with sweat. Oh dear. This is too heavy. An elderly woman struggled with grocery bags near the elevator. Mrs. Rodriguez from the 3rd floor. Arthritis had twisted her hands into claws. She couldn't grip properly. I crossed the lobby. Let me help you with those, Mrs. Rodriguez. Relief flooded her wrinkled face. Oh, thank you, dear. My daughter's out of town, and I thought I could manage. I gathered all 6 bags. Heavy. Canned goods and milk. She never would have made it to the elevator. Which apartment? 302. I carried everything up. Unpacked the bags on her counter. Put heavy items on lower shelves where she could reach them. Opened the jar of pickles she'd been struggling with. You're a good man, Mr. Booth. She patted my hand. Her skin was paper thin. Your son is very lucky to have you. My chest tightened. Thank you. That means a lot. Bring him by when he arrives. I make the best chocolate chip cookies. I smiled. He'd love that. When I got back to the penthouse, I felt lighter. Parker would like Mrs. Rodriguez. She reminded me of my grandmother. Around 11, I heard a thud in the hallway. A muttered, "Oh dear." The sound of cardboard hitting tile. I opened my door. A woman knelt in the hallway, surrounded by boxes. Blonde hair fell over her face as she gathered scattered brochures. Jeans hugged her legs. A tank top revealed slender shoulders. Something about her made me pause. Made my pulse kick up. Need some help? She looked up. Blue-green eyes met mine. Wide. Startled. The color of the ocean below. My breath caught. Something shifted in my chest. a feeling I hadn't experienced in 6 years. She blinked, pushed hair behind her ear. Her cheeks flushed pink. The color spread down her neck. Yes. Thank you. She gestured at the boxes. Dropped her keycard. It clattered on the tile. Oh dear. I bent down. My fingers closed around the card. Handed it to her. Our fingers brushed. Heat shot up my arm. Electricity. Immediate and undeniable. She jerked back. Her breath hitched. Felt it too. I'm Clay. Clay Booth. I just moved in next door. Virginia. Her voice was soft. Breathless. Virginia Matthews. Matthews. Deanna's daughter. My stomach dropped. I should have stepped back. Should have kept this professional. But I couldn't seem to move. Couldn't seem to look away from those eyes. Let me help you with these. I gathered brochures. Stacked them in boxes. Gulf World Marine Park. Pictures of dolphins. You work at Gulf World? Yes. I mean, sort of. I'm a graduate student. Marine biology. She pushed hair behind her ear again. These brochures need folding. I thought I could carry them, but they're heavier than they look. I can see that. I picked up 2 boxes. Where are they going? My apartment. But you really don't. Which one? She bit her lip. Penthouse A. Right next door to me. Of course. Lead the way. She grabbed the remaining box. Dropped her keycard again. Her hands were shaking. I picked it up. Here. Let me. I unlocked her door. Held it open. The elevator is this way, she said. We walked together. She kept glancing at me. Quick, nervous looks. Each one made warmth spread through my chest. The elevator doors closed. The space felt small. Intimate. I caught her scent. Something floral. Jasmine, maybe. My pulse quickened. So, I said. Needed to say something. Marine biology. Yes. She stared at the floor numbers. Her hands twisted together. I'm finishing my master's degree. That's impressive. I meant it. It's it's dolphins. Which probably sounds boring. It doesn't sound boring. I watched her profile. The curve of her cheek. The way she bit her lip. She looked at me then. Those blue-green eyes searching my face. Vulnerable. Uncertain. My chest tightened. Tell me about it, I said. She bit her lip. Then started talking. About communication patterns. About signature whistles. About mother dolphins teaching their calves. Her whole face lit up. Passion and intelligence radiating from her. Her hands moved as she talked. Graceful. Animated. I couldn't look away. The elevator dinged. Penthouse level. She stopped mid-sentence. Sorry. I'm rambling. Don't apologize. Inside her penthouse, the space felt lived in. Textbooks. Laptop. Photos on the walls. A home. Unlike my empty space next door. My chest ached. This was what I wanted for Parker. This warmth. This sense of belonging. You can set those anywhere, Virginia said. I put the boxes on the dining table. Turned. She stood close. Too close. I could see the blue-green flecks in her eyes. Could smell that jasmine scent again. My pulse hammered. She stepped back quickly. Bumped into a chair. Her breath came faster. Sorry. Her voice was breathless. You apologize a lot. My voice came out rougher than I intended. Her cheeks flushed deeper. Sorry. She laughed. Soft. Self-deprecating. You're right. The sound of her laugh did something to me. Loosened something in my chest that had been tight for 6 years. That's a lot of brochures to fold, I said. Knew I should leave. Knew I should walk away. Couldn't make myself do it. I'll manage. I could help. Tomorrow. Sunday. The words came out before I could stop them. She blinked. What? I could come over and help fold. You don't have to. I know. I held her gaze. But I'm offering. She studied me, those eyes searching my face like she was trying to understand why. Why, she asked. The question hung between us. Direct. Honest. I could have lied. Could have said something casual. Something safe. But something about her made me want to tell the truth. Because I want to, I said. Her lips parted. Her breath caught. Oh. Is that okay? Yes. Barely a whisper. Her cheeks flushed pink again. Tomorrow. Around 2. I'll be here. I should leave now. Before I did something stupid. Like reach out and touch her hair. Like step closer to see if she'd let me. But I found myself lingering. Found myself not wanting this moment to end. I have a son, I said. Needed her to know. Parker. He's 6 years old. He loves dolphins. He's my whole world. Her face softened. Her whole expression transformed. He should come to Gulf World. I could get him into the summer program. Something warm spread through my chest. She just met me. And she was already thinking about my son. He would love that. Thank you. My voice came out rougher. That's very kind. I love sharing the ocean with kids. Her voice was soft. Genuine. We stood there. The air between us felt charged. Heavy with something I couldn't name. I needed to leave before I crossed a line. Before I did something we'd both regret. I should go. The words felt wrong. But I didn't move. Right? Yes. She walked to the door. Opened it. Her hand trembled on the knob. Thank you for helping. My pleasure. I stepped into the hallway. My body didn't want to leave. Every instinct told me to stay. To keep talking. To find out everything about her. I turned back. She was watching me. Those eyes wide and uncertain, and something else. Something that made my pulse race. Want. She wanted me to stay too. See you tomorrow, Virginia. My voice came out low. Almost rough. Tomorrow. She breathed the word. I walked to my penthouse. Each step felt heavy. Wrong. I closed the door behind me. Leaned against it. Let out a long breath. My heart pounded against my ribs. My hands shook slightly. What just happened? I hadn't felt like this in 6 years. That pull. That immediate connection. That sense that everything just changed. Not since Louise. The thought should have scared me. Should have sent me running. Instead, it made me want to knock on Virginia's door again. To see if she felt it too. My phone buzzed against my hip. Parker's nanny. Confirming Monday's flight details. I pulled it out. Looked at Parker's photo on my lock screen. His missing tooth grin. Those blue eyes so much like mine. 6 years old. My son was only 6 years old. He needed stability. Needed routine. Needed me to make smart decisions. Getting involved with Deanna's daughter was complicated. Messy. The kind of thing that could blow up in my face. The smart thing would be to cancel tomorrow. To keep my distance. To focus on Parker and work and building a stable life here. But as I stood there, remembering the way Virginia's hand trembled on the doorknob, the way her breath caught when I said her name, I couldn't quite convince myself to stay away. I wanted to see her again. Wanted to make her laugh. Wanted to know everything about her. It had been so long since I'd wanted anything for myself. since I'd felt anything beyond the daily routine of work and parenting. Maybe that was okay. Maybe wanting something for myself didn't make me a bad father. Maybe I could have both. Later that evening, I was assembling Parker's bed when I heard voices through the wall. Clear. Close. They must have been in the room that backed up to mine. Did you meet the new neighbor? Deanna's voice. Sharp with forced casualness. My hand stilled on the bed frame. A pause. Long enough that I stopped breathing. Yes. Virginia's voice was quieter. Careful. He helped me with some boxes. And? Deanna's tone sharpened. What did you think? Another pause. I could picture Virginia pushing hair behind her ear. Biting her lip. He seems nice. Nice. The word came out flat. Disbelieving. That's all? Mom? You're blushing. I can see you blushing right now. Silence. Heavy. Telling. My heart hammered against my ribs. Virginia. Deanna's voice softened. You like him? Another long pause. I leaned closer to the wall. I shouldn't be listening. This was private. Wrong. But I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Then so quietly I almost missed it, maybe. My chest tightened. Something fierce and protective and terrified all at once surged through me. Oh, sweetheart. Deanna sighed. The sound carried resignation. Worry. Just be careful with him. Please. It doesn't matter, Virginia said. Her voice was small. Defeated. He was just being polite. Helping with boxes. That's all. No. That wasn't all. That wasn't even close to all. He's coming back tomorrow. To help with brochures. How did you? Virginia stopped. You saw. I saw it on your face when you came in. A pause. Just be careful. Men like that, successful, charming, they don't usually stick around. Their voices faded. Moving to another room. I stood there. Frozen. My hands gripped the bed frame so hard my knuckles turned white. Virginia liked me. She thought I was just being polite. She thought I wouldn't stick around. I should have felt trapped. Should have felt the familiar urge to run that hit me whenever things got real. Instead, I felt something else entirely. Determination. I wanted to prove her wrong. Wanted to show her I wasn't like whatever men had hurt her before. Wanted to see where this could go. Tomorrow. I'd see her tomorrow. And I'd make sure she knew this wasn't just politeness. This was something real. My phone buzzed. Parker's nanny again. Flight confirmed. Monday, at 10 in the morning. I looked at the partially assembled bed. At the room I was building for my son. At the life I was trying to create here. Everything just got more complicated. And somehow, despite everything, that didn't scare me as much as it should.
Chapter 3. Folding Brochures. Virginia.
My mother cornered me the moment Clay left yesterday. We need to talk. My shoulders tensed. I tried to escape to my room. She followed. Closed the door with a soft click. About Clay Booth. She crossed her arms. Her expression was unreadable. You like him. Heat flooded my face. Spread down my neck. I don't. Don't lie to me, Virginia. She sat next to me on the bed. The mattress dipped. I need to tell you something. My stomach clenched. Oh dear. What now? I flirted with him when he first moved in. Her voice was quiet. Almost guilty. I invited him for drinks. Tried to get him interested. My stomach dropped. Blood rushed in my ears. Of course she did. Of course. I should have been angry. Should have been hurt. Instead, I just felt tired. But he wasn't interested, she continued quickly. He turned me down. Politely. Multiple times. She took my hand. Her skin was warm. Soft. When I saw you two together yesterday, I realized why. I looked up. Met her eyes. Why? The way he looked at you, sweetheart. Her expression softened. Became almost tender. He never looked at me like that. Not once. My throat tightened. I couldn't breathe properly. I backed off the moment I knew you liked him. She squeezed my hand. I wanted you to know that. I'm not competing with you. I wouldn't do that. Thanks, Mom. My voice cracked. The words felt inadequate. She stood. Smoothed her dress. The vulnerable moment was over. Just be careful. Men like that, successful, charming, they don't usually stick around. She left before I could respond. I sat there on my bed. Hand still tingling where she'd held it. My chest ached with something I couldn't name. Hope, maybe. And fear. Sunday afternoon, I changed outfits 3 times. The jeans were too casual. The black dress too formal. I settled on a yellow sundress with small white flowers. Stared at my reflection. Changed back to jeans. Then back to the dress. Oh dear, I muttered. Pushed hair behind my ear. This is ridiculous. I was 24 years old. Not a teenager getting ready for prom. But my hands shook as I smoothed the dress. My stomach churned with nerves. I pulled the brochure boxes onto the dining table. 1,000 brochures. Hours of folding ahead of me. Earlier this week, I'd had lunch with Carrie from my marine biology program. She'd noticed I seemed distracted. Asked if everything was okay. I'd been vague. Non-committal. But now I wished I'd told her about Clay. Wished I had someone to talk to about this feeling in my chest. This terrifying, wonderful hope. My mother appeared in the doorway. Purse in hand. You look lovely, darling. Her smile was genuine. I have errands. I'll be gone for a few hours. She was giving us privacy. Thanks, Mom. She left. The penthouse felt too quiet. Too big. I stared at the brochures. At the clock. 1:55. The doorbell rang at exactly 2 o'clock. My heart jumped into my throat. I pressed both hands to my chest. Tried to calm my pulse. He came. He actually came. I opened the door. Clay stood there holding 2 coffee cups. Dark blue t-shirt that made his eyes impossibly blue. Jeans that fit perfectly. Hair slightly messy like he'd run his hands through it. My breath caught. He was beautiful. Hi. My voice came out breathless. Barely above a whisper. Hi. He smiled. That dimple appeared in his cheek. Held up the cups. I brought coffee. I didn't know how you take it, so I brought cream and sugar. The gesture made my chest warm. He'd thought about me. About what I might like. Black is fine. I stepped back. My legs felt unsteady. Come in. He walked past me. That same scent from yesterday. Clean. Masculine. Something woodsy that made my stomach flip. We were alone. The realization hit me like a wave. My pulse hammered in my ears. So. He set the coffee on the table. The ceramic cups clinked softly. Steam rose from them. The rich smell of dark roast filled the air. That's a lot of brochures. 1,050 to be exact. I moved to the table. Put the width of it between us. Safer that way. 3 folds each. It usually takes me about 4 hours alone. Then we should get started. He picked up a brochure. Waited. I showed him how to fold. My hands trembled slightly. 3 creases. Specific angles. Like this. He watched my hands. His attention made heat creep up my neck. Like this. He folded one. Perfect on the first try, His hands were sure. Confident. Exactly like that. We settled into a rhythm. Fold crease stack. The paper rustled softly. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows. Warm on my shoulders. The silence was comfortable. Easy. Not awkward at all. I snuck glances at him when he wasn't looking. The way his hands moved. Strong. Precise. The way his forearms flexed as he folded. The small smile on his lips, like he was enjoying this. Enjoying being here. With me. My heart did a strange little flip. How long have you worked at Gulf World? He asked. His voice was casual. But his eyes were intent on my face. 2 years. Since I started my master's program. I folded another brochure. Kept my hands busy. I work part-time during the school year. Full-time in summer. Do you love it? The question caught me off guard. Not do you like it or is it good experience? Love it. I looked up. Met his eyes. Yes. The word came out with more emotion than I intended. I love it. The dolphins, the sea lions, the education programs. Teaching kids about the ocean. It's everything I've ever wanted. He smiled. His whole face softened. I can hear it in your voice. The passion. Heat crept up my neck. Spread across my cheeks. I bit my lip. Looked back down at the brochures. What about you? I asked. Needed to deflect attention from myself. Do you love what you do? He paused. His hand stilled. I'm good at it. It pays well. But love? He shook his head. Not really. It's just work. A means to an end. Then why do it? For Parker. Simple. Direct. Absolute. Everything I do is for Parker. The tenderness in his voice. The devotion. The way his expression shifted when he said his son's name. My chest ached. A sweet, almost painful sensation. Tell me about him, I said. Wanted to know. Wanted to understand this man who sat across from me, folding brochures like it was the most natural thing in the world. His whole face transformed. Lit up from the inside. He's 6 years old. Smart as anything. Talks constantly. Asks a million questions about everything. He laughed. The sound was warm. Rich. He's obsessed with dolphins. Has every book in the library. Watches documentaries meant for adults. Recites facts at the dinner table. I smiled. Couldn't help it. He sounds wonderful. He is. Clay's expression shifted. Became more serious. His jaw tightened. We've moved a lot. 4 cities in 6 years. He's never had time to make real friends. Never had stability. Never had a place to call home. That must be hard. On him. On Parker. For both of you. It's been necessary. For work. But it's not fair to him. He set down the brochure he'd been holding. Met my eyes. This move is different. We're staying. He's starting first grade at Bay Academy in the fall. Making friends. Having playdates. Putting down roots for the first time in his life. The determination in his voice was clear. This mattered more than anything. He's going to love it here, I said. Meant it. The beach. The ocean. Gulf World. There's so much for a 6-year-old to explore. Your offer still stands? His eyes were hopeful. Almost vulnerable. To get him into the summer program? Absolutely. I pulled out my phone. My hands trembled slightly. Give me your number. I'll text you the details. The schedule. Everything. Our fingers brushed as he took my phone. That same electricity from yesterday. Immediate. Undeniable. Like touching a live wire. Heat shot up my arm. Spread through my chest. My breath hitched. I jerked back. Nearly dropped the phone. He caught it. His reflexes quick. Steady. Entered his number with sure movements. Handed it back. Our eyes met. The air between us shifted. Became thick. Heavy. Charged with something I couldn't name but felt in every nerve ending. I couldn't look away. Didn't want to look away. Neither could he. We were close. When did we get so close? I hadn't noticed us leaning toward each other. But now I could see everything. The darker blue flecks in his eyes. The small scar above his left eyebrow. The shadow of stubble along his jaw. I could smell his cologne. Woodsy. Clean. Intoxicating. My breath came faster. Shorter. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I was sure he could hear it. He leaned in. Just slightly. Just enough. His gaze dropped to my lips. Lingered there. My pulse raced. Blood rushed in my ears. Was he going to kiss me? Oh dear. Oh dear. Did I want him to? Yes. Every cell in my body screamed yes. I leaned in too. Just a fraction. My lips parted. My eyes started to flutter closed. His phone rang. Loud. Shrill. Shattering. We both jumped. The spell broke. Reality crashed back in. I blinked. Pulled back. My cheeks burned. My whole body felt too hot. Too aware. Clay pulled out his phone. His jaw was tight. Frustration flashed across his face. Sorry. I have to take this. He stood. Walked to the window. Put distance between us. Hello. I sat there. Both hands pressed to my chest. Trying to catch my breath. Trying to slow my racing heart. He'd almost kissed me. I'd almost let him. I'd almost kissed him back. My lips still tingled with anticipation. With want. Tomorrow at 10? Clay said into the phone. His voice was different. Businesslike. Perfect. Yes, I'll be there. Thank you. He hung up. Turned back to me. His expression had changed. Lighter. Excited. The intense moment between us shifted into something different. Something about his son. Parker's flight is confirmed. He arrives tomorrow morning. The joy in his voice was unmistakable. Pure. I get to see him tomorrow. That's wonderful. I smiled despite my still racing heart. Despite the lingering awareness of how close we'd been. You must be so excited. I am. He walked back to the table. Sat down across from me. I miss him every second we're apart. It's been a week. Longest week of my life. The love in his voice. The devotion. It made my chest ache in the best way. The offer. He leaned forward. His eyes intense on mine. To take him to Gulf World. Does it still stand? Yes. Of course. Absolutely. I nodded. Maybe too enthusiastically. Bring him by this week. I'll give him the full tour. Behind the scenes. Everything. Thank you. He reached across the table. Took my hand in both of his. My breath stopped. Everything stopped. His hands were warm. Strong. They engulfed mine completely. His thumbs brushed across my knuckles. Slow. Deliberate. The touch sent shivers up my arms. Down my spine. Thank you, he repeated. His voice was rough. Low. Raw with emotion. You have no idea what that means to me. What you're doing for him. For us. I couldn't speak. Could barely breathe. My hand tingled where he touched it. Heat flooded my body. My face. My neck. Everything. The touch was innocent. Simple. Just hands. But it felt like everything. Like a promise. Like the beginning of something I couldn't even name yet. I should go, he said. His voice was reluctant. But he didn't let go of my hand. Didn't move. Get the apartment ready for Parker. Make sure everything's perfect for him. Right. Yes. I pulled my hand back. The loss of contact felt wrong. Cold. Of course. He stood. I walked him to the door. Each step felt heavy. Wrong. My body didn't want him to leave. At the door he turned back. One hand on the doorframe. Close enough that I could feel the warmth radiating from him. Virginia. Yes? My voice was barely a whisper. I'm glad I met you. His eyes held mine. Intense. Sincere. Really glad. My throat tightened. Emotions swelled in my chest. I'm glad I met you too. He smiled. That dimple appeared in his cheek. The one that made my stomach flip. See you soon? Soon. I managed to say. He left. The door closed with a soft click. I stood there. Leaned against the door. My legs felt weak. Shaky. What was happening to me? I'd known this man for one day. 24 hours. And already, I couldn't stop thinking about him. Already my heart raced when he was near. Already I wanted more. Wanted everything. This was dangerous. Reckless. Everything I'd sworn I wouldn't do after Darren. After the assault. After 5 years of building walls to protect myself. But as I stood there, my hand still tingling where he'd held it, the memory of his lips so close to mine, the way he'd said my name like it meant something, I couldn't quite convince myself to be careful. I wanted this. Wanted him. Wanted to see where this could go. For the first time in 5 years, I wanted to take the risk. My phone buzzed in my hand. Made me jump. A text from the number I'd just saved. Clay, this is Clay. Thank you for today. For everything. I meant what I said. I'm glad I met you. I stared at the screen. My heart hammered. My fingers trembled as I typed. I'm glad I met you too. See you in Parker soon. His response came immediately. Like he'd been waiting. Watching for my reply. Clay, looking forward to it. 3 words. But they made my chest warm. Made hope bloom like a flower in spring. I held the phone to my chest. Smiled like an idiot at my empty living room. Tomorrow he'd have his son. His focus would be on Parker. As it should be. As it had to be. But maybe, just maybe, there'd be room for me too. The thought made my heart race and my stomach flutter and my skin feel too tight for my body. I looked at the half-folded brochures on the table. Hundreds still left to do. We'd barely made a dent in the work. But I didn't care. For 4 hours I'd sat with Clay Booth. Talked with him. Laughed with him. Almost kissed him. Held his hand. It was the best Sunday afternoon I'd had in 5 years. Maybe the best one I'd ever had. I picked up my phone again. Pulled up Carrie's number. Stared at it. Next time I saw her at school, I'd tell her. Tell her about the new neighbor. About the almost kiss. About this feeling in my chest that felt like hope and terror all tangled together. She might understand. Might be happy for me. And I really, really wanted someone to be happy for me.
End of sneak peek. If you enjoyed listening to this preview of Neighbors to Lovers, you can read the full novel by searching for Neighbors to Lovers, a single dad billionaire romance at the beach by Jessica L. Fox. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it. Please leave a review to support the author. It helps more than you can imagine. This has been Untamed, an age gap second chance cowboy romance. Written by Jessica L. Fox. Narrated by Google Play, auto-narrated audiobook. Copyright 2025 by Jessica L. Fox.